I did not understand how France was playing the kind of game that they were playing. The middle was too loose, so to speak.
Yeah.
Let's not even talk about the back end. It was just crazy.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe even how France got to that point if that's how they were playing.
I know, and echoing what you were saying, I was just like, you know, I was asking myself a very selfish question. Do France actually know? Are they aware that they have fans? Because they really made us suffer.
Because it's like everybody was rooting for France yesterday.
Yeah.
And well, every day is not Sunday. Yeah.
It was a bad day in office for France.
That was an extremely bad day.
Absolutely.
In office.
Yeah.
They did their best. That was their third consecutive time getting to the semis. And I hope they have just gotten some lessons. Mbappe was completely fixed.
I know.
Dembele was fixed. The two were not seen yesterday.
Yeah, we couldn't even hear them being mentioned,
No.
you know, at all.
But I think they wasted the opportunity at the first half. And that, though it is controversial in terms of awarding of the penalty and everything else, I think it really destabilized how they played in the first half. Had they played the first half the way they did towards the last few minutes of the game, around the 70th minute, maybe the results would have been different. But it was crazy. Now I'm very worried. I'm very worried about England and Argentina, Victor.
Who are you rooting for?
Well, at this point, given the game that, how the game went between Argentina and Egypt, I am rooting for Harry Kane and his team for the very first time. Maybe it's the high time that England brought it home.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that.
100%.
I really want Argentina out of the World Cup 2026. I don't know how that will work, though.
England was as one. They need to bundle out Argentina out of the World Cup. That is the sole responsibility they have to do.
But for me, I think I'll go the opposite direction. Argentina, they've been quite good from the group stages up to where they are right now. They know how to mount a lot of pressure on their opponent. I normally say that Messi has a brain, I mean, all the 22 players, Messi has their brain in one head. So I'm looking at how Messi is going to crack the England defense, all right? And Harry Kane is also lethal with the ball. And I'm just thinking that it's going to be a tough match. I'm rooting for a 3-2 or a 3-1 win in favor of Argentina.
All right. Now, let me just read what you've said. 3-2, and that is very
that's
telling.
on the mark side. That's on the marks. 3-1, 3-2.
At the back of this particular daily, they've given some bit of history between Argentina and England. So the last meeting between these two teams was a 3-2 friendly win for England in November 2005 when Michael Owen scored twice, and Messi then was 18 and has made his international debut 3 months earlier, but he did not play in that particular game. The last time that these two teams met, that is England and Argentina, was in 2005 for a friendly in November where England carried the day on a 3-2 score. So, Victor, that is quite telling. I just hope what you've said doesn't come to pass.
Me and you both, because there's no way I am rooting for Argentina. I mean, I do not refute the fact that they have such a good game. But if you know, you know why.
Well,
if you know, you know why. We're not rooting for them.
Since Egypt, no.
Okay. So it's going to be tonight. Let's wait and see how it's going to go tonight. But personally, Argentina is going to pick it. All right. Let's come back home. So today, let's talk about Honorable Eliud Owalo, who resigned from the cabinet. He was the ICT cabinet secretary, and he resigned from that position to vie for the presidency of this country. He'll be here at exactly 7. Let's talk about his ambition. He just launched his presidential bid a few days ago. And he's telling us what the party is all about, what is his agenda, manifesto, etc., etc., and why he thinks that he's the best bet for this country in next year's general election. That is Owalo's State House quest. He'll be here at exactly 7. If you have any question, please send them to at Regina Manyara, right, at Mike Migwe, and as well as at Vivian Degwa. All right, talk to us, and at KBC Channel 1, he'll be able to answer them all at 7. Join us then. Vivian.
All right, aside from that, we'll be having another conversation right here on Good Morning Kenya, and that is the unspoken battles of widowhood. And we'll be looking at, just what some of the battles that widows get to go through, and things that maybe some of us may not be aware of. So the topic of conversation is left behind, not left out. And joining me will be Bishop Dr. Josephine Mungania of the Redeemed Gospel Church. She'll be here so that we get to talk about that conversation. So do stay tuned for that as well. Mike?
Let's talk about matters environment, and we are talking about protecting Kenya's ecosystem, and within that ecosystem is Mount Kenya, which is Africa's second highest peak, a UNESCO World Heritage, and one of the 5 major water towers within the country. However, matters of climate change, illegal activities, population pressure do threaten that ecosystem. So the question is, are we doing enough to protect this while meeting our development needs? That is a conversation I'll be having with Edward Mutitu, who is the CEO Mount Kenya Conservation Forum, and Patrick Wanjohi, who is the chairman Mount Kenya Conservation Forum. He's also an entrepreneur. That conversation will be coming to you at around 8 a.m. So I implore you to be part of this conversation and join this live broadcast. My name is Mike Migwe. Ray?
Thank you very much. Now, before we bring you up to speed with those stories that have been making headlines as we have been preparing them here on KBC Channel 1, I just want to draw your attention to the front page of the Standard, one of the dailies that we're going to be perusing in the course of this particular show. Too little, too late. And that is tomorrow's All-Kalau by-election has become a chilling dress rehearsal for the 2027 general election. So much has been said. So on this particular daily, the allegations of voter bribery, goonism, as well as violence. Remember, you can be part of this conversation. Get us on X at KBC Channel 1, and we start on that particular point. As the clock ticks to Thursday's poll, the country's top security, National Cohesion and Integration Commission, as well as the electoral body, presented a unified front assuring the electorate in All-Kalau of adequate security. Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja said over 1,000 police officers have been deployed to man the poll, with IEBC confirming it had begun distributing voting material. And CSC appealed for calm, issuing a stern warning against activities that threaten national cohesion. A petition has meanwhile been filed in court by activist Francis Awina to block the All-Kalau mini poll on grounds of voter bribery and intimidation. Yusuf Farah with the details.
With less than 48 hours left to the All-Kalau by-elections, the Electoral Commission says it's all set for the mini-poll, as police confirm they will provide adequate security. In a joint briefing Tuesday, IEBC, NPS and NCRC called for peaceful polls, urging voters to ensure they remain calm during and after the voting process. With security at the center of the preparations, Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja announced security plans ahead of the D-Day.
We have a minimum of 2 police officers per every polling station. Their work shall be to safeguard the voting materials, the voting process itself, while offering adequate security at each and every polling station, ensuring the electoral officials perform their duties well and unhindered. Additionally, there are alert standby teams deployed at all polling stations. They comprise of not less than 14 officers at each and every polling station. I have deployed 4 platoons of the General Service Unit officers. I have deployed 4 platoons of anti-stock theft unit officers. I've also deployed 4 water cannons.
The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission announced plans to crack down on unaccredited agents seeking to disrupt the process.
We will not allow anybody, whether it's a senior politician or a leader in this country,
who has not been cleared and accredited by IBC to come with their security or their supporters to try and disturb the peace at the polling station or even overrun the polling station. We have asked the National Police Service and all security agencies to help us to deal with this phenomenon of super agents, who are mainly some of the senior politicians in this country.
The National Cohesion and Integration Commission chairperson Bishop Dr. Kefa Omwaye urged residents to reject hate speech and ethnic profiling.
Your words carry weight. Use them to unite, not to divide. No cause, no campaign is worth a Kenyan's blood.
Other stakeholders agreed to deploy a multi-stakeholder approach towards ensuring the Thursday mini poll is free, fair, peaceful and credible.
Any form of voter bribery or, for that matter, any unethical practices is not entertained whatsoever.
But as the electoral players confirmed all is set for the poll, and activist Francis Owino has moved to the High Court seeking to stop the by-election, alleging electoral violence, voter intimidation, bribery and misuse of state resources which could undermine the credibility of the poll. Isufa reporting for Good Morning Kenya.
So the by-election still stands. Now, talking about the by-election, we have a team on ground, and this following report is just on the readiness of the polls that is from the ground, that the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has fined Nakuru Town East Legislator David Gekaria 2.5 million shillings over electoral code violations. Electoral Code of Conduct Enforcement Committee of the electoral body IBC, under the leadership of Alutala Mukhwana, has also ordered Gekaria to issue a public apology within 48 hours or face suspension from IBC supervised electoral activities. The legislator is accused of breaching the Electoral Code of Conduct during the campaign in Olkalau by-election, Nyandarua County. According to the complaint before the commission, Gekaria engaged in voter bribery while campaigning for United Democratic Alliance UDA candidate Samuel Mushena Nyaga, while giving the ruling. The chairman of the Electoral Code of Conduct Enforcement Committee, Mukhwana, said the decision and findings of the committee are to be officially referred to the office the Director of Public Prosecutions to investigate potential offences under the Election Offences Act. If the offences are established, Gekaria will be criminally prosecuted under the law.
The Honorable David Gekaria is hereby condemned to pay a fine of Kenya shillings 2.5 million within 48 hours of this determination. And finally, that failure to comply with these orders will attract further sanctions that will include, but will not be limited to, barring the Honorable David Gekaria from participating in any further electoral activity conducted and supervised by this commission.
We are dissatisfied with that particular decision, and in the circumstances, Chair, we shall be requesting for certified copies of the judgment as well as certified copies of the proceedings to enable us advise our client on the available legal remedies.
Well, we'll be keeping tabs on Olkalau. Now, former Defense Forces officer Major Peter Mugore has been handed a life sentence after he was found guilty of murdering his wife and his 2 children in October 2019 at the Laikipia Air Base. Justice Martin Muye, acing the verdict on Tuesday at the Milimani High Court, ruled the offense was brutal and the circumstances surrounding the crime required the maximum custodial sentence in criminal law.
Tuesday at Milimani's High Court, an ex-KDF officer was in the rank of a major at the time of the incident in 2019.
I have taken into consideration the heavy words by the accused person, but however, he has not shown any iota of remorse.
Judge Martin Muya delivering the verdict sentenced Mugure to jail for life.
The offense of murder carries punishment of death. This was infanticide and femicide. These are offenses which have become very rampant in our country, and they call for severe punishment.
The judge stated that although Mugure had already spent time in remand during the trial, the gravity of the offense outweighed any mitigating factors.
The prosecution has called for death penalty. I am aware that the Muruatetu case has not made it illegal, but in the circumstances of this case, and in bearing in mind the time the accused person has been in custody, I sentence him to life imprisonment.
Mugure waited lengths in 2019 after he was charged with the murder of his wife and 2 children. Will now serve a life sentence. However, dissatisfied with the pronouncement,
Your Lordship, it is a well-accepted altruism that it is only the wearer of the shoe who knows where it pinches the most. It is a further altruism that it is always darkest just before dawn.
Mugure informed the judge that he does not agree with the verdict and will appeal the decision.
Your Lordship, it is for that reason that I have instructed my advocates not to challenge the legality or severity of whatever sentence you deem fit to impose on me, but to challenge only the convictions. And for that, Your Lordship, I thank you for your indulgence.
Ruth Wambui for Good Morning, Kenya.
And after that particular sentencing, indeed, it went viral on social media, especially after Mugure there just gave or rather spoke after the verdict was issued that he should serve a life sentence. We'll be keeping tabs on that, given that he's already stated that he's going to be appealing the decision there. Now, still from the courts is that 4 people have been charged with manslaughter in connection with the collapse of a building in South B that led to the death of 2 people. The 4 who are arraigned at Milimani High Court before trial magistrate Caroline Mogo pleaded not guilty and were released on bond pending pre-trial. Details of this in the Scales of Justice segments.
Human rights organization approached the High Court with a petition seeking to bar both speakers of parliament from engaging in active politics owing to the independence of the legislature. However, Vocal Africa back in court barely a week after, seeking to have sanctions meted against the Speaker of the National Assembly, Moses Wetangula, for alleged contempt of court.
Last week we were here in court and we were able to get the conservatory orders to bar the 2 speakers from engaging in active politics. Yet, over the weekend, after those court orders were issued, we saw the Speaker of the National Assembly, openly defying those court orders.
While giving his directions on the notice of motion dated Sunday 12th July, Justice David Mburu ordered the application be served immediately as it was found to raise matters requiring urgent consideration.
I gave instructions for my clients, and I did file an application for contempt of court orders yesterday evening, and today that application was placed before the Honorable Judge, who was able to certify that application quite urgently.
The human rights group informed the court that Wetangula had continued engaging in active partisan politics despite an earlier court order requiring him to remain politically impartial.
The Speaker of the National Assembly, Moses Wetangula, did not shy away from participating in 6 events that required him not to participate, but he chose to participate in those particular events.
Justice Mburu will give a ruling on Thursday this week as he ordered the parties to be served immediately.
A court order is not a mere suggestion. It's a demand, it's an obligation that you should follow. When you choose to disobey court orders, it puts you under contempt.
Vocal Africa in its petition seeks to compel the speakers to uphold the constitution under the doctrine of separation of powers between the executive and the legislature.
This should actually be a clear message to anybody who thinks that they can disobey court orders. You cannot. Not at least in Kenya.
Bruce Mayoyo for Prime Edition.
Now we cross over to business, where the government will deploy a 945 million shillings fuel subsidy in the July-August pricing cycle to maintain the current pump prices. Energy Cabinet Secretary Opiyo Wandayi says the subsidy, to be financed through the Petroleum Development Levy, is part of measures aimed at cushioning households and businesses from high fuel prices linked to volatility due to tensions in the Middle East.
The Energy Cabinet Secretary says the government-to-government fuel import arrangement has helped maintain stable supplies while shielding Kenyans from higher prices.
As a country, we have been able to benefit greatly, and our consumers have been able to feel cushioned adequately, even as prices continue to escalate worldwide. The point is that if it were not for the G2G fuel importation arrangement, we would have had very, very, very serious situations where prices go beyond our control.
He says the government has extended the application of the 8% value-added tax on petroleum products for 3 months until October 14, 2026, to cushion consumers. Wandayi attributes the government's intervention to uncertainty caused by conflict in the Middle East, which has affected transit of fuel through the Strait of Hormuz.
Given what it is, we can only guarantee that we shall be able to have adequate supply of fuels and do whatever it takes within our means as government, and to deploy the necessary tools at our disposal to try and mitigate the possible effect of these escalations.
Ndutamokami for KBC Channel 1.
To more sports news, that President William Ruto has reaffirmed his government's commitment to harnessing sports talent through the development of sports infrastructure. The President spoke yesterday when he hosted the 2 national women's soccer teams bound for international assignments, Harambee Starlets and Junior Starlets.
Jersey and a ball.
President William Ruto hosted the national women team Harambee Starlets at State House, Nairobi today morning.
Wonderful.
He challenged Harambee Starlets to go better than the group stage exit in their Women Africa Cup of Nations debut a decade ago, as they head to Morocco to battle for continental honors and in the hunt for a 2027 FIFA World Cup qualification.
Where you come from does not determine where you can go. Talent is not confined to big cities. Greatness is not reserved for a privileged few. It can emerge from every village, every school, every county. Dream boldly, work relentlessly, and when opportunity comes, be ready.
The president handed the national flag to Harambee Starlets, who will be flying out tonight for a pre-WAFCON residential training in France before they kick off their campaign on the 26th of this month against host and last year's finalist Morocco in a Group A fixture.
Sisi wote hata majuni wakienda World Cup pia na kuashua. Umeona venye wamecheza hapa, ni watu wako determine, watu wanaona mbele. So mimi naweza sema tukimalizana hapa usituachilie hivi sasa ndio baadaye tuende kwa Mr. President Hussein. Mr. President, tukishatoka hapa unaona talent venye ziko hapa. So Mr. President tuangalie.
Na also Mr. President, naweza sema jani jakuwa rahisi, even though kumekuwa na challenges, but tumefight, atujangalia hizo challenges venye zina nini.
Beldine Odemba's charges will face Algeria and Senegal in the other matches set for Rabat. The WAFCON semi-finalists will qualify for next year's FIFA Women's World Cup in Brazil, while the losing quarterfinalists will go through the playoffs. Ruto called on the junior starlets to record better results in this year's FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup in Morocco. The junior starlets under the tutelage of Mildred Cheche are in Group E in this year's World Cup set for October 17th and November 7th in Morocco alongside China, USA and Samoa.
That particular bit puts a cap on matters in the headlines this morning. Just remember to peruse our website, that is www.kbc.co.ke, for further updates in regard to what is making headlines, not only in current affairs or other politics, but also business and the sporting arena. As I bring this conversation to a close on this end, in as far as news is concerned, is that an outbreak surge has been reported in DRC that puts East Africa on alert. South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya are strengthening preparedness as the DRC outbreak expands. Experts have said that coordinated regional surveillance is key to avoid the cross-border transmission. And in as far as the run-up to the elections come 2027, is that the latest report indicates that Kenya faces an 84% chance of election violence. This is according to the latest report by an observer. So let me just take it through. Is that an observer group raises alarms as gun attacks escalate and institutions face scrutiny ahead of the 2027 general election. The report cites economic hardship, youth protests, police conduct, and political tensions as key drivers of potential unrest. I'm sure this is some of the areas, or rather some of the questions that my colleague Victor Olo is going to be putting across our guest this morning, who is eyeing the very top seat come the general elections in 2027. There's been a lot of conversation, Victor, in that Gunism is something that we're getting enculturated to. But then, what does this mean for the country's security? I'm sure you're going to be able to be unpacking this, as well as a strategy that our guest this morning is going to be applying going forward. I'm Regina Manyara. I hand it over to my colleague Victor Lowe for the next conversation. Do keep it right here.
I'm very happy that KBC is making it possible for Kenyans to watch World Cup. I'm still hedging my bets on the teams that are there. Don't ask me which one for now. Let's leave that one for another day.
Everybody laughed. They're not laughing now. He scored a big goal to get England back into this game before half-time, and now they're looking for another one. He scored 2 in a minute against Mexico, trying to do the same here. England buoyant. Harry Kane got a lot behind it. Good save, Neelan. Low, strong, impactful, but Neelan in the right place.
Slim Nyarawendo SNA Radio Mayiga Mato Marwa.
Pindi tunapowasha vifaa vyetu, tunapata fursa ya kutangamana na wasikilizaji wetu.
Karibu sana thĩinĩ wa tabarĩra ya Rwiga.
Tunapeperusha utangazaji uliobobea katika habari,
ni ũndũ wa macio na mangĩ maingĩ,
burudani,
nĩ harĩa tũkoragwo tũkĩigua nyĩmbo mwaki nyĩmbo hot,
na hamasisho la kiroho. Usiachwe nyuma. Jiunge nasi kwa safari ya kufana katika 99.5 FM. Soro FM.
All right, welcome back. It's now time for us to get to the discussion. Today being Wednesday is the viewpoint, and we want to have a special view on the presidency of one gentleman, Eliud Owalo. He resigned from the cabinet and he said that he is the best bet for this country come 2027 general election. He's here with me in studio to answer all your questions, and of course some of them that I will also be asking him. Let him tell us what his agenda is and why he thinks that he is the best man to take us to the next general election until 2032, and if possible, for the next 10 years, right?
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning to you.
Good to see you.
Yes.
Just to mention, that is my former boss.
I hope there's no conflict.
No.
Because I'm no longer in that position. I'm no longer in that position.
No, I'm not conflicted.
No.
But good to have you.
Thank you.
You did well.
Yes.
As you can see.
Yes.
What is your projection? What can you see around?
No, I like the ambience. Yeah, I believe KBC has the potential.
Yes.
Yeah, a bit of engineering here and there, and you'll be good to go.
We thank you.
Good.
You did your part.
Thank you.
Okay, as usual, we'll take through the front page of the local dailies before we get to the discussion. Let me start with the Star. The Star says that Kalonzo Sifuna Matiang'i in high-stakes scramble to take on Ruto. The anti-Ruto drive in disarray as internal wars rock opposition. That's on the front page of the Star newspaper. Still on the front page, the multi-agency yesterday had a press conference where they said that there's a major test for IBC as Ol Kalou heads to the ballot. That is tomorrow. The Inspector General Police was there. IEBC official was there. We also had the NCIC officials and many stakeholders. Yesterday said that they're up to task to ensure that the Ol Kalou by-election is taken care of as per the law. Again, the president also hosted the Harambee Starlets in State House for breakfast yesterday. They are also proceeding to the Under-17 Women's World Cup that will be taking place in Morocco. That happened. Okay, that's on the front page of the Star newspaper. What do you have on the front page of the Daily Nation, Mheshimiwa?
A recipe for chaos that we are quoting disaster, courtesy of Gunism.
Yes.
Which is spreading in different parts of the country. Yes. Unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
If you ask me.
Basically, even my colleague Regina read about it. And it's something that, so to start, let me just start from there. Does it really worry you by the trend? Because for the past few months, it's been Gunism. There is nothing positive to report about it.
Absolutely. I don't believe that we should be using violence or inflicting violence on political opponents as a means of scaring them.
Yes.
I believe that we need to have a level playing ground where each and every candidate can sell his or her agenda without fear or favor or without intimidation from any quarter whatsoever. It's unfortunate that these acts of violence seem to be spiraling in different parts of the country. And if you ask me, I feel they are being abetted from somewhere. Yeah, I don't believe that the government cannot stop the Gunism.
Yeah.
Our security apparatus is one of the most sophisticated in this part of the world. And you can't tell me that you can have goons armed with machetes and with bows and arrows, in broad daylight, and they cannot be apprehended by the police. Where is our police?
CS Murkomen said that a number of people were arrested over the weekend.
I mean, but they need to be arrested and convicted.
Yes.
Yeah? These fellows are known. I mean, it was all over the media. Yeah? And these people, their faces are known. Like the ones in Kisumu, they are known. The people behind them are also known. Why is it that government cannot stop this act of violence? It's mind-boggling, if you ask me.
It's mind-boggling.
Yeah.
I just hope that something is going to be done. And let's come back home again on the Standard. The Standard says too little, too late. That's on the front page of the Standard. Too little, too late. The Standard reports that tomorrow's Olkalau by-election has become a chilling dress rehearsal for the 2027 general election, with voter bribery, violence, intimidation, and gun attacks exposing glaring failures by security agencies and the Electoral Commission. As IEBC promises a credible poll, an international report warns Kenya faces an 84.1% likelihood of electoral violence next year, raising fresh questions over whether institutions can prevent the country from sliding into another democratic crisis. This headline reminds us of 2007.
It's quite unfortunate. I believe that our institutions charged with the responsibility of overseeing elections need to exercise their mandates impartially, without fear or favor or without instructions, exterior instructions from any quarter. They must ensure that we have got a level playing ground for all the political players.
Yes.
I would be very, very disappointed if we go into these coming elections with a lopsided field. IEBC need to exercise its mandate in accordance with the law and without any sort of discrimination. It should be as impartial as possible so that we have a free and fair elections and so that the will of the people can prevail. Yeah.
Very good. So now, a few days ago, 4 or so days ago, you launched your political party officially.
Yeah.
So is all systems go?
Yeah, it is all systems go. We are geared. We now have the People's Prosperity Party, PPP, which is anchored on a very strong ideological orientation of distributed social democracy.
Yes.
The implication of this is that a PPP government will strive to ensure equitability in distribution of Kenya's resources. The challenge we have been having in this country is that the resources of the country is in the hands of a few individuals. So much so that even when we have economic growth, that economic growth is not translated into economic development. It does not translate into a rise in the standards of living of the people at the grassroots. This is the paradigm that we want to shift. We want to ensure that there is equity and equitability in distribution of Kenyan resources so that those who benefit from the resources of this country primarily should be the value chains at the grassroots.
Yes.
Those who are actually the backbone of the economy. Today you find the farmers thriving, you find the fishermen thriving, but the benefits accrue to other people within the top echelons, the so-called merchants of business. So we really want to facilitate equitability in distribution of resources so that everybody gets rewarded to a level commensurate with their contributing component towards growth of the Kenyan economy.
That sounds like a very soft approach, because when you talk about resources and distributed equally amongst Kenyans, that sounds like
not equally. It's equitability. There's a difference between equally and equitability.
I stand corrected.
Yes.
But that sounds so soft that it touches the softest part of every Kenyan.
Yes.
Emotionally speaking.
Yes.
Most of the presidential candidates will say the same thing.
Yeah.
How will you do it differently?
Well, there's difference between theory and practice. What I say is what I do. If I've got a plan before I join the government, it's the plan that I'm going to implement when I get elected. And that is the problem I have with the legacy politicians, because they make all sorts of promises during the campaign, but when they get into government, it's a different ballgame.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's why I really believe that Kenyans should elect transformational leaders, leaders who really want to address the challenges facing the common mwananchi. Today, talk to any Kenyan in any part of the country. They'll tell you they are facing two twin challenges: lack of money in the pocket and difficulty in putting food on the table. I have got a plan.
Which plan is that?
One, in my well-considered opinion as an economist, I believe the lack of money in their pocket is a function of a punitive taxation regime. Yeah? The tax levels are extremely high. to the extent that after taxation, the level of disposable income cannot enable Kenyans meet basic subsistence. That is an issue that we need to address. And that's why I'm saying that once elected president, having done my maths and analysis as an economist, I'll bring down the level of income tax from 35% to 20%. In equal measure...
35 to 20?
To 20.
Okay.
In equal measure, I'll bring down the level of VAT from 16% to 10% because VAT is a major contributor towards the high cost of living index. The spiraling prices is a result of high level of VAT. If you buy sugar, there's a VAT in it. If you buy salt, there's a VAT in it. All these basic essential commodities, their prices are high because of VAT. We can drastically reduce the level of VAT from 16% to 10% comfortably without any negative spiral effects. The other thing I'm going to do is to bring down the level of corporate tax by 5% across the board to spur investment in the economy by businesses. And then we do away with the digital tax. I don't see why we should have this so-called digital tax, because the digital and creative economy is one space where we have got enormous potential. In fact, if you ask me, the only opportunity that we have to empower our youth. We no longer have the white-collar jobs, but we have got an abundance of opportunities within the digital space for our young boys and girls to explore their full
You talk potential. about digital tax, and this was part of your docket.
Yes.
When you're in the ministry.
Yes.
And you oversaw this passing through the cabinet until it got effected.
Yeah.
How would you reverse it?
Well, through the same process.
And by the time it was passed, you were the boss.
Yes, but I gave my views. I gave my views as far as that was concerned. You know, when you are in a position in government where you are expected to be the expert advisor to authority, your work starts and stops at the point of giving advice. You are not in control of whether or not whatever advice you give will be taken. I gave my views appropriately as required.
So your view is you think
we should do away with the digital tax.
Why?
Because we can get that money elsewhere. Why should we levy digital tax in a space which is the only avenue that we have to enable our youth exploit their full potential? Every young boy and girl today on the phone can earn a living in the digital space, so long as they have the digital skills. There's an abundance of digital jobs there which they can do. They can be here in Kenya but working for different companies in different parts of the world, and they are being paid in foreign currencies. Okay. And I've seen it happen. I've seen boys who have just completed fourth form earning up to and including 200 Kenya shillings per month in the digital space, doing different jobs at the same time, working for different companies the same day. A company in the US in the morning, another one in the UK in the afternoon, another one in Canada or India in the evening, you see. So they can work, multitask and work for different companies at the same time doing different jobs, and they are paid. The harder you work, the more you get.
Okay. Is this one of the reasons why you want to be president?
Definitely, this will be a key plank in my campaign. I'm very concerned about the high levels of unemployment in the country. And I believe that the space that we have for our youth is the digital and creative economy. And we need to go a step further and augment this through sports. Sports is another space where we have got abundance of opportunities for our young boys and girls. If we can nurture their talent early enough, we should be able to exploit their full potential. It is not cast on stone that our children must today pursue education up to university the way we did before getting employed or before earning a source of living. We should be liberal enough to build on the strengths, skills, competencies, and capabilities in area of this youth in areas where they are strong. If somebody is talented in football or netball or volleyball or athletics, why can't we allow them to pursue that? Sport is today big business. With an enabling policy framework, we should be able to empower our youth courtesy of sport. And what we need to do is, first of all, to ensure that we have the requisite infrastructure for sports, sports facilities. We need to start by establishing talent development centers at the grassroots.
Yes.
I'll take you back a little bit because I'm a soccer enthusiast.
All right.
In the 1980s, the Kenya national soccer team, Harambee Stars, used to do very well. Actually, it was a regional powerhouse. But that's a team that had played together for a while, but also it's a team that entailed players who had gone through the youth structures that had been established in the early 1970s by one German called Bernhard Zgoll. It just shows you what we can do if we identify, nurture, and exploit the potential in our youth at an early age. You can't build sport from the top. You have to build sport from the grassroots.
Yes.
And that requires an enabling policy framework to facilitate. And that is one thing that I'm very passionate about. And given the opportunity by Kenyans as president, I'll go the full hog and ensure that sport becomes a major plank of our economy.
Okay. So let's rewind back to, sometimes back.
Yeah.
So you are there, and one moment you decide that you want to be president.
Yes.
What really struck that part of your spinal cord that shook you a little bit and said, I'm going to run for it?
Empathizing with Kenyans. I mean, I've been into different parts of this country. And everywhere I went, Kenyans are telling me they're struggling. They don't have money in their pocket and they don't have food on the table. And they have gone ahead and told me that they do believe that the problem we have in this country is not lack of resources. We have the requisite resources, but they believe that our biggest problem is corruption.
Yes.
Yeah? They no longer, in their view, trust the legacy politicians. And I've been urged on. They have told me that the Kenyans have told me that, Eliud, we believe that you can be a good manager of resources. We have seen your track record. When I was CSICT, the Ministry of ICT, was voted by none other than the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, under my leadership, as the least corrupt ministry. Yeah? The Corruption Perception Index was at its lowest ebb when I was the CSICT, okay? So that is an indicator of my track record. I'm a person of integrity. When I was in the private sector, also for a period of 23 years before I joined the government, I established myself as one of the most sought after strategists in Africa.
Yeah.
I built that reputation. So I'm a performer. The things I did when I was at Ministry of ICT, rollout of the fiber optic cable, establishment of the digital hotspot, establishment of the Wi-Fi's, digital skilling, and even embarking on the process of revitalizing the Postal Corporation of Kenya and the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, that is in the public domain. So my record speaks for itself as a performer and somebody who will actually facilitate zero tolerance to corruption based on track record. I'm a person of integrity and Kenyans believe in it.
A person of integrity.
Yeah.
So this is part of your agenda?
Oh, yes. In fact,
amongst many others.
Oh, yes.
Go ahead and explain them.
When I'm elected president, I will do everything possible within my means to ensure that there is zero tolerance for corruption in my government. In fact, for a start, I will reopen all cases of corruption within the period of the 2010 constitutional dispensation, so that Kenyans can get a closure. We need to have impartial investigations of these cases of mega corruption, so that people need to know the culprits, those who have been siphoning money out of public coffers. I mean, Kenyans deserve that. The problem we have been having is interference with institutions which are supposed to fight corruption, political interference. We need to have an EACC, a DCI, Director of Prosecutions, who are exercising their mandate impartially without any instructions from any quarter. And we need to separate the three arms of government so that they work independently of each other. Yeah, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. Yeah, those three arms of government should work independently. I really want to facilitate, benefiting from my past experience in government, full digitalization of government services as one of the avenues of stopping corruption. When I got into the Ministry of ICT, I found only 350 government services digitalized. By the time I left, we had gone a step further and digitalized a whopping 22,000 services, which were then available on digital platform. The net effect is that Kenyans no longer needed to physically go to government offices to seek most of the government services. They could acquire these services from the comfort of wherever they are, including but not limited to the comfort of their homes. Okay?
Yes.
What was the end result? The end result was that the level of government revenue, domestically collected revenue, shot from a meager 60 million shillings per day to about 1 billion shillings per day. What did we do? We just sealed the revenue leakages, courtesy of digitalization. So I've seen it work. Digitalization is one of the avenues through which we can seal revenue leakages with a view to stopping corruption. And I'll ensure that we digitalize everything in government. We digitalize procurement. Yeah, we digitalize implementation of projects, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting framework, and accountability for utilization of public funds.
You talked about independence of all these independent bodies, but Mheshimiwa, it sounds easier said than done.
So long as there's the will, it's possible. I mean, what is so difficult in getting the judiciary, for example, to exercise its mandate without interference from the executive?
Yeah, do you think you won't have networks there?
We don't need to. We don't need to. And if anybody is interfering with the judiciary, I mean, they need to face the full force of the law because the Constitution is supreme. I would wish to see a parliament that is exercising its mandate independently of the executive. Today, this parliament has become a mere appendage to the executive. They are dancing to the whims of the executive. Yeah? It is, actually, to me, this is the most embarrassing parliament in our lifetime.
You can say that?
Oh, yes, absolutely. It is. And I can say that again and again and again. Yeah? It is a toothless bulldog. It has become a mere appendage to the executive. And that is not the direction we should
Executive that you are part of?
Oh, yes, but not as president. I'll reverse that trend when I become president.
How will you reverse that?
Just let institutions do their work. Let Parliament do its work. Let Parliament provide the checks and balances to the executive with a view to making sure that the executive delivers on its mandate based on promises made to Kenyans and ensuring that there is prudence in utilization of resources. That's what they should do. But when now Parliament wants to behave as if it is part and parcel of the executive, and then they are letting down Kenyans, the electorate, who put them into those offices. Yeah.
I remember covering one of the by-elections in Kibra constituency where you are part of the participants.
Oh, yes.
And I remember covering you extensively.
Yes.
What have you learned since then, getting to a by-election, and now you want to run for the top seat of this country? And of course, you've run, you've gone through the ranks up to here where you are today.
Kibra was another Al-Kalau.
I remember that.
Yes, it was another Al-Kalau because, it's a by-election. By-elections, if you ask me, is quite different from the general election because by-election, the focus of the whole country is in one constituency. Just as is the case of Al-Kalau today, we had government coming into Kibra with massive resources at that point in time with a view to tilting the scales in favor of the system-preferred candidate, as was the case then. Yeah? So that really is not the direction we should go. We really need to have a level playing ground for all candidates.
Yes.
But when you get to a situation where government is coming in with all sorts of resources, to tilt the scales in favor of one candidate, then that is not an impartial electoral process. And this is happening in the full glare of the IEBC. And they keep quiet about it. I mean, who does not see the type of goodies in Al-Kalau today, government goodies in Al-Kalau today? Yeah?
Why can't we? Those are campaign, the development materials taken to that region because they deserve the better as well.
Yeah, but why is it just aligned to the period of this by-election? Why couldn't that development be done earlier? Why should transformers be relocated from Bere to Al-Kalau? I mean, we are actually perpetuating a wrong system for future generations.
Okay. Yeah. Why would Wanjiku in Peketoni, Wanjiku in Turkana, Wanjiku in North Hor, Wanjiku in Nyatiki Wuthugik should trust you with her vote?
Because I'm believable and I have a track record as a transformational leader. What I say is what I do. Ask anybody who has interacted with me. When I take a position, I stick to that position. And I'll not take Kenyans for a ride. Believe you me, I'll not take Kenyans a ride. What I promise to do is what I will do when I'm elected president. I've talked about taxation. The other issue which I want to bring to the fore is debt. Our level of spiraling debt. We must address it. The problem we are facing today is that we come up with a budgetary framework with the notion in the background that we will use debt to fill the revenue gap. Yeah? Debt should not be utilized as a revenue-raising measure to fill budgetary deficit. Under my government, I'll run a zero budget deficit. We will cut our cloth according to our size, just the same way we do in our homes. You plan at family level based on the resources available at your disposal. You don't plan with the notion that you are going to borrow to fill the gap. That's what we should do at macro level. The same thing we are doing at micro level is what we should do at macro level. And I will only sanction, my government will only sanction public debt in instances where that debt is going to projects which can repay the debt and for the benefit of the people. In fact, my government will go a step further and undertake a forensic audit of all previous debt, so that we are certain, the veracity or otherwise, that one, the debt was acquired in conformity to the law, and two, that the debt was utilized for purposes of public good. We need to do that audit for the good of Kenyans.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's come back and ask you a question. Are you a government project? Are you Ruto's project?
You know, this is a question I've been asked and I've answered 1,001 times.
You also need to answer it here.
And I'll not hesitate to answer. To me, that is the most illogical and incorrigible argument I'm coming across, because my track record as somebody who is decisive and somebody who is forthright and somebody who takes risks is there for everybody to see. In the year 2019, when I decided to work with Ruto, I did it publicly, and I announced publicly that at that point in time, I was joining the Hustler movement and I was going to support William Ruto 2022. And I went the whole hog. Yeah? We shepherded him until he got into government.
Yes.
I do not see the rationale, if I wanted to work with William Ruto towards 2027, of quitting government, the top echelons of government at a cabinet level position, to go and work with him from outside.
In government, there are backdoor silent dealings, Monsieur.
Yes, yes.
So probably you are part and parcel of that.
I'm not part of those ping-pong games. I play my cards on the table. I'm not part of those ping-pong games. And that has never been my style.
That is contrary to what is in the public domain, that you are there to destabilize the Luo Nyanza voting bloc.
Let me ask you.
Go ahead.
How do I destabilize the Luo Nyanza voting bloc? In the current prevailing political arrangement, if we held all factors constant, it is presumed that Luo Nyanza voting bloc is within the ambit of the Orange Democratic Movement Party, isn't it? Which today is in bed with Ruto, isn't it? If I put my candidature forward, does that help Ruto or it works against Ruto? Because Ruto will want those Luo votes as a bloc, courtesy of ODM. That is if ODM is still in control of that Luo Nyanza vote. That's a question we need to address another day.
You're part of the network, allegations that you're part of the network to mobilize that voting bloc.
And then the voting bloc votes for me or votes for Ruto?
Let's take a break.
I mean, we need to be precise. Does that voting bloc vote for me or vote for Ruto? If it votes for me, then the answer is in the negative. It does not work in favor of Ruto.
We answer more. I still have more to ask you about that question.
Yes.
Stay with us.
Yes.
We're taking a break with my former boss. Who's
in by Odegaard, he's hit it deep, he's got Pickford committed. Anybody coming under the overlap, Pickford is down and play will be halted, and Norway will say, hang on a sec. protesting, and he's been cautioned by Turpin.
Ira's right. I mean, Pickford came into his own man, knows exactly what he's doing. We just touched on that earlier on. Yeah, that's going to hurt, but that's your job. You came out and you went and nailed your own player while you punted the ball away. I feel he knows what he's doing. Ira's just frustration. He's not one of the ones booked. I think they only had Noosa taking a yellow card into this game, so...
The wait is over. KBC Iko Huduma Center. Starting with Nairobi, kupata huduma za KBC imekuwa rahisi. From digital guidance and signet services to booking of commercial adverts and documentaries. Visit our dedicated desks at Huduma Center GPO, Times Square, Makadara, Kibera or Eastleigh. Tunakungoja hapo. Whether it's a casual announcement or a specialized media solution for your business, we are here to serve you. KBC at Huduma Centers, moving closer to you. Your station, your service.
The 2026 FIFA World Cup is coming to the end, and what a tournament this has been. Giants have fallen. Brazil, Germany, and even the fairy tale of Cabo Verde has come to an end. Now only 4 teams remain, and as we start the kick-off to the semi-finals and the finals, BBC World Service and KBC English Service will bring you live the action of the remaining matches. Catch all of them on KBC English Service and BBC World Service.
And welcome back. And here with Mheshimiwa Eliudawalo, who EGH, important to note, that he wants to be the president of this republic come 10th of August 2027. Many questions coming in, and I will be sampling some of them later on. But Mheshimiwa, I ask a question about you being the government project, why you quit the government, and there was a specific direction and order that you're supposed to handle, with specific focus on the Luo Nyanza voting bloc.
First of all, I'm not a Luo candidate. I'm a Kenyan presidential candidate. And if you look at my track record and even my pronouncement since I declared my presidential candidature, I've avoided tribal posturing because I don't believe that's the politics that we need to be practicing. We need to have a paradigm shift. So my stronghold is economic, and that's why I'm riding on an economic agenda. I'm not preoccupied with getting votes from where I was born. I want to get votes from majority of Kenyans across the board. And my stronghold is economic as opposed to tribal. I want to get votes from the youth who believe that I've got an agenda that will create an enabling environment for them to exploit their full potential. I want to get vote from women who believe that my agenda can facilitate an opportunity for them to undertake itinerary trade, because they have got that potential, but they don't have the requisite resources. I want to be the candidate of choice for civil servants, those in government today, who at the end of the month have no money because of punitive taxation. I want to be their candidate. I want to be the candidate of the farmers. I want to be the candidate of the fisher folk. So I want to work with value chains. My stronghold is the value chains. It's not tribal. And I'm not going to be part and parcel of tribal conglomerations, because I've seen it in this country since independence, and it's not helped Kenyans. People putting together tribes, leaders putting together their ethnic communities, cobbling ethnic arrangements for purposes of attaining political power. And once they get into government, they forget about the people. I'm not going to be part and parcel of that. I want to ride on a transformational agenda, which is truly people-centric and with the ultimate objective of addressing the challenges facing the common one.
You've really talked about your agenda for this country. One of them is to tackle corruption. One of them is to tackle the debt that is the debt. You've talked about sports economy, which is quite massive. What else?
The other one is education.
Education.
I want us to re-engineer our education sector. If we collect adequate revenue, and in fact, before I get to education, I just want to expound on something. Many a time I've been asked where we are going to get revenue from to finance government expenditure if we are drastically reducing the level of taxation. And it is basic economics. Today, the level of tax is extremely high because only about 9 million Kenyans are paying tax out of a possible 36 million Kenyans, which means there's a whopping 27 million Kenyans who are not paying tax today because they can't pay what they don't have. They don't have a source of livelihood. So that is the starting point. We should interrogate. Why is it that we have got 27 million Kenyans who don't have a source of livelihood? This is where our mothers and sisters are. This is where our youth in the Juakali sector are. Why don't we push resources to those sectors so that these fellows can operate at optimal capacity utilization level from an economic perspective, so that they get some optimal level of income and by extension they get into the tax bracket? Yes. And that is the answer to that question. Don't increase tax. The focus should not be on increasing the level of taxation to raise more revenue. The focus should be on widening the tax base. Yes. Bringing more people into the income bracket. Yeah?
Creating more jobs.
Creating more jobs. Creating an enabling environment for businesses. Then you will be able to collect more tax than we are currently collecting without increasing the level of taxation. In fact, to be specific, drastically reducing the level of taxation, as I've already alluded to earlier. I believe if we are going a step further to utilize that tax well by sealing the revenue leakages and reducing wastage in government and doing away with the corruption, we should be able to have adequate resources to facilitate free primary education. So that will be a key plank of my plan. I want my government will facilitate free primary education and free day secondary education. The Kibaki government had free primary education. Where were they getting resources from? It just shows you that there's something amiss. There's something that we are not doing right. In equal measure, my government will facilitate free public health services in all public hospitals. Based on this background I've given you in terms of how we need to put together a framework that facilitates prudence in utilization of resources.
I have a couple of questions coming from our viewers out there, but let me ask you this question. What is your definite or your clear path to victory without going to form political coalitions? Because as we speak, many people are going to have coffee in the evening. Yes. Brothers are going to have coffee. People are going to have meetings. Yes. But I've not heard you talk about having a coalition and all that.
You see, I'm benefiting from practical existential experience in presidential campaigns.
And you think you can go all alone?
In 2013, yes, I headed the Raila presidential campaign. In 2022, I was a key plank in the Ruto presidential campaign. Believe you me, real political coalitions for purposes of elections are formed 6 months to the elections.
So you will form a coalition?
That is a discussion we'll need to have next year. And I'm not saying I will not form a coalition. What I'm praying for is that when the time, when we get there, I would be willing to form a coalition with people of like minds, transformational leaders, people who want to facilitate real change for the benefit of the Kenyan people. What I'm reluctant to do is to get into a coalition with the legacy politicians. And I've worked with these people, I know them in and out. There is no major politician today who is running for president whom I've not interacted with at a personal level or worked with. Yeah? When I was heading the Raila campaign in 2013, yes, Raila was the candidate. Kalonzo was a co-principal, Wetangula was a co-principal. When I contested in Kibra, I ran on ANC ticket. I worked closely with Musalia up to the point when I transitioned to work with the Ruto axis. And I've worked with Ruto from 2019 up to January 2026. So I know these fellows in and out, but still, at a personal level. But let me finish. This is coalitions. No. Let me finish. If these are the people Kenyans are banking on to facilitate real change in this country, then we are in for a rude shock. These fellows cannot facilitate any change. They have been part and parcel of government.
You know them?
I know them at a personal level. Ruto has been in government for 30 years. Different governments. Kalonzo and his team, they have been in government for between 30 to 50 years.
And you've been part of that system
No.
I
have not been part of government. I've worked with these people from a strategic perspective. I've worked with them as a strategist. I was only in government for 1.5 years or 2 years. Yeah, this Ruto government. I've never been in government before. But I've been an advisor. strategies to kill off these politicians. So what I'm saying is this. I'm not going to be in a hurry to form coalitions with the legacy politicians. Yet I know very well that there is no light at the end of the tunnel. I don't see why we should get into coalitions just for purposes of getting into government. Then when we get into government, we forget about the people. Yeah. You change the forests, but you retain the same monkeys. I mean, that's a zero-sum game. We will be taking Kenyans for a ride. I believe they are good politicians whom I can work with, transformational leaders, people who can be agents of real change for the benefit of the Kenyan people. And I'm saying in the fullness of time, at an appropriate time, I'll get into such a coalition.
Very good.
Yeah.
There are a couple of questions coming from our viewers. One, Nicholas is asking, our president-to-be wants to lower taxes considerably. Ask him where he will get the money to run the country.
I've answered that. We widen the tax base and then stop corruption and seal revenue leakages and then cut wastage in government. Today, if you go to Naivasha, these hotels are on the road to the flower farms. Those parking lots are full of government vehicles. People are in seminars. They are supposed to be working, but they are in what? Seminars. What are they discussing in those hotels in this era of technology, which they cannot do virtually? It is wastage. The amount of money we spend on travel, both domestic and foreign, the amount of money we spend on allowances for public servants is astronomical. We need to do away with that. Then we cut down corruption. We will be able to and widen the tax base. We will be able to have adequate resources to do what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Another gentleman called Obiro Nyawanga. Obiro Nyawanga is asking, basically this is a statement, corruption in employment, especially army, police, should be looked into.
Oh yes, absolutely. It should not be based on technical know-how, but technical know-how. And this should apply across the board in all recruitment processes. Yeah? Let us employ people in government based on their skills, competencies, capabilities, as opposed to whom they know. Today, there's a lot of political interference in recruitment processes. I've been in government and I know this happens. It's unfortunate. What would happen to our children, the boys and girls who don't know anybody at all in government? How are they? And yet they have gone to school. I mean, we are killing the future of our children.
Okay.
Yeah.
Obiro has got 3 concerns. I think you should hire Obiro as your advisor because he has got 3 pieces of advice here for you. He says that unemployment among trained youths be addressed.
Absolutely. And I've talked about addressing it through the digital and the creative economy.
Okay. Last one. The government should regulate college intakes to meet yearly demand in the country.
That cannot be gainsaid. He is right.
How would you do that? Because when it comes to intakes, there's a lot of problem, coups failing, you know, the 100% transition also here and there.
We must have, first of all, a system that works. If it is an IC system, it should be foolproof. We can't have a system that is on and off. That is the starting point. And everybody should have equal access to those opportunities. But even having said that, one of the things I really want to address in the educational system is matching the training that we are offering our youth to the demands of the market. Okay? There's no point of training youth, who are not going to get demand in the job market. We should be able, in fact, I would really strengthen issues to do with the technical and vocational training, because that will enable our youth not just get white-collar jobs, but they can actually become entrepreneurs as opposed to job seekers at the tail end. Let us align the training opportunities and the training curriculum with the demands of the market. Let us start with demand, and then we work backwards towards the supply.
Another question here, this is a little bit lengthy, Mheshimiwa. What does Eliud Owalo really want? Could it be sibling rivalry and extreme projection of bitterness? Because he worked with President Uhuru Kenyatta only to be...
No, I never worked with Uhuru Kenyatta. I've never worked with Uhuru Kenyatta. I was never part of Uhuru Kenyatta's government.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then I need to restructure that because you say that he has done the same with Ruto now.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is one question that makes people doubt Owalo's intentions.
So my intention is to serve Kenyans. You know, I differ with these fellows because we have a plan and then midstream they change their mindset and forget about the people. And that's why I've said this time around, this coming election, I'm not going to work for any single politician. I'll work for the Kenyan people, and that's why I want to be president. I'm a very principled person. And if we agree on something, and then you change your mind midstream, in total disregard to what the aspirations of the Kenyan people are, I'll tell you, no, I'm not boarding. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Toretich says that EGH Owalo is my preferred presidential aspirant in 2032, not 2027.
Why should I wait for 2032? What if there is no country to rule in 2032?
There will be a country.
Why should I wait for 2032, yet there may be no country by 2032 if we don't fix things by 2027? Kenya can easily go down the drain.
But there is a statement with Toretich. What he says, 2032?
Yeah, but why? Why should I wait for 2032? Yet we have a problem right now. Which
he has hope in you, but not 2027.
No, why? I mean, that is escapist. You need to put facts on the table. We must fix the country now. We cannot wait for another 6 years.
Yes.
Yeah. That's why I've stepped forward. I've come forward as an agent of necessity to fix the challenges facing the country right now. I cannot wait for 2032. There may be no country to govern in 2032.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's another lady called Mary. Mary asks, Mheshimiwa, you are part of the cabinet. What is your take on SHA? Mwananchi anaumia.
SHA has got challenges. SHA has got challenges and it needs re-engineering. It needs to be relooked at fresh. What I've done so far is not to wait to get into government again to confront this issue. I've already constituted a team of health sector experts, to look into the health sector issues in totality, SHA inclusive, and come up with a report together with attendant recommendations as to what we need to do to sort out the challenges in the health sector and facilitate free public health services in all public hospitals. So that's work in progress.
Now, let's come back a little bit.
Yeah.
So 2027, August 10th, elections done, and God willing, you are the clear winner.
Yeah.
First 90 days in office?
Free primary education and free day secondary education. Free public health services in all public
We will hold you to account, Mheshimiwa.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
We will hold you to account.
Oh, yes. Instantly. I'll do that.
Free primary education?
Free primary education. And that will be a performance indicator for me within 90 days. Free public health services in all public hospitals. It's a question of just re-engineering government.
What else? Okay. Because when you talk about health and education, that touches the backbone of...
Oh, yes. And then taxes will go down, as I've already espoused. I bring down income tax from 35% to 20%. I bring down VAT from 16 to 10%. I do away with the digital tax, and I cut corporate tax by 5% across the board. And to me, I would really wish to have as a performance indicator for my government a rise in the standards of living of the people. The problem we are facing today is that there are a lot of projects, here and there, which are being bandied around. But this has not translated to a rise in the standards of living of the people. People don't have the disposable income.
Yes.
The purchasing power of the people has gone down. I would wish that my greatest performance indicator, first and foremost, is a rise in the purchasing power of the consumer.
Yeah.
A rise in the level of disposable income. Yeah? Pesa mfukoni, chakula mezani, elimu bora, na afya njema. Those should be my performance indicators.
That sounds okay.
Pesa mfukoni, chakula mezani, elimu bora, na afya njema. Those are my 4 key performance indicators.
Very good.
In government.
A gentleman from Good Morning Kenya, Rubani Rob from Lesos, Nandi County. He says, I love Mheshimiwa Eliud Owalo and will consider him in 2032 because he is a bit late at the moment. That is Rubani Rob from Lesos.
You know, I think these are fellows who are still living in the past. They believe because I supported Ruto.
You have 2 gentlemen also projecting you 2032.
Yeah, they believe because I supported Ruto in 2022, that I need to support him again in 2027. That is wishful thinking. It's not going to happen. It's his payback time. If he realizes he can't win,
so you think
the onus is on him.
So the president should support you?
Yeah, yes. Why not? I mean, all factors being held constant, we have a problem. Go to any part of the country and people saying they don't have money and they don't have food. And I'm telling you, that I'm stepping forward as an agent of necessity to sort out these two twin challenges. The current government has failed to address those two issues. Talk to anybody. Or you have money in the pocket yourself, do you?
You will put money when you get good.
So, yes, the fact that I supported Ruto in 2022 does not mean I need to support him in 2027.
Okay.
The political environment is dynamic. It is not static. The political tectonic plates keep on shifting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Another question is that, Mheshimiwa, stop saying free, Mheshimiwa. Be realistic. You have the agenda, but cutting taxes, you just end borrowing. Okay, I think I got it right.
I've answered that.
I think I'm going to try it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So and people need to give me the benefit of doubt. I'm not just a career politician. I'm an economist. So I know what I'm talking about.
I think you...
When I bandy around these figures, I bandy around these figures after thorough statistical analysis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a gentleman called, good morning, Kenya. Very good morning. I'm Jeff from Kitale. Jeff is saying, kindly advise His Excellency, Eliud Owalo, to work with the people like Fred Matiang'i. He has good ideologies. He is fit to deputize Matiang'i.
Those are bridges that we are going to cross when we get there. It's too early to talk about who is going to be the candidate and who is going to be the candidate's running mate at this point in time. We will cross that bridge.
So you don't have a running mate right now?
It's too early. It's too early to talk about that.
Okay.
I'll address that early next year. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Naitwa Mark Odia from Siaya County, Alega Usonga. Napenda sasa manifesto, napenda siasa manifesto ya Eliud Owalo. Anaweza geuza Kenya iwe kama Dubai kulingana na hizo agenda zake.
Ndio.
Kiswahili kubwa hiyo.
Ndio, tunataka mabadiliko ya ukweli. Yeah? Siasa ya kutumia wananchi ili watu waingie kwa serikali, halafu tukiingia kwa serikali tunasahau wananchi. Hiyo ndio siasa ambayo inatakikana tuwache na tuzike katika kaburi la sahau.
So you are so sure that tunaweza geuza Kenya kuwa kama Dubai?
Ndio. Kama Dubai, hapana Singapore.
Very good. What keeps you awake at night?
I think of what I need to do the following day. I mean, I'm always thinking of what I need to do the following day. Yeah. Yeah, I'm always thinking. I'm always planning. Yeah.
A question here. Do you miss Raila Odinga?
Oh, yes. I mean,
he's your former boss.
Give it to him. You know, all factors being held constant, I don't think we have had any impactful politician within our current political dispensation other than Raila Odinga. Yeah? I mean, this guy was part of the advent from single-party dictatorship to multi-party democracy. He was a facilitator, a key facilitator of our 2010 constitutional dispensation, the father of the evolution in Kenya. I mean, he's left a gap. I don't think there's any single politician in Kenya today who can fit in his shoes, myself inclusive. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you must give it to him.
More questions coming, Mheshimiwa. Yeah. Good morning. I'm not a Guko. There's a colleague called a Guko Ram. My name is Victor.
Yeah.
Good morning, Victor. Say hi to Waziri Owalo. We are behind him. He's such a great resource. I'll pass by the office to say hi. David Oyolo.
Sure.
David Oyolo?
I look forward to seeing David.
Ingia kwa ofisi, say hi.
He's a friend of mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another one.
An enterprising young man.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm Nancy from Eldoret.
Yeah.
I like Owalo's manifestation. Too much taxation closed so many businesses that has led Kenyan to be poorer than ever.
Yeah, I like the objectivity of Kenyans. When we need to confront issues, and I would wish that we have issue-based politics moving forward, so that we confront the challenges facing the common mwananchi indiscriminately, without taking note of our backgrounds, our religions. You know, let us face the challenges facing the common mwananchi as Kenyans. We need to have that approach, and that's why personally I've decided that I want to work with people of like minds so that we can go back to factory settings and have a fresh start for Kenya. Yeah? That's why I will not be engaged in issues of one-term politics or two-term politics. Okay?
All right.
I want a fresh term for Kenya.
Fresh term.
Led by Eliud Owalo.
That's a nice one.
Yeah.
Fresh term.
Fresh term.
One last question here from gentleman. Good morning, Kenya. Mr. President-to-be, bring those manifestos kwa muungano na Sifuna tujenge Kenya. Otherwise, you are good to go. Tafuta mizizi, you understand the political ethics of Kenya. Ni Chief Moses.
We have to change our political fabric. We have to re-engineer our body politic. And that also involves Kenyans themselves, the voter. The voter must also change the mindset so that we start voting in people based on their track record, people, leaders of integrity, not based on power of the pocket. Today you see leaders carrying sacks of money and distributing it in the countryside, and they look great. I mean, we should be looking at these leaders, politicians in the eye and asking them, where have you gotten this money from? Yeah, because it is taxpayers' money they have stolen, and then now you are going ahead, you steal from me, and then you want to bring me back the money. I mean, I'll tell you no. Yeah.
Another question, I wonder how to trust Waziri. If he's not just a project, then let him justify why he had to quit his job. But in line, he's ambitious. But in line with his ambitions.
I mean, there is what is called responsibility, collective responsibility in government. I was not going to be part and parcel of the high echelons of government, yet criticizing it from within. That will be in discordance with the ethics in government. I had to step out and pursue, do my thing from outside. Yeah. And that is why I stepped out, so that I can start working on my presidential campaign and agenda. Today we have a party, the People's Prosperity Party, which is anchored on ideological orientation of distributist social democracy. Distributing wealth, getting wealth from the high and mighty, who have been milking the sweat of Kenyans since independence, and taking it to the masses. That's why I want really to appeal to Kenyans to join me in this third liberation agenda. Our first liberation was independence. The second liberation was multi-party democracy. The one and only remaining liberation today, the third liberation, is economic. And that is the liberation movement I want to lead moving forward, courtesy of the People's Prosperity Party. And I'm appealing to all Kenyans to join us in the People's Prosperity Party as members of the party, so that we can walk this journey together. Dial *509 *509 hash, and then proceed to choose PPP. The People's Prosperity Party, and register as a member so that we work together.
Wishme, we are out of time, but just allow me to, that question came from Evans from Kisii. Another question, this is just a comment.
Yes.
Good morning, Kenya. I'm Wilkista Makoha, Anyaki Makoha.
Yeah.
This guy is good. I like Eliud Owalo's ideologies. Advise him to work closely with Mr. Fix-It, you know? All right?
Who is Mr. Fix-It?
His Excellency, Dr. Fred Matiang'i. He can work well under him. In fact, he can be the best advisor to the Excellency, Dr. Fred Matiang'i. That is according to him. Will Kista talking to her. And finally, good morning, Kenya. Pass my warmest regards to Mr. Owalo. Mr. Owalo is an issue-based politician who is looking for long-term solution to our country's fiscal challenges. We should make President Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso our best friend. Have a blessed day. Lastly, this is a long one. I don't know whether I can read this one. Hello. I'm Honorable Ian Koros from Belgut. The ideas with Honorable Owalo is great. Which party is he standing? PPP. PPP. He's answered that. And finally, Haimwesh, if ODM is dead, convert its members to PPP and we work the journey together. Lily. Thank you so
I could put it in any better way.
Asante sana.
Thank you.
We have to wrap it up there. There are so many questions coming now, and many people are watching. 30 seconds. You're a good man. To the camera. 30 seconds.
Let us work together as Kenyans within the third liberation movement so that we can address the challenges facing the common mwananchi. As Eliud Owalo, I've stepped forward to pursue the presidency of the Republic of Kenya as an agent of real change for the good of our country. Please give me the necessary support and I will not let you down. I'm a different creed of a politician. I'm a technocrat politician, and I can assure you that I will ensure prudence in utilization of Kenyan resources for the good of the Kenyan people.
Very good. Wishma, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Asante sana. That is my former boss, by the way. And Wishma, just hold there a little bit. Yes. My former boss. Thank you so much for watching. And we wish you all the best. He said that dial *509 hash and proceed thereafter. You'll join the party and choose PPP. Thank you so much for joining us. And all the questions, I wish I had all the time. I will sample some of them later on in the program.
Yes.
But we wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
GMK continues after this. Stay with us.
It was my pleasure.
Asante.
Good.
The wait is over. KBC Iko Huduma Center. Starting with Nairobi, kupata huduma za KBC imekuwa rahisi. From digital guidance and signet services to booking of commercial adverts and documentaries. Visit our dedicated desks at Huduma Center GPO, Times Square, Makadara, Kibera, or Eastleigh. Tunakungoja hapo. Whether it's a casual announcement or a specialized media solution for your business, we are here to serve you. KBC at Huduma Centers. Moving closer to you. Your station, your service.
And welcome back to Good Morning Kenya. Many thanks for staying with us. We are glad that you're still watching. My name is Mike Migu. Now, let's talk matters of conservation, and we are focusing on how we can protect Mount Kenya's ecosystem. Now, Mount Kenya is, when you talk about Mount Kenya, is the second highest peak in the continent, and it's also a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the major water towers within the country. However, matters that regard climate change, illegal activities, population pressure are also threatening this ecosystem. So how can we better protect it and ensure that even future generation will benefit from it? For that conversation in studio, I'm joined by Edward Mutito. Edward Mutito is the CEO of Mount Kenya Conservation Forum. Welcome to Good Morning Kenya.
Thank you.
And also Mr. Patrick Wanjohi, who is the chairman of Mount Kenya Conservation Forum. He is also an entrepreneur. Karibu sana. Let's get into the conversation now. And when we talk about the Mount Kenya ecosystem, I'll start with you, Mr. Edward. You know, Mount Kenya has had glaciers over time, and UNESCO has noted that these glaciers have shrunk for decades. And we have those that are remaining today. But my question is, what does the disappearance of these glaciers tell us about the health of the Mount Kenya ecosystem in general?
Thank you. That is a fair question. Well, as you said, my name is Edward Mutito.
Yes.
And I'm the CEO of Mount Kenya Conservation Forum.
Yeah.
Mount Kenya Conservation Forum primarily deals with the ecosystem, Mount Kenya ecosystem. Mm-hmm. And as you say that there is reduction of glacier in Mount Kenya, that is true.
Yes.
Because some time back, 30 years ago, you would see Mount Kenya with a lot of glaciers on the mountain. It remained white all through.
Yeah.
And at the same time, your eyes could laugh seeing Mount Kenya. Yeah. No, each and everybody.
Especially in the mornings.
Exactly, that is how it is.
Yeah.
And most of people thought there are no, the glacier did not have stones inside. Mm-hmm. It was just snow covering, standing.
Yes.
But we came to understand later that snow stands on the rocks. Mm-hmm. And due to the climate change, now Mount Kenya, the snow is too little.
Yeah.
You can just see when it rains, we have a lot of snow in Mount Kenya, and the following day, that is gone. Mount Kenya conservation, Mount Kenya has been affected, the ecosystem has been affected by reduction of the glacier melting. Because due to melting, we have a lot of problem because degradation of Mount Kenya has appeared now. It's now being seen well, not as before. And people or the community or Mount Kenya itself, we have started seeing problems because, the flow of the river's flow, the water flow, is too low. And that is because, the glaciers melts and goes down, and then it forms those tributaries that forms the river. And if you understand, Mount Kenya has almost 12 rivers that flows from Mount Kenya. So now that problem has been persistent due to the change of climate. And it has been a difficult thing to recover. And that's why we are now in to make sure that we turn back Mount Kenya as it was before. That is through partnership with other the government, conservation partners whom we partner with, and also the community, because benefits from Mount Kenya, the community benefit from Mount Kenya. If you come to Mount Kenya, you'll be able to see those people surrounding Mount Kenya are going up there, and they are, that's where they get there. It's a job. It creates a job.
There's a livelihood there.
Exactly, that's where they get their livelihood. But due to melting of the glacier, this has reduced, the capacity of engaging the community. The jobs have reduced.
And even the ecosystem itself and the biodiversity within is affected. Mr. Patrick Wanjohi, how important is Mount Kenya ecosystem, and why should we take a step in ensuring that we protect that ecosystem?
The protection of Mount Kenya ecosystem is very, very vital, because for one, Mount Kenya is one of the best attractions when it comes to tourism, local and foreign. And like my colleague Bonamotito says, because of that beauty being eroded by climate change and all this, the pictures that were presented there earlier for marketing Mount Kenya are now a totally different. You get a totally different view of that. So by bringing back environment, we hope to do some areas, a lot of degraded areas, come back into forest. So that means we will experience more rainfall around Mount Kenya, and of course maybe in the future we will be able to get back the beauty of Mount Kenya, the glaciers and the snow and all that. The other thing is extraction of water from the rivers of Mount Kenya is now happening more than ever before, because there's population increase around the farming areas, farming activities and utility of the water for domestic use and all that. So when we try and bring back the riparian areas of Mount Kenya, rehabilitate them, plant indigenous trees that do well on the banks of the river, we are actually conserving a lot of the water that is getting lost through evaporation. Because when the rivers are directly exposed to the sun, there's a lot of evaporation. So what we're trying to do is rehabilitate the riparian areas so that we can bring back the shade, so that little water that is flowing from Mount Kenya even after being utilized by the communities upstream, does get to even the communities that depend on it.
Very important.
In the downstream. Yeah. So we are trying, as a conservation drive, to have depleted areas of Mount Kenya back into their natural format.
Restoration efforts.
Restoration efforts.
And Mr. Edward Mutito, you brought a very important aspect when it comes to matters of conservation, collaboration between NGOs, the government, and even communities, local communities, and even higher learning institutions. They have a role to play in that. Talk about the importance of this multi-stakeholder approach in making sure that we achieve long-term conservation efforts that have better outcomes.
Yeah, thank you. You see now, conservation of the ecosystem cannot be done by one person.
Yes.
This should be collaborative. And it's not wise doing this with conflict. You are doing this in Mount Kenya. This is an NGO working in Mount Kenya, doing conservation works. There's another NGO doing tree planting. There's another NGO. We need to come together and have a policy, a clear policy that can bring all these conservation partners together, so that we would be able to work together and form one bylaw that will be used by all other partners. You see, because you cannot just do alone, as the chairman have just said, that we are working with the community. We are working with the community. Because if we just put away the community, we may not be able to sustain. In fact, I would appreciate, and actually, I thank the government because of the collaboration the government has done to make sure that all conservation partners that are working in Mount Kenya come together and do one work, not different works, and have one policy, a policy that will be followed by each and everyone. Let me give an example.
Yes.
Currently, we are doing rehabilitation in Mount Kenya ecosystem, and especially now we have been allocated 1,000 acres by Kenya Forest Service under a framework for collaboration of 5 years, renewable 5 years. And the work that we are doing, I just want to bring you a picture how we can do what we call sustainability.
Yes.
Because when we do tree planting, we plant, yes. But that's nothing. Planting a tree is nothing. That's not work.
Yes.
Work is to grow a tree. That's what we call growing a tree or growing conservation. Meaning you plant a tree and you have a follow-up. How do you sustain this tree? I wish now you go now to Mount Kenya right now. The place is too dry. Everything is getting dry. In fact, even we are fearing any time we can have some fires, the wildfires of Mount Kenya. We are fearing because the place is too dry. But I would like you to come and see what we have done as an example to other conservation partners. All right? We have planted trees, many indigenous trees. All right? We only deal with indigenous trees because they regenerate. And actually, they don't have much value for being felled. It's not commercial. They'll live for longer, all right? And now, due to problems that arise when you plant trees or when you grow trees, we have the communities around. They have to benefit from the same ecosystem. One, by grazing, all right? Two, firewood, and also harbor. All right, there are so many benefits that the community gets from Mount Kenya or from the ecosystem. But see now, having started planting trees in that area that we have been given by Kenya Forest Service, we have had a lot of problem because when we plant tree, you just get grazers graze there in those trees.
Yeah.
And at the same time, we really do not want a conflict between the conservationists and the community. So now what have we done? What we are doing is we are fencing the whole area. We have elected an electric fence in the whole area that we are planting. We are doing the plantation. And we are collaborating with the community to know what we are doing right now.
Yes.
All right? When we have tree planting period, all right, or season, we invite the community. They benefit from, from planting those trees, and they get something. You see, what I'm trying to say is to have a sustainable survival of our work, we have to fence. Now, we have some partners who have come to see how we can work together. In fact, we have received a lot of assistance from the Rhino Ark Charitable Trust. I don't know whether you know Rhino Ark. The Rhino Ark has always been at the forefront of conservation of Mount Kenya ecosystem, Aberdeen ecosystem, and the Mau. And we are working together. And we have done a good thing that even if you come now where we are doing that rehabilitation, you'll enjoy.
Yes.
Your eyes, you'll see that something is being done. We are fenced, right? And in every season we plant indigenous trees, all right? These trees do not have stress now. They are growing very well. And then after doing all that work in that 1,000 acres, we will then shift from there with our fence and then go to another place. All right? Not only in Mount Kenya ecosystem, you can go anywhere, but much of it we are dealing with the forest reserves.
Yes.
All right? Number two, we are also handling the issue of the community because we cannot do that work without the community.
The local community.
The local community are very important.
Yeah.
They are very important. So what do we do? And let me give you another challenge. Right now, when there is a lot of the drought is too high, you get that the pastoralist comes with herds of cattle in Mount Kenya, and in fact, they have right to do so. What have we done now? We have fenced off the area, so even if they bring their cattle,
yes,
all right, we still remain as friends. All right? So now what I'm trying to say is that we can do what we call, as you say, how we can sustain. We can only sustain if we come together. The government itself, as it has done right now, because it's the government that has allocated that piece of land, and they do come and monitor and see what we are doing. Number three, the conservation partners that are coming in to see what we are doing. Okay, let me give you an example. We only hear that there's KBC television, all right? How do you know KBC works well apart from seeing from the television? And that's why when we were small children, we are being brought here years ago to come and see. And when we see, we really change our mind when we go back. And that's why we got some other, by coming here, they became presenters. Because now they know what is KBC. KBC is not just television.
Yes.
KBC have a bigger role that plays. I hope you can see what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
That's what we are doing right now. If you come when we are doing tree planting, we really invite schools. In fact, the work that we have done have actually attracted other, as we had said earlier, higher learning institutions.
Yes.
Right now, Karatina University have partnered with us. They are doing research there in that land. To do what? Because we still want to know about the invasive species. Because when we plant trees, there are so many invasive species that are growing and obstructing the tree growing.
Yes.
So that's okay.
Yes. We shall come to the aspect of even the young mind, bringing young minds into the efforts of conservation. And you have talked about tree planting, and I want to bring you on this also because tree planting is the most visible. It's one of the most visible conservation activities that we see around, and even people are involved. But then again, how do we ensure that it prioritizes the ecosystem itself and biodiversity therein, rather than meeting numerical needs? Because we may have targets of planting a certain number of trees by this time. How do we ensure that it prioritizes the ecosystem rather than the numerical targets?
Basically, what we do is, especially in my line of business, we try and engage those young minds and try and teach them the importance of having those forests. Because when they come there, they do nature walks.
Yeah.
We have the primates, like the colobus monkeys, the baboons and Sykes monkeys. We have elephants, we have waterbacks, bushbacks, quite a variety of wildlife. So when they are doing their nature walk, the guides emphasize to these young minds on the importance of the forest. Because if somebody had not taken the initiative to protect those forests before, when they are coming to visit, they won't meet those environments. And we have to pass it on. Somebody else has to take that interest and that initiative. So yes, we try and make it something sustainable for the future. Something that you create in people, in young people's minds, that this is very important to be done. Not just planting the trees, making sure the trees mature so that they can sustain, they can bring back that the birds that were in the forest, that had no environment to nest in the forest, bring back the wildlife. Like now we have, just by the little efforts we have done, we have a huge population of elephants that have now come back to the area. And this is what you'd want to see in the forest. You'd want to walk around the forest, see all sorts of animals, enjoy all sorts of bird life, and the history and the stories about the forest. So I think it's more important, like you're saying, not just the number of trees we plant, but the amount of education we put around what we are doing.
Yes, which is very important.
Yes.
And when you talk about local communities, you know, their voices are very important in these efforts, and they have to be prioritized. And this includes even in matters of climate justice and environmental policy. Is there a way that the local community is influencing conservation efforts, decisions in whatever that is being done insofar as restoring the Mount Kenya ecosystem is concerned?
Yeah, thank you. You know, with the Kenya Forest Service, we have what we call the CFAs. These are the community forest associations that is formed by the community themselves. They learn the forest in collaboration with the station manager of the station. And no decision can be made without their involvement. All decisions are made with the community, what we call participation, so that they can feel they own the forest. They can feel that it's their forest. And that's why you see there's a lot of, there's a good progress since the formation of community forest associations. I wish you come on the ground so that you will be able to see how the communities are working with the Kenya Forest Service regarding protection of the ecosystem. And they have been trained, and they're even better off because they have they have also simplified the work of Kenya Forest Service or the station manager because they scout what is happening in the forest. As we say now, in the past, before the CFA was formed, could fire appear? Could there be fire break? Outbreak of fire in the forest. The communities could not actually see the need of going to put off the fire because they are not benefiting from the forest. They just say, "Your forest in Yao, ikitaka kuchomeka, where are we coming in?" But now because we are being given an opportunity of doing farming in the forest, All right? So now they own it as theirs.
Yes.
They have that priority of going to get firewood. They own it. They graze. They own it. Even others are keeping beehives. So they feel it's theirs. All right? They feel it is theirs.
Yes.
And that's why you see, we can also, even ourselves, or any other NGO that's working in Mount Kenya or in any other ecosystem, you may not do better if you don't involve the community. Yes.
Yes. And Mr. Wanjohi, it's a very important aspect that you're tackling. But my question, when you look at Mount Kenya ecosystem, can it realistically sustain, remain ecologically intact while supporting the needs of a rapidly growing population? What do you think?
I think the government, of course, has to be very firm about areas that need to remain natural, avoid, enforce the encroachment laws, that people stick to the borders and respect the natural areas, whether forest or national parks or stuff like that.
Yes.
And make the communities, even if their spaces are becoming smaller, good beneficiaries of those natural protected areas.
Yes.
Like Bwana Mutito is saying,
yes,
all those activities that can happen in the forest. If the communities are allowed, controlled sort of involvement, if you have to keep your hives and harvest your honey, if you have to graze, if you have to extract some permitted products from the forest,
yes,
let the communities be beneficiaries. That way, they will coexist with the natural areas and they will respect them.
Yes.
They won't want to force themselves to come and stay in those natural areas.
Yeah.
But that, of course, it's only the government that has the might to do that.
And Bwana Mutito, based on what Wanjohi is saying, do we need to rethink development around protected ecosystems?
Yeah, let me just come back a bit. As he had said, there's a problem that has always been there with the community who actually protect the forest.
Yes.
You know, they are the ones and they will remain there. But there has always been complaints how the government can actually develop a method, because the communities do plantation of trees in the forest, all right? And they protect those trees until they mature. But, you know, sometimes it beats all odds when actually the government starts, clear-felling those or harvesting those commercial trees. They don't consider those people planted. You see what this has always been a problem. Actually, let me say it. It has always been a problem because wanajiuliza tulipanda miti, tumepalilia hii miti, tumeitunza na sasa imekuwa mzima. Alafu sasa tunasikia watu wametoka Mombasa, wengine wametoka wapi, ndio wanauziwa miti, wanabeba hiyo miti yote, si tunabakishiwa matawi. I think the government should also come in. Wale those communities ambao walipanda hiyo miti, wakati wa kuharvest wasipatiwe bure. Hapana.
They be considered in the buying and selling of it.
Wanatengewa sehemu moja kubwa, hii ni ya watu wale wametenga hapa, na wasipatiwe, wauziwe, wa benefit. That's one thing. Let me tell you something just before I come to a question. Well, I don't know whether I'll go out of what we are, of what possible out of the topic. But I will give you a story when you were not born by that time. Because now as I'm talking now, I'm now 75 years. Kwa hivyo ukiangalia miaka yangu na yangu unaweza kuona uko nyuma kidogo. Imekuwa kidogo. But if you can say something,
yes.
Because involvement ya community kama hatutafanya hivyo, tutakuwa nyuma. Kwa sababu, I remember sometime back in 1975, I was employed by a certain Muzungu somewhere in Anyuki. By that time, kulikuwa na, game hunting. Kwa hivyo huyo Mzungu alikuwa na leseni ya kwenda kushika wanyama na kuleta kwa orphanage. Na sasa huyo Mzungu wakati huyo Mzungu alianza kushika na mimi nikapatiwa kibarua, akaona mimi huyu kijana anajua Kiingereza kidogo, alikuwa ameandika watu hawajui Kiingereza. So akanishukua na akaniambia don't be talking so much na wale watu. Nikasema ni sawa sawa. Tukienda kwa camp tulikuwa tunaenda tunashika wanyama. I want to bring you something, na hiyo ningetaka anyone ani challenge. Tukashika wanyama, tunashika hao bongos ambao saa hii ndio wanaletwa hapa sasa. Tunashika faru, tunashika ndovu, lions, zote tunasipeleka, zilikuwa zinapelekwa
orphanage.
Hapana, zilikuwa zinapelekwa nchi za nje. Mimi nimepeleka bongos. Sasa nilikuwa kijana mdogo wakati huo. Kwa hiyo chupukizi kama wewe sasa. Sasa you have energy.
Yes.
Si kama mimi. So now nimepeleka Japan. Nimepeleka faru Japan, nimepeleka crested cranes, nimepeleka leopards in Japan, nimepeleka faru in Iraq. I mean, I've gone to Baghdad. Nimeenda US kupeleka wanyama. Bongos walipelekwa in the US. Lakini ukirudi hapa, wao walikuwa wanasema ni sisi tunawida bongos. Na sasa hizo bongos zilipelekwa huko, kulikuwa na bongo US. Hakukuwa. Na sasa ndizo zimeletwa wapi? Zinashukuliwa, zinapelekwa, zinaletwa. Ukirudi kwa miti, tuko na ile miti ambayo the species that under presidential decree. Ukikuja kwa baba yako, unakuta anajenga na hii mekema. Lakini ukienda kwa hao watu, hao ndio wamejenga na ile miti, ile sasa cypress and all those and camphor. Unaona? Sasa hawa community walikuwa marginalized, walikuwa wameondolewa. Hawa watu ndio walikuwa wanafanya hiyo kazi. Ukienda kwa hawa watu saa hii, uketi chini, ukiingia kwa nyumba
kidogo makeko imeleta shida, but ningetaka kukuuliza swali bwana Wanjohi. When you look at our efforts today of conservation, where do you think we are falling short?
Like Bwana Mtito is saying, lack of involvement of those people who observe these conservation areas and are thinking how they can benefit from the conservation areas. We have a big challenge in keeping out especially the illegal extractors within the forest. So they come there, they are either extracting, they are snaring the animals so that they can enjoy game meat, or they are illegally cutting the indigenous trees that take very long to grow for either firewood or burning charcoal on this. So I just think a collaboration like we are doing between us and government, because government cannot be all over the forest all the time.
Yes.
They need informers like us when we are working in the forest, when we are doing those nature walks in the forest. That if you see something, you are able to call the forest manager and tell them, I've noticed some illegal activities happening somewhere, some logging is happening. We've come across some snares that are traps to catch the animals. Then with that information, they can do a lot more than when everybody who is inside the forest is a threat to the forest, and of course would not like to be arrested doing their illegal activities. If you're people of goodwill and you come across illegal activities happening in the forest, you're able to alert the authorities and they can take action.
Yes.
Yes.
In the interest of time, one question to you, gentlemen. If we are to ensure that the conservation efforts within the Mount Kenya ecosystem will work and outcomes be experienced 20 years going to 50 years, what needs to be done starting now? I'll start with you.
Well, number one is collaboration with partners. Number two is involvement of the community. Number three is to have a goal, as we are doing right now. And as you say, there has been a problem due to encroachment of the forest.
Yes.
And there has been a bigger debate within Mount Kenya, because now Mount Kenya is being enclosed with an electric fence all through now. Right, it's now almost complete. The system, the ecosystem should be left alone. The ecosystem should be left alone, because the whole problem we have is that we do conservation today, as I'm telling you, we do conservation today, and the work that we are doing in collaboration with other partners, it's not showing fruits. Why? Because the Mount Kenya remains open to anyone who feels to go in, either day or night. All right? But now it will be enclosed, and they will have the main entrance. So now the area will be the ecosystem now will be saved, because anyone who goes in the forest will be known. And as we are speaking today, Kenya Forest Service has already mounted, some cameras in the forest to make sure they are monitoring anyone who is getting in. In fact, they have even drones that are hovering around to monitor what is happening. That's the only way we can do, because, as you said earlier, we have what we call a population increase.
Yes.
And Mount Kenya is not increasing. Population is going high. So the need for Mount Kenya is increasing. And we do not become a bit serious, there will be some people who may think that Mount Kenya can be encroached.
Yeah.
So I feel survival is only fencing.
Yes. What do you think?
I think, just to add on what Bwana Edward has said, is that this awareness should be started from a very early age.
Yeah.
Since from the age of children who come, they love to come to the Mount Kenya. They have a lot to see and a lot to do. If the people who are guiding them through the Mount Kenya ecosystem can impact, because mostly it's the local
community,
the local schools and local community who come with their children. If that education about conservation can be impacted at that early age, all the way to university, then naturally you will get quite a good number of people interested in carrying forward the work that people like me and Motito have started.
Yes.
Because they're already interested in it.
Yeah.
And they're interested in maintaining those environments and maintaining the kind of wildlife that those environments protect.
Yes.
Yes.
Let me read a comment that have been sent by someone here. Has not put his name. Said, good morning. It is sad that you are cutting down hectares of trees to build an airstrip and state lodge at the same time talking about rehabilitation of Mount Kenya ecosystem. Hasn't sent his name, but that is his comment. Gentlemen, I thank you for making time to come and talk about this issue. I have been talking to Edwin Motito, who is the CEO of Mount Kenya Conservation Forum, and Patrick Wenjohi, the chairman of Mount Kenya Conservation Forum, and also an entrepreneur. This conversation ends now. My name is Mike Migu. Thank you for tuning in. Vivian Ndegwa is up next with Women at the Forefront. Stay with us.
Kane for England, he's got support down this near-hand right side. It's Saka wanting it quickly. Eze, Saka's still going. Now he's got a chance to shoot himself, but it's straight at Neelan.
Yeah, shouldn't be straight at Neelan. He's got to pick out maybe another player. England back in.
And they could wrap it up here. Open up edge of the area. Good chance, Spence. Saka now. What a miraculous save by Neelan.
How good has Saka been? But Neelan there, you'll see the difference here. The shot's very similar distance, but he pushes it away and it's harder for Saka. Nobody...
Naitwa Armstrong Yatich, form ni KBC tangu kitambo, kuwatch wana stream game ya World Cup zote, fan wa Belgium, nimekuwa nikifuatilia tangu kitambo.
Mimi ni fan wa France, nimekuwa nikisupport France tangu kitambo. Tuna hope hii season tutachukua na tunajitambua. Kuwakumbusha tu World Cup iko KBC, wasewa watch World Cup hapo hivyo KBC Channel 1.
Majina yangu naitwa Victor Nzaro. Mimi nilikuwa na support Congo lakini juu imetolewa na support Argentina, Messi to the World Cup.
Kwa majina ni Douglas Gitonga na mimi ni mkaji wa Paul K na niko na support KF+, lakini sasa kwa sababu ilienda home na support France.
Tunatambulika kwa mandhari yetu ya kuvutia,
tamaduni zetu, ukarimu wetu, vyakula vyetu, uchapakazi,
na pia kwa sauti tofauti za watangazaji wetu waliobobea.
Dibengo liko hapa aka upcoming sponsor. Bila shaka hapa ni kama PDG, ma deep state pia vile cartels.
Tunaenzi talanta za pwani, tunakuza talanta za hapa kwetu nyumbani.
Tell a friend to tell a friend. Tuko mjengoni kama kawa na wanangu wengine wawili.
Usikose kutegea 103.1 Pwani FM, station ambayo itakupa fursa ya kupata uhondo kamili wa pwani na kuleta Wakenya pamoja.
Pwani FM, tafrija ya kipwani.
And good morning, Kenya. Gets to continue. Thank you so much for staying with us. Now, the loss of a loved one is one of the hardest things that one can be able to navigate. And the worst part about it all is that everyone around you, their life usually just moves on. They say that one thing about life, it moves on. So today's conversation is more or less on the same. We're going to be talking about widowhood, and we're going to be looking at the unspoken battles of widowhood as we just try and touch on different aspects, from grief, identity, parenting, finances, society's perception, and the journey towards healing. That is what we'll be looking at today, and I'm more than pleased to be joined by Bishop Dr. Josephine Mungania of the Redeemed Gospel Church Saints Alive Center. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure to have you this morning to tackle this it's a tough topic.
Yes.
If I may say so, it's quite a tough conversation, and it's a conversation that most times we don't get to have publicly.
Yes.
So just from your experience, because you are a widow, first of all, my condolences for that. So what does widowhood look like beyond what people see?
Yeah, I can say that for the last almost 8 years have been a widow. And it's not what the society sometimes does not know how deep it is for someone to be a widow. Because you can be Mrs. in the morning, Mrs. so-and-so, and then in the afternoon you are a widow. Yes. So it also takes each person by surprise. And I can say that people think that because maybe the person was sick for a long time, there's no feeling, because maybe, that the person maybe may not have been good to you, it's okay, but it's never okay. with my experience is that I was married by a bishop, and whenever we arrived somewhere, he was taken very seriously and given a seat. But today, when I go to an occasion, it's like you have not appeared.
Okay.
People don't take it like you are someone. They somehow, people lose contact of you.
Oh.
It's like you don't exist.
Yeah. So it's like your identity is literally stripped off because you were known as Mrs. So-and-so.
Yes.
So now that you are no longer Mrs. So-and-so, you feel like even the respect that people give you around the society changes?
Of course, it changes, and people also don't realize that they have changed, or they have changed about you. You had family, friends, you used to visit, you used to be together, but immediately you have lost your husband, they don't accept you. And I can say in my experience, I used to be in several forums of leadership. From the day my late husband went to be with the Lord, I just found like I was removed out of the WhatsApp group. You thought you still belong, and you go to open and it's like,
What do you mean?
Yes.
Wow.
So those things happen, and it's very hurting because people don't realize they are doing it or they are hurting you. It just happens.
You know, you're saying people don't realize they're doing it, but I mean, they do realize they're doing it because if I take your case in point, you know, you mentioned that in several WhatsApp groups, you were actually removed from the WhatsApp group. So you can't say they don't know what they're doing because they're literally just omitting you out of things that you are already part of. Maybe just from your own point of view, what brings about this?
I can say that the society does not understand. That's why I'm saying they don't know what they are doing. They may know how to remove you from the group, but the understanding of what they are doing, they don't have. Because there is the fear of the people. Like now I used to have, the way I've seen family, somebody's husband, we used to have family, friends. People start fearing you, that you have no husband. So there is a possibility of moving with someone's husband, of which because of grief, there are some things even you don't even think. You are so vulnerable. And that is why it is very good for the society to realize that this person needs you more than when the husband was alive. Yeah.
And being that this is your reality, or this has been your reality since you lost your husband, and you're someone who is in the church, you are in the church, right? You're still in the church. And the church is where most of us go to find solace. So I'm thinking of a widow who's not part of a community, a church community. If you went through that and you are in that community, that's the church community, where we all believe that that is where you go to find peace, that is where you go to find your solace. So then what does that mean?
I actually pity those people who do not know Christ. Those people who are not in a certain community, because the church is the place where the way people come for comfort, people come to be, to be given the strength. But it's unfortunate that the church also has not come to understand that, because mostly during burial, people are usually with you. They tell you, oh, we are together. If you need someone, hey, you can call me. But let me tell you, after burial, the most sad thing, I realized that the next day when we buried my husband, I was only left with my family. And nobody came even to see how we slept. And also the cause, people stopped calling. Somehow they say they don't know what to tell you, but this is something that is very serious. Actually, I would say that we need not even money. someone to speak to them, to talk to them about how they are going on from there. But mostly people hide. Yeah. So I lost a lot of friends. Yes.
And you know, just as you've pointed out, maybe some may say they don't really know what to say to you.
Exactly, they say that.
How to behave around you. You know, so maybe just for that purpose, how does support look like beyond the funeral? Because before you bury, there's support. People are always there, yes. But so how does that look like? Or how does support look like, or should look like? How should it look like beyond now the funeral?
What I think, because after what I underwent, I think someone should be taken for counseling. Because you are in a new venture, you don't know what to do. You have been left, maybe like someone was left maybe with young children. They don't know how to handle. The responsibilities now are two, because the husband is not there. And so I think the first thing someone should be sent is counseling and to be spoken to. And just a call to know that someone is there. They may not speak much. Just say, I was just saying hello. And so I came to find out when I started now having strength and I started calling out, I could not even get answers. So I think the community should come, maybe cook for you just a meal quietly, even if you are not speaking. Someone to come and say, we just wanted to take you out. Yeah, there's one bishop who helped me very much. That he could come, find me in the house, take me just for a cup of tea. And that one would make me realize sometimes I don't know whether I have eaten, sometimes I don't know whether I have worn well. You know, it is a journey. So someone just to come and tell you, what are you feeling? Can we take you out? Can we take your children out and then you rest? Small things. They don't have to do a major thing, but just those tiny things. They matter a lot.
Yeah, so for the community around, be it friends, family, all that is needed from someone who maybe has lost a spouse is your presence. Just be there.
Just your presence. She may not even speak. You may come and somebody is quiet, but just seeing you there, it brings some healing. Every day, there's some healing that is coming in your life.
All right.
Yes.
I want us to touch a bit on parenting and how that looks like after the loss of a spouse. And I'm trying to imagine if the children are of a younger age. How do you even go about now explaining this loss to them? And at the same time, remember, you're also grieving.
Yeah. It's a very hard thing, especially when a young widow is left. How to bring this, but what I want to say is that God comes first. The greatest comfort you can give to your children is to speak to them, let them know the truth, because there is a lot of denial, not only for the children, but also for the widow. So need to speak to the children, and also in that area, pray with the children, and let them see the reality that really dad is not there. As you continue speaking to them, and also they need counsel also. They need counsel from someone who is experienced in counseling of, about grief and all that, and then seeing the way forward. Because these children may not live the life they lived before the dad passed away. And now as a mother, you are left as a mother, as a father, as a provider, and also as an advisor to your children. So honestly, whether you like it or not, you have to be strong to be able to carry on with your children.
And even aside from the emotional side of it, I can imagine the finances bit as well, maybe quite draining, because I mean, maybe you were used to, maybe the husband was the one who took up all the, all that responsibility, or maybe you were doing it together, so now it's just you.
It's just you. So it's really very hard for the young, if you are left with the children, it is very, that's where now the church should come in to see how they can help such a person, the community, how they can help, the relatives. But unfortunately, for the relatives, some think that you are the one actually who killed the husband. So it may not go very well. But there are some relatives who are very good, who stand up with the children of their brother, their sister, you know, they do that. So it is important that thing to be taken seriously, especially in the community where you are. Yeah, because children, they are really, they don't know what happened. Their life was going on, they hand a car, and sometimes due to cultural, you know, we have our culture, there may be brothers who may take even the car, the property, and then they are left more poor than when the dad was alive.
And it's unfortunate that, you know, this is a reality for many women. You know, the fact that after the husband dies, then the relatives of the husband now take control of everything. And, you know, as they say, even when they are taking this or taking that, they don't have in mind that, you know, there's this woman who has children. These children need to keep going to school. These children need to maintain the lifestyle they were used to. So it's really unfortunate that that is a reality.
Yeah, I had a case of a lady who lost her husband and the children were in the primary school. And the money that was gotten from the husband's, you know, place of work, the brother said that they will keep the money until they go to secondary. Then how will they reach secondary school if they have not done primary?
And how do they navigate their day-to-day? What are they eating? What are they...
Exactly. So it was a very sad thing, but by the grace of God, the lady was doing some business, and I would just ask every woman to do something. That's what I would like to ask every woman.
By doing something, what do you mean?
Some business, something to bring something on the table, because when things turn out like that, you may suffer emotionally, you know. Now, if you suffer emotionally, you are grieving, you have no finance, it makes now, that's a double, you know, it's a double thing. Tragedy, it's a double tragedy.
Why do you think the emotional realities of widowhood are rarely talked about openly?
I think it's because of our culture. Our culture has also taken a woman, not, she's there, but there is much that is not there. As I've said, when I used to have my husband, when I go somewhere in an occasion, we don't even stop. We are taken direct to the front seat. But now when I enter as a woman, it's like nothing has happened. So there is the area of the woman, and the society says that she should understand. She should move on. How do you move on? You are still grieving. You don't know what to do. You know, it is there. So many people tell you be strong, but I'm telling you, it's not there. I need someone to take me through, speak to me, because healing is not a one-day agenda. It goes slowly by slowly. Today you can talk about him. There's things you could not talk about it, but as you continue with the years, now you can talk freely. So it is good to let someone to heal, you know, slowly, and not to tell them it's okay. It's not okay. I've lost. You are telling me you understand. You don't understand. You haven't lost. So that area is very, it needs to be taken care of very seriously.
And you know, even from what you mentioned, you know, whereby people expect you to just move on. And you know, sometimes people put timelines to someone's grief, you know, and you expect, it's been a year, come on, can you just move on? But I would like for you to speak on that, and the fact that people grieve differently.
Exactly.
You know?
It's very different. I just give my example of myself. After we buried my husband, like on a Friday, on Saturday, because I'm a prayer person, the Lord just told me that I wanted to stay 3 months not doing anything in the church. But through the advice of God, he told me, if you stay 3 months, when you come back to church, there will be nobody. Remember, this man was a comfort to someone. He was paying school fees to someone. He was a mentor to someone. So if you don't go back to church, in 3 months, people will look for other mentors. They will look for other people to continue their life. And true enough, after 3 months, someone came and told me, Mommy, thanks for staying. I was looking for another pastor where I could be comforted. But when I saw you in and out, I never saw you missing church, I decided if you can bear it, I can also bear it. So this area is we are very different. So me, I continued. But there's someone who has been left, who was the husband, was working. This woman was left with the children. This woman was, a housewife. To cope up, could not have taken like mine, because my children were already grown up. So I didn't have anybody to take care of, but take care of myself and also speak to the grown-ups. They are grown-ups. So that is very different depending on where you are left. There's someone who's saying that during the funeral, the lady was crying, and people thought she was crying because the husband is dead. But she was crying because now, who will pay the mortgage? We cry differently, we mourn differently. So we should understand where this somebody is coming from. Yeah.
So sometimes you don't just lose the person, yes, you've lost the person, but you've also lost so many things that come with this person. Exactly like identity. Like now when I say identity, that wherever we went, we were great people. Now he's gone. I'm not a great person. I'm no longer great because the greatness that made me be great is not there. So that is how it comes from. I've been removed from seats. I sit somewhere and I'm told, no, here, this is for couples. Single people are not sitting here. My goodness. So imagine how you feel. And the person who is removing you is someone you have reared, someone you have mentored. But now, since my husband is not there, I'm not taken as a person. So these are things that happen, and especially also for the families. There are ladies, when they lose their husbands, the homes where they were, they were married to, the people want to come out, they remove them from there. So it's a very sad story that many have faced, and they are still mourning, so they have not healed. So this is another thing that is, an injury over whatever is going on. Yeah. I can imagine what that does to one's mental health. So now the part of mental wellness comes in, because as you're saying, you're already grieving. This is a loss. You're mourning. And then at the same time, you're being sidelined by people who you were part of, by people who you least expected. So I can just imagine what that does to one's, mental wellness. Yeah, so we have had ladies I know who have gone into depression. Yeah, because they didn't find help from anywhere. And when they looked, they saw as though life has come to an end. But thank God, for those who know God, they know that God has a new beginning. God can give you a new beginning. It may not be like the former one, but God can give you comfort. He is the God of all strength. But I know a lady who is now, I'm talking over 12 years, the husband passed away 2014. Now she's depressed. She doesn't leave the house. And when you try we try to talk to her, it hasn't, she's still not okay. So I think immediately after burial, now people should take responsibility of, coming in and helping such people out. Yeah, because I can imagine 12 years later,
Yes, she's still not okay. Yeah. She's still not okay. So it depends how people behave to you after the burial. Before burial, people are very good. They even give a lot of money. They even, during the person was sick, they never came to see the person. And also after the burial, they also speak evil things. Because like my late husband had prostate cancer, and then it progressed to the chest. It progressed even to be mental. And when he passed away, someone commented that we are not sure of what disease killed him. Now, because he had lost weight, so they said he was HIV positive. So they started watching me to see how, I think I should be dead by now from that time, the way the people are talking. But it's so sad, you are grieving, people are talking negative about you. So I immediately after death, I think people should come in literally to comfort and literally to help you come out of it.
Yeah. And you know, when I began, there's something I mentioned, that there's one thing about life, which sometimes is the unfortunate bit of life, that it moves on.
Yeah.
So you're in that space, or I can call it like a cocoon of darkness, of sadness because of a loss. But now maybe your best friend, their life moves on. So
life moves on.
So where do we draw that line between, I need to check up on you, I need to ensure that you're fine, but I also have my life that is continuing, and you know?
That's where now it comes about you. Because people's lives continue.
Yeah.
That's now you come and sit yourself down, have a meeting with yourself. Because mostly people, if you are working, some people, they are not able to continue to work. You need to come and think, you know what? I'm not going to, my movement is not the people's movement. I have to continue maybe educating my children. I have to continue taking care of my health. I have to continue having social gatherings. I have to continue, you know, in life. So, despite mourning, despite grieving, you have to love yourself. Remember, you are there. You are alive. And since you are alive, you have to continue with life.
So self-compassion.
Exactly. And self-love. Yes. Yeah, that is very important.
And sometimes it's easier said than done, because
you have to strengthen yourself, I'm telling you. Like myself, I used to console myself in prayers. I would pray, and I feel a bit of little strength. The business, of course, it could not go at the level it was going on. But remember, you have to move on. Yeah.
What would you say is the role of faith and spirituality in all of this?
Exactly. Because without God, there's nothing much you can do. You cannot give yourself strength. You need strength from God. And you need comfort from God. So I can say that it's important you think of yourself. Even the Bible says, love yourself as you love others. And also, because you have been left, does not mean that is the end of you. You have to continue with life. He has gone ahead of you. Also, you go. So just think that I'm left behind, but I will still follow. But life has to continue. Yes.
So try as much as you can to just give yourself that strength.
Yes.
Because everyone else's life
Everybody
is moving on.
Yes.
And you can't really blame everyone for not being there sometimes.
You know, death is unavoidable. And it is natural. When you think of it like that, then you start, since it has happened, I have to continue moving on. Yes.
Now, for those who are ready to remarry and, you know, get back to dating and looking to remarry again, should this be an issue or a problem? Because, I mean, you hear of conversations where a woman was widowed maybe 10 years later, or 5, or 3, or 2, depends, and they are thinking of maybe getting remarried, and now it becomes a problem. So should this be an issue, or what would be your take on that?
You see, what happens to the community when you lose your husband, they think they are the husband. So they say, why should you get married? We are here. And also they want to make decisions for you. This is a personal decision, And I would say that when we read in the Bible, Ruth was remarried. When we read about Hannah, she was married 7 years, and then she was 84 years as we were reading the Bible. She didn't get remarried. So it all depends on the person, but also knowing that the market is tricky. The market when you when you are dating, okay, like my son was dating in the 70s. Now is in the 21st century. Things are different. So you should know the ground is not the former ground. It's
different.
So as you do it, know whether it will affect the children, whether it will affect you. You know, those are the things. And also the intention of the person who want to marry you. Why do they want to marry you? You know, all those things you have to think of them. But it's good. It is allowed.
It should not be a problem.
No, it's not a problem, but it's a problem to the society.
And you know, with that, would you say that widows are treated differently compared to widowers, especially in that context?
In my church, I was telling them that when my husband passed away after 2 years, I told them, I'm surprised. If it was my husband who lost me, you could have already looked for a wife for him. But I've been waiting for you to look for a husband for me. And you
it's not forthcoming.
And it is not forthcoming. So when a widower, people will even help him to get a wife. But you as a widow, you need to you need to stay like that. You are a woman. So those are the differences, but always men, people tend to go on the side of men, but I encourage women, if you are ready to get married, get married. If you are not, only check the market. The market is tricky.
I like that you are concurring with most young people. Wanasema, if I can just quote, wanasema soko ni chafu.
Sure. Actually, nowadays, I pray for the young people very much. Because during our time, and someone will tell you, I love you. Like now, the only thing I looked is that, are you saved? Do you love the Lord? That's all. I never looked whether you understood or you had no house. We are together, we are good. But today, but I'm really praying for the young people.
I think that is a conversation that we can plan on having soon on the show. You know, as we come to a conclusion of this conversation, what would you say hope looks like after such profound loss?
I can say that one thing I have learned is that your decision matters. Whether you continue or you not continue. Because that hope, although I have lost, I have hope that I can continue. So that hope makes me continue with my daily work. I'm not stopping doing what I do every day. I'm not stopping social gatherings, which we fear so much. Widows fear social gatherings. You should not fear. Be with the people. If you are in a church, you are serving, continue serving. If you are working with your children, continue working with your children. So the life should continue as you do the daily things. Then hope comes. There's no hope that is lost. There is hope, even when you have lost. Yes.
So for a young lady who's watching us right now, and maybe they are recently widowed, that would be your word for them, or what more would you tell them?
Yes, because God created each one of us as an individual. And even though you have lost, as an individual, God is working something good for you. And your future, he says, in Jeremiah 29, verse 11, that the plans I have for you are not for evil, but for good, to bring, a good future. So, though you have lost, God can make a good future for you.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Bishop Dr. Josephine, for joining us and for opening up
Thank you.
for speaking on your experience on matters widowhood. It was a pleasure having you here.
Thank you.
All right, this is where we wrap this conversation. I can see my colleagues are on standby. That is Mike and Victor. And I'm sure you've been following the conversation, and it is one conversation that is quite heavy. It is quite heavy most times. And you know, there's one thing that Bishop has mentioned, that when it comes to the widows and the widowers are treated very differently. And especially when it comes to the question of remarrying. I don't know if you guys agree with that as gentlemen. Victor?
It's a deep conversation, and I'd pick this one from the societal aspect.
Yeah.
There is a way society treats widows and widowers differently. And the strength of, plainly put, the strength of a man after the loss of a spouse is so different from the strength of a woman after the loss of a spouse. And there is a way the society also handles men differently after the loss of a spouse, and vice versa. Now what happens, there is something that she said, that find yourself some stable ground and get involved in all these societies. Yes, you know, the aspect of recovery and healing is always tedious, and sometimes not even easy for people to heal fully. There will always be a reminder of your spouse, even 10 or even 15 years later after the demise. So what happens, I'll always say that a loss is a loss, and it's never that easy. Only that the community can also play a very key role in ensuring that even after that, we still feel that sense of belonging.
Yeah, that is true, because even it's culture, perception, all this. And let me say this, men tend to have it quote unquote easy when there is loss of a spouse as opposed to ladies, and the perception maybe comes in terms of how the duration that one takes to remarry. But then again, it's life, but it's a big conversation that we are having now, and very importantly, that what she said, you also need to believe in yourself. Believe in yourself in as far as these things are concerned. Yeah.
All right. On your conversation, on your different conversations this morning, Mike, you were looking at matters, the Mount Kenya ecosystem. And Victor, of course, on politics with Eliud Owalo, rather.
Yes, Owalo, yes.
So just, how can we sum up your conversations?
Well, in matters of conservation, the gentleman talked about the importance of making sure that even the efforts of conservation are passed down even to young ones, so that as they grow up, they take it up as a responsibility. Because when you look at the ecosystem within Mount Kenya, it's one of the important things that we have in the country insofar as water tower is concerned. And preserving that ecosystem means the thriving of biodiversity therein, and thereby dealing with matters that relate to climate change and mitigating the effects of the same. Yeah.
Victor, on Eliud Owalo's quest to State House?
Absolutely. He said that his personal agenda is to turn around this country for better, and having in mind that he's worked for the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who actually he worked out very closely. He said that he's going to turn around this country. But then now the question is, it's not going to be easy. How is he going to swim with the sharks? I just made that joke to him. He said that he's ready to swim with the sharks. Okay. So tonight, let's come back to football in 30 seconds. This is going to be one of the most international rivalries. This is going to be. The last time the two teams, Argentina and England, met was 21 years ago. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
21 years ago. So today the stakes are so high. That's the last time they met in friendlies. If you are a fan of putting your money whichever where you want to put it, both teams are going to score. Kane is there. Bellingham is also there. We have Messi. Either both teams are going to score. But my final prediction, I think no team has gotten this back-to-back in this tournament, and I put my money on England to proceed.
Oh, you changed your mind. Wonderful. Thank you for coming to our side. Yeah, my money is on England as well.
I was waiting for that.
Thank you so much for joining us. This is how we do it each and every weekday morning. So we'll see you tomorrow, same time. And please, God willing, do have a lovely day. And right now, we head to Senate proceedings. Goodbye.
By Odegaard, he's hit it deep. He's got Pickford committed. Anybody coming under the overlap? Pickford is down and play will be halted. And Norway will say, hang on a sec. Yeah, protesting, and he's been cautioned by Turpin.
Oyer's right. I mean, Pickford came into his own man, knows exactly what he's doing. We just touched on that earlier on. Yeah, that's going to hurt, but that's your job. You came out and you went and nailed your own player while you punched the ball away. I feel he knows what he's doing. Irish just frustration. He's not one of the ones booked. I think they only had Noosa taking a yellow card into this game, so.
The wait is over. KBC Iko Huduma Center. Starting with Nairobi, kupata huduma za KBC imekuwa rahisi. From digital guidance and signet services to booking of commercial adverts and documentaries. Visit our dedicated desks at Huduma Center GPO, Times Square, Makadara, Kibera, or Eastleigh. Tunakungoja hapo. Whether it's a casual announcement or a specialized media solution for your business, we are here to serve you. KBC at Huduma Centers. Moving closer to you. Your station, your service.
Slim Nyarawendo SNA
Radio Mayiga Mato Marwa.
Michuano ya kombe la dunia sasa imefikia hatua muhimu sana. Mabingwa wametimuliwa: Ujerumani, Brazil na hata Cabo Verde. Lakini sasa tunapoingia hatua ya nusu fainali na fainali, KBC Radio Taifa na BBC idhaa ya Kiswahili inakuletea michuano hii mubashara kupitia KBC Radio Taifa. Hakikisha kwamba unaifuatilia kwa sababu sasa tutajua nani bingwa. Wakati umewadia, mpira udunde.
World Cup iko KBC na Kenya ina watch pamoja. Nairobi, Nakuru, Kitengela, Olkalu and Kisii. Come join your favorite KBC presenters and DJs kwa ground. Feel the Bao fever in every city.
A very good morning to you, and you're right on time for the Senate plenary sitting this Wednesday morning, the 15th day of the month of July, the year 2026. This is a live broadcast of the Senate proceedings streaming from the Senate chambers, Parliament buildings, and it is a broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we are glad that you are joining us for these proceedings this morning. Being a Wednesday morning, the Senate is set to host cabinet secretaries, as provided for in the House Standing Order 51A, currently on your screens. That is inside the Senate chambers and right in front of, or rather next to the Speaker's seat, is the stand. That is the stand that the cabinet secretaries, once they are ushered into the chamber and ready to give their presentation or make their submissions, they will be taking that particular position. And this morning, the Senate will be hosting the cabinet secretary for environment, climate change and forestry. This is Deborah Mulongo Baraza. There is a question from the nominated senator, or by the nominated senator, Honorable Hamida Kibwana. The senator will be seeking to understand matters around industrial pollution, e-waste handling, as well as toxic dumping that affect the environment in the country. So these particular questions include an explanation from the cabinet secretary that will be explaining the enforcement measures that have been put in place to prevent and punish industrial pollution, unsafe e-waste handling, toxic dumping and other environmental practices that expose Kenyans to hazardous substances in soil, water and air. Remember, environmental concerns or environmental damages are a threat to the health of Kenyans or is a public concern regarding the health of Kenyans as well as the environment itself. So this is a question that the member of the Senate would want to be able to understand what measures have been put in place to be able to prevent this. That is the procession of the Speaker making its way into the chamber. That is the Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Katuri Murungi, with the mess right ahead of him, a symbol of authority of the Speaker as well as of the House. He will be presiding over this morning sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast. My name is Kamche Menza. Good morning.
Tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba tujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao kazi zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amina. Do we have quorum, clerk? Okay. Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
Well, the prayer has been said and the chair taken. However, there is a quorum hitch and the quorum bell is currently underway to give room to the members of the Senate to be able to make their way into the House. And once the House quorates, then they shall get right into taking into consideration the business that has been lined up to be transacted this morning. And being a Wednesday morning, the members of the Senate shall this morning host the Cabinet Secretary for Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, Deborah Mulongo Baraza, who has confirmed her availability. And this morning, once the Cabinet Secretary is ushered into the chamber, she will be responding to a question that was forwarded to the Ministry, of course, prior to this particular day, for the Cabinet Secretary to be able to provide a comprehensive response to these concerns. And this morning, the concerns that the members of the Senate are raising regarding the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry is on matters industrial pollution and safe e-waste handling, as well as toxic dumping that affects the environment. And you realize that these matters are not just around environmental pollution, but also a public health concern. So these are issues that the Cabinet Secretary will be required to respond to. The Constitution of Kenya, Article 42, stipulates that every citizen has the explicit right to a clean and healthy environment. So this is a matter that the Senate should be able to get responses to from the Cabinet Secretary. The other question that the CS will be responding to is whether there are any coordination framework that exists among the ministry, the National Environment Management Authority, commonly abbreviated as NEMA, the county governments, public health authorities, and other regulators to monitor toxic exposure hotspots and also ensure timely remediation and public protection. On the same breath, the Cabinet Secretary will also be required to state whether the ministry has undertaken a national or sector-based assessment of environmental health risks from lead, heavy metals, hazardous waste, open burning, and industrial contamination, and what the findings were. If there are any assessment on the environmental health risk that the ministry has undertaken, and what the findings are as of today. Also, the CS will be required to respond to any policy and enforcement reforms that have been put in place, drawing on lessons from countries with stronger hazardous waste and pollution control regimes, and whether the ministry is pursuing to strengthen environmental health protection in Kenya. Speaking of that environmental health protection in the country, is that there have been concerns around pollution in various areas of the country. Nationally, the air pollution is linked to more than 20,000 premature deaths annually in the country. And of course, we know that there are a number of dam sites in the informal, or rather in Nairobi's informal settlements. And you will also understand that this is not an issue that affects the urban areas alone, but it is also an issue that is a concern in the rural areas as well. In Nairobi's informal settlements, we have major dam sites, including Dandora, or rather where it is located. It's located in Dandora, and it has had a major impact on children. The Cabinet Secretary has been asked to also come and expand on if there are any assessment on environmental health risks that have been done from lead, heavy metals, hazardous waste, open burning, and industrial contamination. Lead levels in the soil at Dandora have been recorded at 4,498 ppm, and this is said to be more than 10 times the international accepted safe level of 400 ppm for play areas. There are, or rather the location of the dam site is close to the environment where human life exists, and children have been the most exposed to this particular impact. A staggering 25 to 30% of children living around Dandora exhibit pica. This is the urge to eat non-food substances like soil due to extreme lead poisoning. So that particular question that the Cabinet Secretary will be required to understand on if there are any national or sector-based assessment of environmental health risks from lead, heavy metals, hazardous waste, open burning, and industrial contamination, and what those findings could be as of today, then will also be coming in handy to be able to respond, or can be pegged also from these concerning statistics that are coming up in some areas of the country. So this particular question is not just a matter of environmental concern, but also a public health concern that millions of Kenyans would also want to be able to understand what measures have been put in place for the care of their health in this particular country. Rural areas and also pastoral communities also have an issue with dumping of toxic waste. So these are concerns that once the Cabinet Secretary comes into the chamber, or is ushered into the chamber, will be able to understand. We understand that companies that manufacture or import electronics and plastics are legally obligated to manage their end-of-life cycle, and in practice, this particular issue perhaps is rarely enforced. So these are concerns that we have seen in certain questions, where the senators will want to understand any coordination framework that exists among the ministry, the National Environment Management Authority, that is NEMA, county governments and public health authorities and other regulators to monitor toxic exposure, hotspots, and ensure timely remediation and public protection. So that is part of the question, or some of the questions that once the CES for Environment, Climate Change and Forestry makes her way into the chamber, will be able to understand. Over 95% of e-waste is sorted by unregulated, unprotected, informal workers. This is a concern that has been raised in the country, and these informal workers also include children who do not have protective gear. So this is actually a matter of concern, not just for the environment, but also a public health concern. If you're just joining us, that the House is about to commence its sitting. At the time the prayer was said and the chair taken, the House did not have quorum. However, we can see more members have walked into the chamber. The 10-minute quorum bell has lapsed, and we should be hearing from the Speaker on whether that quorum has been attained for the House to be able to commence its sitting. This is as provided for in the House Standing Order number 40. Standing Order number 39 indicates that the quorum at the commencement of a sitting shall be 15 senators. And Standing Order number 40 indicates that if that is not present, then that quorum bell shall be on, of course, to give room to the members who perhaps may be running late to be able to hasten their steps and get into the House. So with that number of senators who have walked in as the quorum bell was on, I believe it has been attained. We need to understand that from the Speaker, and thereafter the business of the day shall commence. Let's listen in.
Adams, you can ring the bell again for a further 5 minutes.
At the lapse of the 10-minute quorum bell, the House has not corrected yet, and the Speaker has directed a further 5-minute quorum bell to be on, of course, to be able to allow more members to make their way into the House. However, we have a considerable number of members already in the chamber, and the quorum shall be attained in a few. Allow me to hand you over.
Start business, clerk. Order, senators, order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honourable Senators, this morning, we were expecting 3 CSs. The CS for mining and brew economy. All other letter that is not available today due to other engagements. The CS for roads also was to appear to answer 3 questions, but also they have some engagements within the ministry. So he is also not appearing this morning. The third one is the CS for environment, climate change and forestry. I understand the CS is allowed. So I think Clerk Sanjay Adams, you can usher in the CS. Then we proceed with the question that has been asked by Senator Aminda Kibwana. Honorable Senators, now Environment, Climate Change and Forestry is in the House. Welcome, Madam CS and your team from the Ministry. Welcome to the Senate. And this is not your first time to appear before the Senate. Senator Aminda Kibwana, you can ask question number 049.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, Madam Waziri Karibu. Welcome. My first question number 049. My first question, Madam CS, could you kindly explain the enforcement measures in place to prevent and punish industrial pollution, unsafe e-waste handling, toxic dumping, and other environmental practices that expose Kenyans to hazardous substances in soil, water, and air? I'll go to the second question, question B. What coordination framework exists among the ministry, the National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, county governments, public health authorities, and other regulators to monitor toxic exposure, hotspots, and ensure timely remediation and public protection? The third question, could the CS state whether the ministry has undertaken a national or sector-based assessment of environmental health risks from lead, heavy metals, hazardous waste, open burning and industrial contamination, and what were the findings? Finally, what policy and enforcement reforms, drawing on lessons from countries with stronger hazardous waste and pollution control regimes, in the ministry pursuing to strengthen environmental health protection in Kenya? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam CS, proceed and then give your response.
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators, I rise to respond to parliamentary question number 049, raised by nominated Senator Honorable Hamida Kibwana, MP, on the prevention of industrial pollution, unsafe e-waste handling, toxic dumping, and other environmental practices that expose Kenyans to hazardous substances in soil, water, and air. I wish to begin by thanking the Honorable Senator for raising the critical matter affecting the health, dignity, and environmental well-being of our citizens. The Ministry of Environment, Climate Change, and Forestry, through the National Environmental Management Authority, NEMA, remains committed to the pursuit of a clean, healthy, and safe environment for all, as envisaged under Article 42 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. With regards to enforcement measures in place to prevent and punish industrial pollution, unsafe e-waste handling, toxic dumping, and other environmental practices exposing Kenyans to hazardous substances, Mr. Speaker, sir, NEMA derives its enforcement mandate primarily from the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, CAP 387, and its attendant regulations. The key legislations guiding enforcement in this context include the Sustainable Waste Management Act 2022, the Environmental Management and Coordination Air Quality 2024, MCA Water Quality Regulation 2024, MCA Waste Management Regulation 2024, and the Environmental Management and Coordination Regulation on Management of Toxic and Hazardous Chemicals and Materials, the Environmental Management and Coordination Regulation on Impact Assessment and Audit 2003, the Sustainable Waste Management Extended Producer Responsibility Regulation 2024. NEMA deploys trained and gazetted environmental inspectors to carry out targeted and random inspection of facilities across the country, pursuant to Section 117, into brackets 1 of MCA Cap 387. Gazettement is conferred only after an officer successfully completes the requisite basic enforcement course. Notably, NEMA has extended gazettement to officers from other lead agencies, including county governments, to broaden enforcement coverage. Enforcement actions have been significantly intensified. In financial year 2024-25, NEMA conducted targeted enforcement of water quality regulation across 101 facilities within the Nairobi metropolitan area, issuing directives to immediately halt illegal discharges and comply with environmental standards. And let me wish to say that you can see the restoration occurring right now through the Nairobi River Restoration Program. The authority has additionally set a target of identifying and stopping 400 illegal discharge points along the Athi, Galana, Sabaki river system, with mapping and improvement orders already issued in 2024-2025. Similarly, NEMA identified and stopped 405 illegal discharges along the Athi, Galana, Sabaki river in the financial year 2025-2026, and an additional 197 for this quarter. Mr. Speaker, sir, environmental audits constitute an additional enforcement tool. All highest risk facilities are required to submit annual audits indicating the measures instituted to comply with the environmental management plans. Financial year 2024-2025, a total of 6,673 audits were submitted, and in 2025-2026, this rose to 9,798 audits, all reviewed with records of decision, including improvement orders issued to operators. Furthermore, 22 control environmental audits were conducted in 2024-2025, targeting hospitals, agrochemicals, renewable energy, and mining sectors, and 16 control audits were done 2025-2026, targeting asbestos disposal facilities. On extended producer responsibility, the framework compels producers to take responsibility for their waste post-consumer phase. 4 producer responsibility organizations currently operate in the country, managing non-hazardous, hazardous, and e-waste streams. To date, 296 producers whose materials were found polluting rivers have been compelled to undertake cleanup activities and assume responsibility for their waste streams. Environmental restoration orders were issued as follows. The EPR along Nairobi River catchment, Nairobi, Ngong, and Mathare rivers. The action taken was environmental restoration orders, which were issued to 29 companies to clean sections of those rivers. That was, the cleanup date was on 24th March 2024. EPR along Ngong River, that was done on 31st January 2024, where the ERO, that is environmental restoration orders, were issued to 86 companies. And then for EPR along Kandisi River on 9th August, where EROs were issued to 77 companies, and a cleanup conducted on 2nd to 6th October 2024. And EPR along Kirichwa River on 22nd November 2024, where ERO was issued to 104 companies. In the addendum, I believe it's important that we note that before the gazettement of the Sustainable Waste Management Extended Producer Responsibility Regulations of 2024, the authority proactively undertook enforcement of EPR through Section 13 of the Sustainable Waste Management Act of 2022. During that period, NEMA compelled producers to undertake cleanup as highlighted in the tabulation. However, the authority changed its enforcement strategy after the gazettement of the Sustainable Waste Management Extended Producer Responsibility Regulations of 2024 from cleanups to issuance of orders to producer responsibility organizations, directing them to ensure full compliance of the regulation on behalf of their members. To further ensure reduced pollution, NEMA has compelled PROs to get into consensus regarding compensation of value chain actors, especially waste pickers, aggregators, and transporters, to enhance waste collection and evacuation to recyclers and safe disposal. On 10th July 2026, NEMA witnessed reaching agreement between waste pickers and one PRO, HAPROC, whereby they will be compensated at a rate of Kenya shillings 20 per kilogram of hazardous waste collected. Other players such as aggregators and transporters will be compensated at a rate of 7.5 Kenya shillings and 15 Kenya shillings respectively. In this regard, waste collection will become a revenue stream for the value chain actors and enhance reduce pollution. NEMA has directed all PROs to enter into similar agreements with value chain actors to incentivize waste collection and management. Additionally, NEMA partnered with the Kenya National Cleaner Production Center in financial year 2023-2024 to inspect and analyze wastewaters from 260 facilities within the Nairobi River Basin, leading to identification and mitigation of key industrial pollution sources. In 2025-2026, in-plant assessments were conducted in 26 facilities. 5 industries halted pollution by installing new effluent treatment plants, and 10 non-functional ETPs were revived. where inspections reveal non-compliance, enforcement actions available to NEMA include, number 1, improvement orders under Section 117(3)(g) of MCA, directing cessation of environmentally harmful activities and requiring remedial measures within specified timeline. Number 2, restoration orders under Section 108(1) of MCA, requiring restoration of the environment to its pre-pollution state. And number 3, closure orders under Section 117(3)(f) of MCA, directing immediate closure of non-compliant manufacturing or industrial establishment. Resumption of operation is permissible only with written approval from the Director General. 2 facilities this year, 2025-2026, were issued closure orders following inspections. And finally, arrest and prosecution before a court of law under Section 117(3)(h) of MCA as a last resort. In financial year 2024-2025, 5 individuals were arrested and prosecuted for environmental offenses related to the illegal discharge of effluents. The second one was on coordination framework among the ministry, NEMA, county government, public health authorities, and other regulators to monitor toxic exposure hotspots and ensure timely remediation and public protection. Mr. Speaker, sir, environmental pollution is most effectively addressed through a multi-agency approach. The ministry, through NEMA, has spearheaded collaboration among relevant agencies and county governments through the following mechanisms. The environmental and social impact assessment process, Section 58 of MCA, requires that ESIA process take precedence over any other regulatory process and be completed before any project commences. As part of this process, copies of ESIA reports are shared with relevant lead agencies for technical input before a record of decision is made. This multi-agency collaboration enables early identification of negative impacts on public health and the environment with appropriate remedial conditions embedded in ESIA licenses, which cover the entire project life cycle from pre-construction to decommissioning. The ESIA process, therefore, serves as an early warning system that safeguards public health while fostering interagency collaboration. Secondly, joint enforcement action. NEMA conducts joint enforcement operations with relevant ministries, lead agencies, and county governments targeting sector-specific high-risk facilities. For instance, NEMA has undertaken joint inspection with the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, targeting non-compliant facilities in the petroleum sector, and has partnered with the Nairobi City County Government in mapping and cracking down on noise pollution hotspots. Capacity building through the basic enforcement course. NEMA trains officers from other lead agencies and county governments through the basic enforcement course, designed to equip officers with skills to undertake effective enforcement within their respective mandates. Officers completing the BEC are eligible for gazettement, extending decentralized enforcement capacity across the country. NEMA Incident Management System. NEMA operates an incident management system through which the public can report environmental incidents nationwide. The authority maintains a database of contact persons from all lead agencies across the country. Upon receipt and categorization of an incident, NEMA forwards it to the relevant lead agencies for prompt action, playing a key coordination role in averting further pollution. In financial year 2025-2026, 12 incidences involving releases, spills, leaks, fires, or explosions with toxic or hazardous chemicals, including ammonia, chloryl, volatile organic compounds, pesticides, and industrial solvents, were responded to. These incidents remain under active monitoring pending full restoration of affected areas. National or sector-based assessment of environmental health risk from lead, heavy metals, hazardous waste, open burning, and industrial contamination, and the findings. Mr. Speaker, sir, the ministry through NEMA undertook a comprehensive nationally coordinated assessment of environmental health risk under the Africa Environmental Health and Pollution Management Program implemented between 2020 and 2025 with support from the World Bank and the Global Environmental Facility. The program specifically targeted pollution risks associated with e-waste, hazardous chemicals, and unintentional persistent organic pollutants, which are closely linked to heavy metals, open burning, and industrial contamination pathways. Key outputs of the program: a national e-waste inventory covering all 47 counties, and a countrywide solid waste situation analysis, including identification and mapping of pollution hotspots. The second output, a national database on toxic substances and e-waste generation, providing empirical evidence on the scale and distribution of hazardous materials nationwide. Thirdly, UPOPs, hotspot mapping, identifying areas with elevated risks of toxic emissions associated with open burning of waste, informal recycling, and poorly controlled disposal sites. And fourth, development and deployment of monitoring, screening, and evaluation tools for environmental inspectors, with over 100 inspectors trained to detect and track releases of hazardous pollutants. The key findings from these assessments are as follows. Open burning of mixed waste and e-waste is a significant source of toxic emissions, including UPOPs and heavy metals, posing significant serious risk to air quality and public health, particularly in urban centers where waste segregation is limited and the informal sector dominates the recycling value chain. Secondly, informal e-waste management practices, including manual dismantling and crude material recovery techniques, expose workers and nearby communities to hazardous substances such as lead, mercury, and other heavy materials, with risk especially pronounced in unregulated environments lacking protective measures and pollution control technologies. Thirdly, stakeholder mapping and value chain analysis identified systemic gaps in hazardous waste management, including weak collection systems, limited formal recycling infrastructure, and inadequate awareness among key actors, contributing directly to environmental contamination and human exposure. And fourthly, the assessment highlighted limitations in analytical infrastructure, particularly laboratory capacity for comprehensive analysis of air and soil contamination, underscoring the need for continued investment in environmental monitoring system. These findings have since informed key policies and regulatory actions, including the gazettement of the Waste Management Regulation 2024, the Extended Producer Responsibility Regulation 2024, and the Framework for Management of Toxic and Hazardous Substances. Policy and enforcement reforms, drawing on lessons from countries with stronger hazardous waste and pollution control regimes, being pursued to strengthen environmental health protection in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, the government through the ministry and NEMA is implementing a suite of policy and enforcement reforms informed by international best practices from jurisdictions with advanced hazardous waste and pollution control system and multilateral environmental agreements, including the Basel, Stockholm, and Minamata conventions. In terms of strengthened legal framework, the ministry has strengthened the legal framework through operationalization of the Sustainable Waste Management Act and the gazettement of the 2024 Waste Management and Extended Producer Responsibility Regulations. These reforms adopt the polluter pays principle and a life cycle management approach requiring producers to take full responsibility for hazardous and post-consumer waste consistent with best practices in the European Union. Additionally, regulations on the management of toxic and hazardous chemicals and materials have been developed and are being implemented, including stricter controls on generation, transport, storage, and disposal. In risk-based and intelligence-led enforcement, the government is transitioning from reactive compliance to a risk-based intelligence-led enforcement model, including targeted inspections in pollution hotspots, strengthened environmental audits, and the deployment of monitoring and screening tools to track releases of heavy metals, UPOPs, and other hazardous pollutants. On enhanced interagency coordination, the ministry is enhancing interagency coordination frameworks, bringing together NEMA, county governments, public health authorities, and sector regulators to enable joint inspections, data sharing, and coordinated response to environmental health risks in line with integrated regulatory approaches applied internationally. Formalization of informal e-waste sectors. Recognizing the role of informal sector in hazardous waste exposure, particularly the e-waste management, the government is promoting formalization and integration of informal operators into compliance systems, including support for material recovery facilities, licensed recyclers, and safer technologies, drawing lessons from countries that have successfully transitioned informal waste systems into regulated circular economy models. In institutional capacity and compliance assurance, the ministry is investing in training of environmental inspectors, strengthening laboratory and monitoring infrastructure, and digitizing compliance processes to enhance transparency, traceability, and enforcement efficiency. Enforcement measures have also been strengthened through enhanced penalties, closure orders, restoration directives, and mandatory remediation requirements for polluters along the application of EPR obligations to ensure industry accountability. For public disclosure and community engagement, the ministry is advancing public disclosure and community engagement mechanisms, including access to environmental information and grievance redress systems, recognizing that transparency and citizen oversight are critical components of effective pollution control regimes globally. Collectively, these reforms are positioning Kenya towards a modern, preventive, and enforcement-driven environmental management system capable of effectively addressing risks from hazardous waste, industrial pollution, and toxic substances while safeguarding public health and the environment. Mr. Speaker, sir, the government remains firmly committed to protecting all Kenyans from the harmful effects of industrial pollution, hazardous waste, and toxic exposure. We will continue to enforce our laws with vigor, deepen interagency collaboration, and draw on global best practices to ensure that every Kenyan enjoys the constitutional right to a clean and healthy environment. I thank you, Mr. Sir.
Very well, Madam CS. Now, Senator Minda Kibona, do you have any supplementary questions? You have a privilege to ask 2 supplementary questions. 2.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I thank Madam CS for her response. Though I feel some were responded, but then it still provides some broad description of laws and activities, but leaves important gaps regarding enforcement outcomes, which affects, of course, communities, timelines, and accountability. My first question is that kindly, Madam CS, explain why, despite the thousands of environment audits and widespread non-compliance, only among them, only 5 individuals were prosecuted. And that is financial year 2024-2025. And only 2 facilities were issued with closure orders. And the state the outcomes of these prosecutions, because I just felt that there was, a gap hanging, and that was not explained well. Number 2, when will the ministry actually publish the national e-waste inventory, because you have actually tried to elaborate on that, but then at least you have not told us when the inventory will be published. And then also regarding the pollution hotspots and the maps which have been developed under the Africa Environment and Health Pollution Management Program, so that at least the Parliament can, affect the Sorry, I was just looking at that response. I realized so that the Parliament and affected communities can assist the risk and monitor remediation, because you talked about the database, but then at least we need to understand the timelines and exactly how it's going to be implemented, so that we can also support. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam CS.
Thank you. Yes, so with regards to the prosecution, what we had talked about is it is a process. First of all, we start with the improvement orders, directing the cessation of environmentally harmful activities and requiring remedial measures within specified timelines. We give timelines to the companies or the polluters. And additionally, we have also the closure orders, or those who are undergoing restoration, who need to undergo restoration to ensure that it's at a pre-pollution state. We give them the order and give them timelines to address that. And then after that, if that doesn't occur, then the closure orders, which directs immediate closure of the non-compliant manufacturers or industrial establishment. And the resumption is only permissible through written approval by the Director General. And if that doesn't occur, then arrest and prosecution is the final line. As you well are aware, industrialization is ongoing, but we have to ensure that we are protecting our environment. So those are the key steps that we follow up to support the various industries so that there is no pollution that takes place. So that is the question on why, despite audits, only 5 prosecutors and 2 facilities have been closed. With regards to outcome, we continue monitoring. We conduct, as you have seen, the water quality monitoring, air quality monitoring, and other forms of assessment and enforcement by the individuals. So in terms of the publication of the e-waste inventory, it is ongoing, and Honorable Speaker, honorable members, we want to assure you that we'll be able to share that with you for purposes of advocacy, even as we go to implementation. As you are aware, the key thing, the game changer for us was the extended producer responsibility, which has been the Sustainable Waste Management EPR regulation, which now proactively looks into enforcement. Previously, it was about cleanups, but after we had passed the EPR, there is issuance of orders to producer responsibility organizations to ensure full compliance of the regulation on behalf of their members who are the polluters. So they are the ones who are supporting us across the value chain of waste management to ensure that there is that they are managing waste, from the waste pickers to the aggregators to the recyclers to safe disposal. They will be receiving a certain amount of money so that they can support in waste management. And this is really a sustainability plan a revenue generating stream for the value chain actors, while we are reducing pollution and ensuring that we have a clean and safe and healthy environment.
Very well, Senator. Now, we, in my dashboard, I have 12 senators who have supplementary questions. So we really must manage our time. If I give you a chance, you should go directly and ask your question. Just one question, so that we can clear the big number of senators who want to engage the CS. So I want to start with the minority leader.
Asante Mstahiki Speaker. Mstahiki Speaker, nataka kumuuliza Bi Waziri wa Mazingira, Tabia Nchi na Misitu amechukua hatua gani ili kuweza kutetea na ni hatua gani vile vile anaweza kuadhibu hizi kampuni ambazo zinamwaga maji ya sumu au uchafu na yanayotumika katika makampuni haya. Maji yanatumika kutoka kwa zile kampuni ambazo zinamwaga huu uchafu yaliyoko katika mazingira ya Kilifi County, hususan makampuni ambayo yako katika maeneo au mazingira wanaoishi wa Kenya, na vile vile zile kampuni ni zile ziko katika maeneo yako Kilifi, mahali kama Kikambala ama mpaka Mtwapa. Na pia ni hatua gani anaochukua kuweza kuona kwamba maji kama haya yanaweza kuleta ugonjwa katika mazingira, na pia vile vile kuweza kuathiri udongo au mchanga ambao unatumika na maji ambayo yako na maji haya yako na hewa ile yake ambayo ni chafu inatoka katika hayo maeneo. Kwa hiyo ni hatua gani katika wizara yake inaweza inafanya ama imechukua kuona kwamba makampuni kama haya yanazuia uchafu kama huu kutoathiri ardhi na binadamu pia vile vile? Asante Mstahiki Speaker.
Madam CS, I will request you just record down the questions so that you take at least 5, you can respond to them, and then we proceed in that manner. Senator Okenyuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also wish to direct this to the Cabinet Secretary. What happened to the 2017 ban on the polythene bags for single use? Because in some regions, like rural areas, those polythene bags for single use are re-emerging, and it's actually a very serious matter because guys are looking for cheap packaging material. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to know what happened to the order for compensation of Uhuru, the compensation of Uhuru settlement guys who are actually affected, and the court order that they be compensated. I wish to know what NEMA has to say concerning that specific court order. Thank you.
Senator Okenyuri, you know you are my younger sister, so I didn't want to harass you, but kindly stick to one question. Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am also your young brother, and I hope you're not going to harass me. Mr. Speaker, following the Speaker, I would want to establish through you, Mr. Speaker, whether the Director General of NEMA accompanied the CS to this place.
Are you done with your question?
No, I just want to know, Mr. Speaker. There is a serious issue here. Very, very serious issue.
So prosecute your question because the invite was...
Okay, that's fine, Mr. Speaker. That's okay.
We don't invite the Director General.
That's okay, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the NEMA Director General is not here, I would be requesting the Committee on Environment to bring the Director General at some point to this House. Because the Speaker, NEMA, from where I sit, is a problem, not a solution to the management of environment in this country. They are accomplices in the destruction of our environment. Mr. Speaker, straight to the question to the CS. And I'm happy that the questions are direct, but the responses are all over the page, Mr. Speaker. I have an issue with the Speaker. I asked you to just to be patient with me, just the way you are patient with your young sister. Mr. Speaker, there is a response on an environmental restoration orders to companies that have been found to be polluting our rivers. And if you look at the response, Mr. Speaker, on page 5, you realize that the responses give a date, just one day, for restoration of rivers that have been destroyed over the years. The Speaker, is the CS serious? Does she want to own these responses, or she wants to draw them back to NEMA? Then we can deal with NEMA when they come here. Because you cannot restore a river for a day, a river that has been destroyed over the years, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
You know, we are dealing with the science. That is why I'm giving members time to explain themselves thoroughly. This is a technical matter that we handle. And mark you, the person chairing is an expert in what you are addressing. So I understand your concerns very well. I'm a marine expert and I know what is happening around. Next is, you know, today my spirit is asking me to recognize the leadership of the House. Deputy Minority Whip, Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I had occasion to pass by Lavington Girls, and the most surprising thing, Honorable Speaker, is that Lavington Girls, as the name suggests, is actually in Lavington, and they are still cooking using firewood, Honorable Speaker, and it is causing a very big problem to residents who live behind the school on Ndoto Road there. The smoke goes directly into their houses. At some point, this administration had assured us that we are going to transition to clean cooking in our schools. So the question that I want to direct to the Minister for Environment, is it still government policy of the Kenya Kwanza administration to transition all public schools from cooking using firewood to clean energy cooking in our schools? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Maybe the last one, then she can answer those. Then I'll pick more. Senator Joe Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and allow me to first seek your intervention. I had a question for the Minister for Roads and Transport, Mr. Speaker.
The CS for...
I'm coming to that, Mr. Speaker. It's just a comment I'm making that it's important that we are informed in advance if the CS is not going to be coming, because I'm supposed to be...
I'll take that as your question, that the supplementary question is on the Minister...
Mr. Speaker, don't be so hard on me, although we don't belong to the same political side, Mr. Speaker, please. Allow me to... I was making a request to you.
Senator Newton, just have your seat. You know the chair here, if you have realized what I've done this morning, right? Actually, I've recognized members who are not in the same. The chair is impartial completely. And there is no chair who chairs this house on political issues or political lines. And that is not the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Maybe other houses, but not in the Senate, not this one. So maybe first you should withdraw your comment, that very negative comment on the chair.
Okay, Chair.
Because I don't mind whatever political space you are occupying.
Okay.
That is your business, you know.
Chair, I'm well guided, Chair. And I withdraw. I was just saying, Chair, I was requesting you that it's important that we be advised in advance, maybe through the order paper.
If you have withdrawn, ask your question, or then we can create some time to discuss the CS for once.
Okay, Chair, I was saying that because I was supposed to be in all Kalau, but I'm here. But let me ask you my question, Mr. Chair, to the CS on environment. Chair, let me ask the question directly, Chair. Is the CS aware of an arrangement that the government has with avocado processors in Murang'a County to be able to absorb waste? Because, Mr. Speaker, the only useful percentage of an avocado fruit is 5%. So disposal of the 95% waste is a big challenge to avocado processors. And the avocado processors have an arrangement with the government to make arrangement for absorption of the waste. So is the CS aware of this? And what are we doing to assist these processors who are taking up the avocado fruit, especially in Murang'a County? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do apologize if by my comment I hurt you. I was only requesting you to intervene in that matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam CS, you can answer those 5 questions, then we make progress.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. First of all, regarding the e-waste inventory, it was done in all the 47 counties, as I had said, and this was through NEMA and World Bank, and they published the report, and the report is on the website. And as I had said clearly, following the reports that we received, they were able to guide us in coming up with our Environmental Management Coordination Acts, amending them, and ensuring that we have incorporated the concerns that we had highlighted. And then the other question was for regulatory impact assessment. That was also done.
Madam says if you could also maybe identify the senator's question that you're answering, so that we are clear, so that we don't repeat again.
Yes, this was for...
To know the members slowly, so that you just select on the name. Proceed, Madam CS. Are you listening to the members? Just listen to the chair. On the senators.
So the e-waste collection centers are in Kisumu, also in Mombasa, and additional 2 counties. Both have been established and are running. So we continue with the support in e-waste collection. And the question on non-compliance is for the people who have been prosecuted, ODPP are the ones, we channel that to ODPP. There was a question with regards to water pollution and air pollution within the coastal region. Sorry, I was scribbling very fast. Recently, the ministry had launched the COSEM for continuous monitoring, water quality monitoring, air quality monitoring across the country, whereby we have also instructed the companies, the manufacturing industries to ensure that the machinery is there and we are assessing the quality so that if it is above a certain threshold and that Kenyans are really being exposed to this kind of waste, then the ministry and NEMA is able to take action. So the process is ongoing. We had the acts, the regulations are there. Now we have moved to implementation. And I can really tell you that the work is ongoing and monitoring and evaluation is taking place. It was just 1 month ago when I was in NEMA, I was able to see the dashboard. We were able to identify the notorious companies, and we are able to address the issues exhaustively. So the support is really for all the manufacturing companies, the industries, to be able to install, and then for NEMA, we are able to do that on our part, but also we are encouraging the industries and manufacturing companies to install. That way we can be able to exhaustively monitor whenever there are increased emissions within our environment. So I can assure you that is ongoing, air quality as well as water quality monitoring. Even recently, I think it was 3 months ago, where we were able to close one of the facilities where we had untreated effluent discharge into our Athi River, and were able to close very quickly. And the measures that took place are also water quality monitoring to be able to assess and see what kind of effluent is being discharged. Is it treated or untreated? So I can assure you that work is ongoing in terms of monitoring emissions into our environment. The regulations on e-waste. The regulations on e-waste have been developed. They are still pending at AG's office. We continue to push to ensure that we can have them exhaustive and implemented holistically. In terms of industries, all industries are required to have pre-treatment of waste, as I had said, and we are monitoring the effluent, as I had said. The Owino Uhuru budget plan for this financial year is 200 million. It has been included in the budget. We hope we can get the money so that we can address that concern. Then on clean cooking, a lot has been done on clean cooking. First of all, we developed our nationally determined contribution. The second one, actually, we were second in Africa in bringing that to the global team. We have developed our national climate change action plan, and one of the areas we are looking at is green transition and clean cooking. So we work with the Ministry of Energy to support them in developing the climate action plan that is transitioning to clean cooking. We've been able to reach out to multiple partners who support us in financing, including GCF, GEF, IUCN, among others. GCF was able to support us, and the resources will be used to transition most of our schools into clean cooking. But far beyond that, we have our carbon markets. We have our designated national authority when it comes to the carbon space. A lot of these projects are in clean cooking, and we are also encouraging the project developers in matters clean cooking, even as we look to the hard to abate projects as a country. So many of them have registered, so we can really confidently say that Kenya is moving into clean cooking. Additionally, IUCN has had technologies in Kajiado, demonstration centers, to support even homesteads in matters of clean cooking, institutions, and technology. But what I request, because this is a huge topic and it needs for us to work together with the Ministry of Environment, we request for more time to give you a comprehensive, consolidated report how Kenya is really transitioning into clean cooking. So thank you. The last question was on avocado, processing. and organic waste. Kenya waste is predominantly organic waste, and we take this seriously as the ministry and as NEMA. And NEMA has licensed facilities to treat organic waste. What we are currently encouraging the governors is to really look at circular economy, because waste management is devolved, and seeing how we can partner, we can coordinate to improve the waste management and circular economy. And you can see what is going on currently in Nairobi, where we are addressing the concerns in a Dandora site. Predominantly, it's organic waste that needs to be addressed, and really that can produce, whether it's waste to energy, whether it's fertilizers, and that again is really bringing money into the pockets of Kenyans. So we are working. We have supported in terms of the technical, the legislative component. Now when it comes to implementation, we are continuing to license to ensure that we are addressing organic waste, including the avocado waste. So I think those are the questions. Thank you.
There was an issue raised by Senator Kenyuri on the polythene bags.
Yes, yes. So for polythene bags, we continue with the banning. We take note of the concerns and enforcement. We will really ensure that we are strengthening the enforcement. But let us remember, far beyond the plastic bags, we even have the plastic bottles and other plastic wastes. That is why we had to work on the extended producer responsibility, which was passed. And this looks at how we can work with the polluters to ensure that they are paying principal, to ensure that the resources they are having is going back to address the waste that is being produced, yeah? What the manufacturers are producing. And as I said, it looks at the whole life cycle. So the EPR is really the way to go. It is all about creating jobs for the waste pickers, for the aggregators, for the transporters, and for safe disposal, among others. So the complete life cycle. It means that Kenyans will be able, people who are involved in the value chain will be able to get resources. And this is because the polluters will pay principal, and the resources are going to be used in waste management. So we are creating jobs, we are recycling, and this is coming all up into the circular economy space.
Are you not satisfied with the response? Yeah, just do a clarification very fast, then we give other
Actually,
members
Speaker,
an opportunity.
I wanted your help because you know you are an elder. Perhaps you can translate to me what the CS has said in regards to the transition in schools from firewood cooking to clean energy. Because an answer like the one she has given has left me more confused as to where we are with that program. What I expected, Honorable Speaker, is to be told we have X number of public schools that use firewood to cook. We have received a certain amount of money. This is the total budget. We have done 10% of the schools. The program will run for 6 months. We expect to be completed before the elections. I mean, that is an answer. But whatever rumblings that have come from the Speaker, from the CS, have left me more confused.
Okay.
I don't know what the answer was.
Okay, so Madam CS, that issue on the cooking stoves, I heard you say comment about the policy that you want to implement, and you requested for more time to submit that to this house, isn't it? But can you maybe comment directly on Lavington girls, because that is the issue.
Yes, Your Excellency, as I had said earlier, we request more time. Why? Because first of all, the implementer is the Ministry of Energy. For us, we give the policy. It's green transition. Number two, we need real-time data where we are currently. We need to map out, and need to talk to the officers so that we're able to map out and give the tangible data where we are in terms of transitioning. That is why I have requested, and it's also working with the Ministry of Education in the schools, working with the Ministry of Energy, and then ourselves. So if you can give us ample time, 2 weeks is adequate, we'll give you a substantive answer.
Senator Sifuna, I think now you are comfortable with that response. Yes. Okay. Senator Kadri Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask a question. Honorable Speaker, I listened very carefully when the CS responded to the question by Senator Hamida. And Honorable Speaker, as an expert, you say you're an expert in this. I think you are an expert in this. I think what the CS did was just to repeat what the laws and regulations say. The CS did not respond to the real issues about the levels of pollution in this country. Honorable Speaker, I would want to ask whether when last the NEMA engaged with the industries that are polluting our water resources around Western Kenya. Let me pick that. But let me not just pick Western Kenya. If you walk around Nairobi River, it is black. Lake Victoria is so polluted. River Maji Masafi in Kibos is so polluted. And yet it's called Maji Masafi by Kibos Sugar Company. All our sugar companies are polluting the rivers next to them. They dump bagasse everywhere. And you don't need to be an environmental expert to see this. It can be seen with the naked eye. When last did the CS get a report on what is being done about pollution by all these? If we can answer even for the sugar industries alone, where bagasse is all over, methane pollution is everywhere. Can you really tell us that those beautiful regulations you are reading, which we know are very good because some of them were made here. In fact, the law was made here. The regulations were ratified from this house. Our question is how you are implementing them. Don't tell us how good they are.
Senator Mugatana.
So, Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the very elaborate answer that he has given this morning. Mr. Speaker, my question is on enforcement. The Minister has told us in financial year 2024-2025, 5 people were arrested and prosecuted for violations in regard to illegal release into effluent, into our rivers. She has also said that 2 facilities were issued with closure orders. Mr. Speaker, this is what Kenyans want to hear. What action are you taking as a minister? Mr. Speaker, the people of Tana River today are suffering because there is gypsum mining. And Mr. Speaker, when the gypsum is mined in open pit, it is left like that. There is serious environmental degradation. When did she last send inspectors to go and arrest and prosecute the violators of environmental degradation? Mr. Speaker, Kenyans know police officers because if you mess, they will pick you up. Kenyans know the Pharmacy and Poisons Board. If you mess, you are setting up your illegal pharmacy, they will pick you up. But who are these MCA enforcement officers? Who are the Environmental Management Coordination Act enforcement officers? We want them to visit Tana River. Mr. Speaker, those open pits of gypsum in Charidende, in Bilbil, in Bangale, those open, they are killing animals, they are killing people, and nothing is happening. When are you going to send enforcement officers like the Pharmacy and Poisons Board to arrest people and prosecute them? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Manzo.
Mr. Speaker, could the CS explain the status of cleaning up Nairobi River, bearing in mind this is a river which goes to River Athi and all the way to Malindi, and that this is the river we are about to dam, Fake Dam, which is expected to give water supplies to Kitui County, Makueni County, Machakos County, and Kajiado, and even Konza City. What is the status of cleanness of that river?
Senator Eonda Bonikarwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Environment is missing in Kisumu County and Kakamega County. Could the minister make an undertaking that she is going to immediately, possibly tomorrow, dispatch her team from Nairobi to go and see for herself how raw sewage at Ahero town is released into River Nyando, and see for herself how raw sewage is splashing in the city center of Kakamega town. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Koiti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And thank you, CS, for your response. I would like to comment on the report that's at number I of the report, the environmental and social impact assessment process. The CS has referred to section 58 of the MCA, which requires that the ESIA process take precedence over any other regulatory process and be completed before any project commences. As part of this process and so forth. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would request the attention of the Minister, because she's discussing and I'm talking. So my question is the Cabinet Secretary in preparing this place, because I have quashed very many ESIA reports in court because they have been found to be fictitious, the latest being the one for the affordable housing project in Langata. And Mr. Speaker, in my interrogation with that, I came to see that there could be a problem with section 58 clause 2. I'm laying the ground for my question. So my question is,
Senator Mtata, time to. I told you this is science. It's not other things. Just ask your question, Senator Okio Mtata.
Section 58, clause 2. You quoted section 58. Clause 2 provides that a project proponent will hire a NEMA-approved consultant, expert to do an environmental assessment and then make a report. That section, by ceding the regulatory authority back to the person being oversighted, does it create a problem in your experience? Because if I'm paying the person doing the oversight, who is going to write the EISA report on a project, does that person remain a regulator, or does he become my consultant. And if that's the case, how does the regulatory authority enforce the NEMA requirements through a third party who is hired by the person being oversighted, paid by the person being oversighted, to write a report regulating the person paying that person? I want to understand that because there's a major problem with the NEMA, and as it was observed earlier by Senator Wambua, that the NEMA is a problem.
Have you asked your question?
So
that is enough, because you're asking who should do the report.
Yes, I've asked, have you looked at section 58, clause 2? I was just elaborating for the benefit of the House, because I've had the chance to read the section, and maybe the members have not read the section. So I need just for the benefit of the House to bring it out, so that does that section cause a problem in terms of NEMA regulating developers? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
And members, kindly just go straight to the question, because I have still several senators queuing here, and also time is not with us. We have done almost 1.5 hours with the CS.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my question to the Cabinet Secretary is, what are you doing to enforce the release of raw sewer into Nairobi Dam? All the estates around Nairobi Dam, when it rains, that is the time to release raw waste into that Nairobi Dam. What are you doing to enforce the stoppage of release of raw sewer to Nairobi Dam?
Actually, these questions are almost related, so maybe let's get another one, Senator Mudama.
Thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity. Mine is just to inquire from the CS about Athi River, which runs to Mwala and Athi River. It is so polluted. All the factories in Mavoko, they direct every garbage there. And especially Mwala, those people are planting vegetables through that water, and we are having a lot of cancer due to this pollution in the rivers. Also at the river, many of the nearby people are planting their vegetables, sukuma wiki, name it, spinach that we eat here in Nairobi, and tomatoes. And this is causing a lot of damage to our people. What are you doing to release people to go and check those factories through NEMA? NEMA is doing nothing. You have to be on NEMA very seriously. And I want, Madam CS, you deal with the Athi River kindly, and especially going to Mwala, and even the one going to Kinamanzo's place, Thwake Dam. Thank you.
Senator Joyce Colil.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to congratulate the CS for the efforts that he has put in the Ministry of Environment in terms of making sure that the state sector works despite the challenges that have been inherited from the previous governments, Honorable Speaker. The only question that I have is that a number of tea farmers have been complaining because of the effluents that are being discharged to their rivers. And I know before they are licensed, or the factories are licensed, they must comply with some regulations. I would also want to know whether the CS normally checks on the treatment of the said factories before the effluents are discharged to the said rivers. Thank you.
Okay, proceed and give responses, Madam CS.
Thank you.
We do the last round.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, honorable members. Let me first say that indeed I take this with a lot of passion, coming from the background and the impact it has in public health. Secondly, is that when I came into office, I ensured that we have quarterly meetings with NEMA. Last, I think it was 2 months ago, we conducted assessment along the Athi River. We were able to map out. They did their first assessment and they talked to the companies, and I joined them the second time round. This is really because we really need to address this issue. And you can see that in this last quarter, what was done by the previous administration in 1 year, we've been able to do that or double that in 1 quarter. In terms of assessing, in terms of reports, we had 405 illegal discharges that were stopped and identified and stopped, and 197 during this quarter. That is because we take it seriously. But even as we take it seriously, there are 2 things we are looking at. Industrialization, even as we protect our environment. So, as I had said earlier, restoration comes before closure and before prosecution. So we are giving improvement orders. We are giving timelines that after so and so, depending on what we have found. Like I can give an example where we went to one of the sites. What we instructed them is to do water quality monitoring in 3 months' time and see if they still discharge within the effluent or the effluent has been treated. So we have tangible evidence if there is discharge. And then secondly, we are monitoring, even from my office, to ensure that enforcement is going on, improvement orders are being executed by the various companies and industries, and restoration order so that they go into the pre-pollution state. If that doesn't work, then now we come to closure, because we are encouraging Kenyans that we build on the industries, we also ensure that Kenyans are having something in their pockets, but we protect our environment and restore. So for Athi River, we are doing that, and we will go, I will continuously monitor with them around the country, even as they share the reports. As I had said, even, we have a dashboard of which I am very happy to come and share with you on what we are doing on water quality monitoring and air quality monitoring by these industries. That way we can be able to see who is above the threshold that is needed, that can be damaging to the health of Kenyans. And from that report, we can now move and support them in their improvement, in their restoration. If that doesn't occur, now we move to closure and prosecution. So we have taken it up seriously, and we will be able to share even detailed reports that will be shared in our website to show Kenyans that water quality, air quality monitoring reports must be doubled every quarter so that the impact is felt, and we are restoring our environment even as we look at industrialization. The question with regards to, from Senator Mkatana about NEMA, yes, we are collaborating with the county commissioners to establish the multi-agency team to enforce on gypsum, and we definitely will be visiting your county and the coastal county to assess the impact within that region. It's long overdue. We're supposed to go there, but because of some conflicting issues, but we can assure you we will go and assess and give a comprehensive report on that. For enforcement, as I said, we are not much on closure and prosecution. We want to help restore. We want restoration orders. We want improvement orders to the companies. So we are working with Kibos Sugar, Mara Sugar, that have been issued with the restoration orders. We have given them timelines. We will be visiting to ensure that they are implementing and ensure that the effluent that is being discharged is treated. I take note also about the concern raised with regards to the conflict of interest, name as a regulator, and then again issuing the ESIA through consultancy. We have experts in the environment. They are the ones who write the NEMA, the reviews, and make decisions. So the EIA process is open, is transparent, it's evidence-based, and it's followed up by technical experts. So we believe that they are well capacitated to address and look at and conduct their EIA in a free and fair manner. The question on Senator Mandago, yes, we take note on the sewer networks. They are being expanded. It cannot be done overnight. You can see the time that Nairobi restoration it has taken. We conducted mapping. We saw who are discharging effluent. We were able to close them, and then now we are now cleaning up the Nairobi River. And you can see how many years and how much it has taken. So we will continue working extensively to ensure that we are restoring, again, see where resources allow how we can restore, and also support us, maybe through the National Infrastructure Fund. We can also look and ensure that restoration is occurring, because as we have this infrastructural development, industrialization, then the environment also has to be protected. So those are things that we are really advocating for, so that the ministry can be able to receive resources to support in those aspects. Yes, for Senator Muthama, yes, expansion of the treatment facilities is occurring in Kinanie and Machakos. Okay, that's the report. So I think those are the questions that have been raised. That one we are there because I was there. We started from the area of Mlolongo going down. So I was there, and we will continue assessing. So they give me reports routinely, and where they have challenges with the industries, then we go.
Senator Mudama, you know that is not how we conduct our business in this house. And Madam CS, don't respond to the members without my authority.
Thank you, Senator.
Otherwise you'll be out of order yourself, even though you are on the other side. Which questions have not been responded to? Senator, you know she has addressed deliver. Because that your question and the question Madama is the same about the river pollution. She has addressed that. The issue is the sugar factories, the effluent being discharged to the rivers by the sugar factories, and the tea factories in Bomet and Kericho. Yours has been answered too. You didn't reason about the experts. She has addressed that matter. You know, your technical team should be able to assist you with the questions, registering questions, so that you don't do 2 and 4. It's just that the river, Kakamega, Bomet, Kericho, the tea factories, and the sugar factories, the discharge of effluent into the rivers.
Yes, so all of them have been mapped, and I have talked to my technical team. Restoration orders have been given. So we'll be able to highlight those ones which are highly discharging effluent, and we will visit the sites. I can assure you I will visit them personally, but the team has been deployed to conduct assessment and support. They have given restoration orders, they have given them an effluent is what is being discharged. If there are challenges, then now we will move to closure. So we have mapped out, and we will be able to share that even in our dashboard on what we are doing in terms of monitoring, where we have visited. Yes, thank you.
I think, Madam CS, what members are asking, you know, from the just have your seat. You know, from the headquarters, you cannot do much. You have county offices across the country. So I think there is nothing much they are doing to monitor what is happening in the counties. That is why members are talking about Kakamega, Bomet, Kericho, about Meru, about Bungoma, because now your team is not working well, and maybe you didn't need to coordinate your NEMA team better. Senator Onyonka.
Mr. Speaker, I've never seen parliamentary procedure where I would, as I'm making my contribution, give the CS information on a matter that is very sensitive to me and Madam Muma, and then ask my question, if you can allow me to do that. The information I wanted to give her is that if she was to go to the Kenya Sugar Board and look at the reports which have been written for the last 40 years on what was supposed to happen to Bagasse, Mr. Speaker, her Minister for Industry would be very happy, because Bagasse was meant from the sugar factories so that it can be consolidated and made into block boards. But when the sugar factory started, all the economic activities collapsed. So I would like to suggest to the Minister that she can actually check with our Ministry of Industry and look at the Kenya Sugar Board. They will tell her what Bagasse was meant to do. That's why we have so much of it, polluting, and yet it can be converted into block boards. It can be used for construction. My question, Mr. Speaker, is to ask the Minister that on several occasions as Senator of Kisii County, I have raised issues about trees being felled and being cut in Kisii, Homa Bay, South Nyanza, Uasin Gishu, and many other counties in this republic. I would like, Mr. Speaker, to ask her whether she's aware that there was an environmental assessment study which was done, and whether there was this information that was gathered that would make sure, because previously, Mr. Speaker, when trees were cut anywhere, whether you look at Kinungi, you go to Elgon, the trees were always cut, but there was always transplanting. But you see what has happened, Mr. Speaker, is that all these areas, if you go to a place called Ringa, there's a place in Kisii called Mwata, the trees have been cut and there is no replanting of these trees. I don't know whether the Minister is aware what the implication of this would be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wakwabubi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I'd like to appreciate the CS for the introspective responses. However, I would like to pose a question to the CS and her technical team. If she has got any strategies of visiting Bungoma County and other counties to look into their CIDPs and climate action plans. Asking this with reference to Bungoma County to look at the River Nzoia pollution that has got very heavy pollution, industrial discharge, that makes its environs like Webuye being inhabitable, and even the water not good enough to be used for domestic purposes. Then the CS should also look into Bungoma town CBD sewage system, which to me is has a total rot, because when it has rained and there are floods, we tend to have some overflowing water with a lot of litter all over. There is a lot of stench, and also to visit and check on the dump sites and other municipal sites. For instance, we have a dump site in Bumula called the Lumoru dump site. So you need to look at that and look at the waste leaching into our rivers. Finally, I want you to look at the massive deforestation in Mount Elgon that has left a lot of springs, dams, rivers.
Senator Wakwabub, you know, ask only one question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well
and
guided.
I think you deal for Bungoma.
Asante sana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mwaruma.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask my supplementary question. My question is on the regulation on trade of carbon credit. In 2023, we passed the Climate Change Amendment Bill of 2016, and the main objective was to regulate and have a revenue sharing basis for the proceeds of sale of carbon credit. You know, most of the carbon credit is sold in a word called Kasigau in Taita Taveta. Now, we left the basis to regulations. What I would be wanting to know from the CS is how far the regulations or the CS has gone into formulating the regulations to give a way or a basis for revenue sharing on proceeds of carbon credit trade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, my question to the CS is with regards to pollution in Lake Victoria as a result of cagefish farming. Mr. Speaker, the ministry through NEMA is involved in licensing of cagefish farmers in Lake Victoria. NEMA issues an environmental and social impact assessment, does environmental and social impact assessments, does the site suitability reviews, does continuous monitoring, and does the EIA, environmental impact assessment. Despite that technical involvement of NEMA, Mr. Speaker, cagefish farming in Lake Victoria has contributed to an increase in pollution. It is visible, you can see it, you can smell it. Areas where some cages are, the lake is turning green, the lake is becoming a bit stinky. Mr. Speaker, despite the technical involvement of the ministry, you are still having conflict with local communities between the cagefish farmers and the indigenous communities. And Mr. Speaker, a few years ago, some lives were lost in Sindo. You are still having blockage of traditional fishing sites and trading routes, Mr. Speaker. Ngode, an island on Lake Victoria, there are some fishing sites that have been blocked as a result of cagefish farming. We are still having a disruption of tourism facilities where you find cages have been placed right opposite beautiful hotels, and yet the ministry was involved in site suitability assessment. Mr. Speaker, you are still having pollution, as I've said. Can the Cabinet Secretary commit to this House that she will bring a report or she will undertake an impact assessment on pollution in Lake Victoria and take proactive measures to ensure that cagefish farming does not become another environmental disaster and that we do not prioritize the economic benefits, the tariffs and licenses that they are collecting over our environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I want to ask the Minister that in northern Kenya, especially in Garissa and part of Wajir, is hosting a very large number of refugees for many years. And there has been a lot of deforestation as it's taken place. And the organization responsible for refugees, the UNHCR, is not doing much of interventions. In the past, they used to have some cooking gases and these things. But of course, at the rate at which we are the trees are being cleared as a cooking energy, a source of energy, is actually causing a desertification in that area. I'm asking the Minister whether there's any plan in those areas to do afforestation or at least look for as an alternative source of energy for the refugees, because the refugees are just increasing by number, and there's a lot of deforestation taking place. So, what is a plan from the ministry and UNCR to stop any more cutting of trees in those areas? Thank you.
Senator Lecha Julius.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to the Minister for Environment. She has teams in counties, which includes West Pokot. But for some reason, her NEMA team is compromised totally. Like there is mining going on in Laminyeusi in West Pokot and Kambikaraya and Takwel and many other places. Now her team does not effectively make sure that the washing of trucks do not take soil taken out of the mining area and clear it or clean it in the rivers. There is river Muruny is terribly polluted, and even Takwel is just terrible. So what can she do, or how can she effect or make her team in counties effective? Because they are just totally compromised. In fact, they are getting a lot of money exchange so that they are not doing their work effectively. Thank you.
Senator Seki.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My question also goes to the CS and request to know the mechanism the ministry is putting to mitigate the pollution of industrial pollution in Kajiado, where a number of industries have polluted the environment through the Namanga, the Kajiado, Nairobi-Namanga road. We have a number of industries, and they have polluted the environment to an extent where the environment, even the habitation of grass, trees have dried up. This matter we have mentioned, I've written to the ministry, and there is no outcomes on that area. And we have quite a number of problems within the area. The community is really they're having a big problem on that matter. There is a lot of problem. People are getting sick every other day. We have been having issues of cattle taking water through on water that has been contaminated by flower farms in Isinya River, where there is a small river that is seasonal within that area. We've been having cattle dying over that, and the community have made a lot of problems and even requests and recommendations that this industry must be taken into consideration. So I want to know what is the measures the ministry has taken, yet we have done a number of follow-ups, personally as a senator, and we have there is no outcomes coming in. So we need to have an answer, and people of Kajiado need to have an answer towards that.
Senator Shakira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question to the minister is, one of her responsibilities as a ministry is public awareness. As we are all aware, there is a big project of refinery coming to Lamu. What measures has the ministry put in place to educate the public on the issues of environment, and also to work with the county on the environmental impact and create awareness on the coming project so that people will support that project and learn about the project and get to know more about it, because we don't want to be caught unaware and we don't want the people to go against the project because they were not educated on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Last but not the least, the chair handling the environment docket in the Senate, Senator Mwinyi Mohammed Faki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. First of all, I wanted to commend the CS for her attendance and the responses she has given. However, as members have suggested, there's still a lot to be done, Madam CS. And some of the issues that have been raised are quite substantive. I wanted to comment, Mr. Speaker, so I wanted to comment on the issue of conversion of the school kitchens to eco-friendly or energy, green energy kitchens. Mr. Speaker, sir, last week we had an engagement in a dialogue in Kisumu, and we were able to visit a school called Nyawara Girls High School in Game constituency of Siaya County. And they are already converted their kitchen, although partly, and they are using green energy, that is electricity. Although they are yet to maybe install solar so that it becomes fully green. One of our resolutions, which we are pursuing with our colleagues in the climate forum, is that already there are some facilities which have been created. For instance, KCB has a facility charging an interest of 9%, I think, 9.8% for the schools that want to buy solar equipment to be able to solarize their kitchens. And again, we as the Climate Change Forum is also negotiating together with the Climate Fund, where we are going to get funding so that the school kitchens will be converted to energy, clean energy kitchens, so that all our schools in the country are able to do that. I think it will be done in collaboration with the NGCDF together with the Kenya Rural Electrification and the donor funding. But this maybe will be going to the constituencies and will be done by the members of parliament, because they are more or less in control of the schools. However, our counties also need to tap in on this Nobel project, so that we are able to do this throughout the country. Number two, on my question, Honorable Speaker, the issue of now we have seen upscaling of EVs, electric vehicles, which use lithium batteries. From electric vehicles, we also have tuk-tuks, which are using electricity. We also have motorbikes that are also using electricity. The issue is the disposal of the lithium batteries. We know these are much more lethal than the lead batteries that have also caused a lot of damage. And I appreciate Senator Esi inquiring about the compensation of the people of Owino Uhuru in Mombasa County, who are affected by the pollution of lead batteries in their vicinity. So, Mr. Speaker, maybe the CS could tell us what efforts are being made to ensure that the disposal of these lithium batteries will not be harmful to the environment. Thank you.
Okay. And we can give response to those questions, and then we conclude your submissions.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, I think Senator Onyonka said clearly about the biogas is a resource for energy, indeed, and factories are sustainably using biogas for making briquettes, but also what we talked about, the blocks, block boards, etc., as well as organic fertilizers. So I wanted to highlight about the 15 billion tree growing, and we are happy to even share more as a ministry on what we are doing. You'll take note about our key achievements in the 15 billion. Kenya is going green. Kenya is going green. And this is not just by counting the number of trees, because we know people can cook that. Just look at your satellite images. When you look at other countries, our neighbors, Africa, Kenya is indeed going green, and we are one of the top countries when it comes to restoration. So a lot is ongoing in terms of tree growing, and that is first because of your support. We had the Forest Conservation Management Act, which is now law, and one of the concerns that was addressed is cutting, ensuring that when you cut a tree, then replanting takes place. But far beyond that, we are having interventions to ensure that we are meeting our 15 billion target, or 1.5 billion in a year. This shows that in the previous administration, what the previous administration was able to do in 5 years, we have surpassed and done that 3 times. We have done that 3 times in the last 3 years, you see? So every year, we are doing what the last administration had done in 5 years. So we continue with restoration, and we continue working together with the Kenya Forest Service to ensure that we are restoring, but also a whole of government approach. The next question was regarding Bungoma and the climate action plans, as well as the issues of waste management. A highlight to this is that waste management is devolved, which again poses a challenge in terms of ensuring that the ministry exhaustively meets. So what we do is we have an intergovernmental framework, we support the county government, and we really need your oversight to ensure that we are managing the waste well. But as has been said clearly, we have the regulations in place to support us in those aspects, and we have taken note of that, and we will be sending a team to go and conduct assessment and see how to enforce in Bungoma. So for Mount Elgon, yes, we take note of the deforestation that has occurred, and definitely we are working on that. We'll be launching one of the plans on restoration of Mount Elgon, because it is not only a transboundary ecosystem. It's rich in biodiversity, the monkeys, like the colobus monkey, the elephants. It is a water tower, it is a transboundary, and it has a peace-building initiative attached to it. And far beyond that, we need to restore it. So those discussions are ongoing within the ministry. We've been able to identify one of the patrons who comes from that community in the public office, and they will be supporting us to ensure that we are restoring, and that is one of the sites that we will be restoring during the Mazingira Day. Key activities being aerial seeding, manual planting with the community, and also seeing the issue of fencing, but accessibility of the community into once in a while into the forest, so that they can also have beekeeping among other activities, and they can also now improve their livelihoods. So we take note, and it is indeed in our radar to ensure that we are restoring. So the issue on carbon credits, we are happy to report that a lot of regulations have been passed, the recent one being the carbon markets regulation. The only one remaining is the non-markets. I just signed guidelines to support the community, improve public awareness and community awareness. And a lot will be ongoing. Partners have reached out even to support us, and as a ministry, we'll ensure we have resources to support this. Some of the projects that will be coming in, like the green zone, which we hope will be passed, will be looking at capacitating communities to understand carbon markets. This is because they are entitled to 40% of that money. And if they don't know, someone else will take advantage. So a lot of public awareness is coming. What we wanted to do is to ensure we have the regulations, then we move to the next point. And so the projects are on through the DNA. We've had multiple projects, and we are encouraging community engagement, and the communities benefit from carbon markets. So for Lake Victoria, Senator Kajwang, we take note. We will bring the report on the EIA on pollution in Lake Victoria and have proactive measures. We have really been looking at how we can support even through the various agencies like Lake Victoria Basin, among others. As a ministry, we have been able to receive some resources which we will be able to support. And it's one of the projects that is in the radar because Lake Victoria is really a key ecosystem, a transboundary ecosystem, and also a source of livelihoods for many within the region. So we can assure you we'll have the report ready, and we also are allocating resources to support in its restoration. The other question was yes, this was a wonderful question, Senator Abbas, on what we are doing in the Asal region. I'm happy to report that we have been able to receive some resources from World Bank. It's called the KBC project. And the Asal region will really benefit from this. So we are looking at restoration, we are looking at improving livelihoods, and also other environmental conservation initiatives. So you will see us a lot, and I hope you'll be there also present to support us, even as we restore the Asal regions in Kenya. For electric vehicles, yes, Senator Faki, lithium is indeed a toxic substance that is not good for our people and not good for our environment. And we are happy to report from the EPR. When you look at the EPR, hazardous waste has been looked into. We are working with the PROs, and we said for hazardous waste, it will be for any waste picker who identifies the hazardous waste, they'll be paid 20 shillings per kilogram. So we are encouraging and incentivizing waste pickers and Kenyans to bring these hazardous waste like the lithium products, and then we can manage within the community. So we'll create awareness and use the EPR, but also we have the regulations, definitely, including the chemicals regulation. Also the safe disposal has been addressed within the guidelines of the ministry. Yes, and the question on public participation, yes, we have adequately engaged on public participation, and thank you so much for highlighting what has been done in the clean cooking space. However, we still request for more time to consolidate everything because it's a multi-agency implementation strategy led by the Ministry of Energy. So I think we have been able to answer all the questions, and for Kajiado, we have also mapped out, and we will send people there to address those issues and enforce in terms of ensuring our environment is safe. The refinery, yes, we take note of that, and we'll be working, you know, the lead ministry is the Ministry of Energy, but NEMA will work with them to ensure that we are creating public awareness. Definitely EIA must be done, and also ensure that implementation is seamless, even as we look at a safe, healthy, and clean environment, so that our people are not affected. Thank you.
So that was the head of the session with the CS. Thank you, Madam CS, for creating time to appear before the Senate. The commitments that you have made, make sure that you furnish the Office of the Clerk with the information that you have committed to do. So thank you very much, and continue. You see, environment as a challenge, so continue. The issue is the inspections and how you are able to make sure that whatever is happening is monitored in the industry, and also, you know, the counties, how also you work with the counties, especially in solid waste management. You, the national government, will come up with clear policies because the whole country is polluted. There is no county which is clean. Even though this is an evolved function, how can the national government intervene to ensure that there is no pollution in the counties? So thank you very much. I hope you have captured all the issues that members have raised. Okay. So clerk, next order.
Order number 8, motion, mainstreaming of a framework for clean cooking in Kenya.
Senator Minda Kibwana has requested that this business be rescheduled to another day. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, provision of the IFMIS reports for county governments to the Senate.
Senator Andrew Omtata Okoiti, are you ready to move your motion? Please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to move a motion on the provision of IFMIS reports for county governments to the Senate. That, aware that Article 96 of the Constitution provides that the Senate represents the counties and serves to protect their interests, determines the allocation of national revenue among counties as provided in Article 217, and exercises oversight over national revenue allocated to the county governments. Further, aware that in the case of Senate versus Council of Governors and 6 others, that is petition number 24 and 27 of 2019, consolidated 2022 brackets KESC 57 KLR, the Supreme Court affirmed that the Senate's oversight authority extends to both nationally allocated and locally generated revenue. Concerned that senators are constrained by lack of access to real-time data from the IFMIS system for the respective counties they represent, thus affecting effective oversight of county governments. Further concerned that, in some instances, data and information presented to the Senate by the Auditor General and the Control of Budget are received and considered late as a result of the backlog, resulting into too much information not getting properly reviewed by the senators. Noting that, as a result of unchecked financial information and systems, county governments have continued to accumulate pending bills resulting from unplanned expenditures, unaccounted for and inflated costs of projects. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the Cabinet Secretary in charge of the National Treasury shall on a monthly basis forward to the Clerk of the Senate all IFMIS transactions and reports for each county government for onward transmission to the respective senator for information on accountability and transparency in order to strengthen their constitutional oversight and promote good governance in the management of public finances. Mr. Speaker, sir, this motion is intended to cure a very, very important problem on the ground, whereby you have a budget that is passed by the county assembly, signed into law by the governor, and then implemented by the governor. And then after at that point, everybody goes blind. Only the governor and these people know what is happening. Payments are effected, contracts are done, payments are made, but you don't know what has been paid for. Nobody knows what has been paid for. If you go to the control of budget, the control of budget tells you they do not even have read-only access to the IFMIS payments. The IFMIS payments have become extremely opaque, and a lot of mischief then takes place, Mr. Speaker. You have got the questions of procurements being voided, and procurements which have not been approved through the system being carried out and paid for, and the genuine procurements remain unpaid, and they graduate what we are being called pending bills. Ideally, Mr. Speaker, a senator of a county, representing a county, should be able to look at the financial transactions of that county in almost real time to know which projects are being paid for. And once you know that a project A has been paid for, you can go ahead and look out in the budget and say, okay, what's the status of this? Does the status of the project on the ground? Is it commensurate with what is being paid for? Without that, Mr. Speaker, you end up encountering projects being done. You don't know at what level they are. You don't know what certificates have been issued. You don't know whether they have been paid for or not. You don't know whether they have stalled. And the county then just is at the mercy of the governor and his people. So this motion is intended to remove that opaqueness and give the Senate, through the Senate, individual senators of individual counties, from where they come from, to have a possibility or the capacity to see what the county governor and this administration have paid for. After the procurement is done, then you can hold a budget in one hand and hold the IFMIS reports in the other hand and compare and know what is happening. Otherwise, we are totally constrained, Mr. Speaker, when you go to the ground and you do not have a starting point. You get people complaining, you have no starting point. The county assemblies have already passed the budget. The governor is implementing the budget in a manner that is not transparent. And you, who is supposed to do the oversight, are left there guessing what might have happened. These documents, Mr. Speaker, should be available. They don't qualify. The IFMIS does not qualify for the documents which are not supposed to be disclosed under the Access to Information Act. The Access to Information Act clearly has a category of the kind of information that should not be disclosed. It does not go to the point whereby the IFMIS payments which have been paid out are kept secret. And yet we live in a world whereby when you go to the Public Finance Management Act, it requires that all contracts be published. So the contract, you are doing a contract in a village, you are building a road, let us know at what stage the road is, that has been paid for this road. Let us know what is being paid for. And that way, Mr. Speaker, we'll be able to understand the extent to which the budget is being implemented, and we'll also be able to question these things called pending bills. Mr. Speaker, if we don't do that, we are going to end up in a situation whereby we fight here, we send money to the counties, and then we don't know how the money is being utilized. We have a responsibility to follow that money, to look at how it is being used, and not to do it in a manner that you are depending on hearsay, that somebody is telling you, do you know this has happened, do you know that has happened? Then you end up sometimes not being able to perform effectively, but we shall be able to do a scientific oversight of the governance. We'll be able to say, this item has been paid for. Where on the ground is it? This item was budgeted for so much. How come it has been split and paid several times? This procurement was approved. Why was it voided in the system? And if it was voided, where is the money? If senators can have that capacity to have these reports in the manner requested in the motion, we'll be able to check the utilization of funds in the counties. Otherwise, we are left running around not knowing what has happened. Even if you go to a project, Mr. Speaker, on the ground and you find that the project has not been completed, you have got no capacity to tell whether that project has been paid for or not, what the problem is. But if we had access to the IFMIS records, the vote books and what have you, it will be very easy for us to get there and say that this particular item has been paid for, but has not been delivered. So the importance of having access to the payments that have been made by the county government to third parties is extremely important. It cannot be overstated. It speaks for itself, and especially for us who have got the obligation at the end of the day to tell the electorate, those who elected us, what the governor is doing in the county. This one is a motion that we should make sure is passed, and you make sure the motion is passed, and once it is passed, then we shall have the eyes. We shall be able to mulika mwizi, as they say in Swahili, to mulika mwizi. That mulika mwizi solution is the only thing that is going to save our counties from expenditure that is not explained, from theft of public funds, from procurement, from financing projects that have not been approved in the budget, and that will help us arrest the waste and abuse of public resources. So, Mr. Speaker, I really plead and pray that the members of this House consider this motion, approve it, and we pursue its implementation to ensure that oversight of county governments is done in a scientific manner, in a measurable manner, in a manner that we are able to.
Senator Mtata.
So, as I wind up, Mr. Speaker, sir, sorry, I just wanted to assist my brother, wanted to look at the motion. I think we don't have enough copies going around, so I'm sorry.
You remember, Senator Mtata, that you've gone digital, and the order paper as well as the motion is actually in the order paper.
Yeah, that we need a retreat maybe to learn how to use this system. You know, I used the old system, which was iPads. These people took us back to the beginning of computing.
You conclude.
So it became a problem.
Your counterpart already has the...
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the guidance. So I plead with the House that we pass this motion so that we can be able to mulika mwizi on the ground, so that any money be leaving the county treasury is known to the senator from that county in real time. And if there's any mischief being played, the senator can intervene and stop it. Otherwise, we are being treated like whatever you call those doctors pathologists who look at the dead bodies. Senators were never intended to come after the event and flail our hands and say, oh my God, this happened like this. We should be able to intervene in real time and check the governors. But we cannot do that when our eyes are closed. We must do that with the capacity to look at the IFMIS and say, this amount of money moved to this person the other day. What was being paid for? What has been done in a county? That way our people will benefit, the Senate will become effective, and the individual senators will not be held to unnecessary questions when they go to the ground and also look lost. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I move the motion. Thank you. And I ask Mr. Onyonka Senator Onyonka to second me. To second the motion, rather.
Senator Onyonga, the floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, I would not have stood here to second a motion that has been brought by one of the most incredible human beings I've ever met, known as Mr. Okia Omtata, who has made some of us become accountants. Mr. Speaker, legal accountants. Mr. Speaker, I second this motion because we and many other individuals in this plenary have always said there are some gaps, there is something wrong with our software. The software we keep talking about, Mr. Speaker, is not for a mobile phone or software which is meant to be for a computer. It is the fact that if we do not have the software that is going to run our financials in such a manner that we have prudence, we have real-time explanation of how money is moving from one department to the other, how money is being paid to contractors, how money is being released to different government departments and county government departments, then, Mr. Speaker, the truth is all we ever do is whitewash the Auditor General's reports after the effect, after the money has been squandered, after the money has been transferred. And what we've been saying, Mr. Speaker, in this House is that we need prudence in the financial management services for our people, whether it's at the national government, whether it's at the county government, Mr. Speaker, we are not behaving responsibly. And therefore, I second this motion because I want my colleagues in this House to agree with us, and we persuade them that there are certain things we can do, and we cannot blame government all the time. And yet, Mr. Speaker, in reality, we have the capacity to change some things in this House. And that is why, according to me and many of the senators who are of good faith, this is not a political issue. It is not controversial. It's about our job is basically to oversight resources that are released as shareable revenue from the national government to the county governments. And yet, we are not having the capacity to oversight, to audit, or even to actually question some of the transactions which are going on in our county governments. Whether these transactions are pre-budget, whether it is post-budget, whether it is pre-procurement, everything looks like the whole system is actually leaking. And Mr. Speaker, I therefore would like to say I second this motion, and I plead with my colleagues in this House that this is a low-lying fruit. We can actually squeeze the valves which are letting our funds to be misappropriated by unscrupulous people. Some governors are doing excellent work, but some of them are really doing shoddy work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my elder brother, Okia Omtata, for an excellent motion. Thank you, sir.
Now, honorable senators, I proceed to propose the question that aware that Article 96 of the Constitution provides that the Senate represents the counties and serves to protect their interests, determines the allocation of national revenue among counties as provided in Article 217 and exercises oversight over national revenue allocated to county governments. Further, aware that in the case of Senate versus the Council of Governors and 6 others, petition number 24 and 27 of 2019 consolidated in 2022 KESC 57 KLR, the Supreme Court affirmed that the Senate's oversight authority extends to both nationally allocated and locally generated revenue. Concern that senators are constrained by lack of access to real-time data from the IFMIS system for the respective counties they represent, thus affecting effective oversight of county governments. Further, concerned that in some instances, data and information presented to the Senate by the Auditor General and the Controller of Budget are received and considered late as a result of the backlog, resulting into much information not getting properly reviewed by senators. Noting that as a result of unchecked financial information and systems, county governments have continued to accumulate pending bills resulting from unplanned expenditures, unaccounted for, and inflated cost of projects. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the Cabinet Secretary in charge of the National Treasury shall on a monthly basis forward to the Clerk of the Senate all IFMIS transactions and reports for each county government for onward transmission to the respective senator for information on accountability and transparency in order to strengthen their constitutional oversight and promote good governance in the management of public finances. Honorable Senators, the motion is now available for your contributions, and I will invite Senator Montet is not in the House, Senator Manzo to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, this had first come in as a request for statement, and I'm happy now it's become a motion. And the way this motion is framed is definitive. It's not like how motions are framed in Parliament. Previously, Mr. Speaker, motions used to be, drafted to say, we urge, the CS in case of Treasury. But this one is mandatory. That now that the CS of Treasury is using IFMIS in the procurement and in the transactions for every county, then it is easy if this information is forwarded to the clerk of the Senate, and eventually the clerk now forwards each individual county's operations and transactions on IFMIS and on record to respective senator. Mr. Speaker, when we do oversight, a lot of Kenyans are not aware of exactly what senators do. Mr. Speaker, we do our oversight on audited accounts, and when we invite a governor to come to the Senate, the auditor general is present, the one who audited that particular county in the regions, and also the counties have internal auditors. And then, most important, the controller of budget is there. Recently, I saw the controller of budget saying what counties have done low absorption of resources, but did not show up in the Senate to come and explain these utterances in the press, which sometimes give the wrong impression to the communities and to the counties we represent. And I'm looking forward to when the controller of budget is in the House, that she can explain this low absorption of funds and why. Because a lot of times the government announces that monies to the counties have been released, and then it takes another 3-4 months, and the financial cycle is within a year. So by the time procurement is done, you find that monies in that county have not yet been absorbed. We'll want monies in counties to be absorbed 100%. We don't want any coin to remain with the central bank or to remain unused, because the counties need roads. The roads are in pathetic situations. Counties need water supply. Counties need environmental management. Counties need medication in the hospitals. Counties need medical equipments like scanners, operational, because every other time you have a phone call, from a resident of the county say that we have gone to the level 5 hospital, the scanners are not working, and have been sent to a private enterprise whereby I need 20,000 for treatment. And you see, as an individual senator, you are forced to assist this particular person. While these machines, which most of them are managed by the national government, and I like the way this motion is drafted, that we oversight the national government and the county government funds, and more important, where national government is doing a county function, Mr. Speaker. We know that the national government has refused with a lot of health functions at the national level, the procurement of those equipments, which should be monies devolved. We are aware that the monies for agriculture are not fully devolved. There are so many other activities hanging at the national level which should have gone to the counties, and we will be oversighting from there and making sure the counties are working. We are aware that the sector of environment, of which the minister has just left this place, a lot has to be done at the county levels that it has not done. Similarly with the water, even markets, they are being done. The work for the markets belongs to the counties. But individual members of National Assembly are the one running with this project in the counties and abandoning the governor. I remember an incident in Kiambu when one of these markets was being launched and there was a fight and a young man was killed because the argument was who should be doing the markets. The markets should be done by the counties. They are the ones who manage them. Similarly with many other projects. And therefore, it is important for every single transaction which takes place at the county level that the same information within that month be relayed to the respective senator to oversight and to check what has been done. And when we go on ground to be able to counter check that the same projects have been done. Otherwise, we don't want to fall into a trap whereby for those governors, and quite a number of governors have trouble accounting for what has been sent to them. And quite a number of other governors have appeared before the Senate and have accounted for every coin. And they have answered questions that have been sent back, and they have come back to come and account and to the satisfaction of everyone. And while we sit in that committee, Mr. Speaker, I said the controller of budget is there, the auditor general is there, and more important, the EACC. So that if EACC picks a certain thing going wrong in a certain county, they can be able to investigate and go forward. But I don't think that is sufficient. Even when those three sit there with us to help us oversight, there is a lot of compromising and compromises going on. You find an investigation is never concluded, like the one of Kathwana, the headquarter of the Tharaka-Nithi County, has been delayed by investigations from EACC, which never complete. And therefore, the moment we've got the IFMIS transactions with us, then it is easier now, even to follow up with EACC, to follow up with the governor, to follow up with the county, and make sure that there is effective oversight to the county. A lot of citizens have misunderstood us to mean that, Mr. Speaker, that we go and do the primary oversight, which is the work of a county assembly member. It is wrong, really. Oversight is not going and abusing the governor in a public rally. I cannot go to vet a CEC in the county, and I should not be expected to do that. That's the work of the local assembly, and the county assembly should be able to do that, and many other things they should be able to ask and question the county government. They have powers to summon the CECs, and we have handled several impeachment motions here. If a governor is not performing and has breached the constitution and has done a few things the county assemblies are not happy with, they impeach, and then they bring to this chamber to confirm whether the impeachment was properly done or not. And if so, we go on, try the governor, and render a verdict. So, Mr. Speaker, while supporting this motion, I think it is important we need to come out strong, guns blazing in oversight, so that the counties will represent know that we have fully done our job and we have fully accomplished and made sure that everything has been done in accordance with the law and the Constitution. And that's why this motion is important. So that, Mr. Speaker, for every month, I should be able to go to the clerk, or the clerk should be able to forward to my office, and I can monitor and assess every single transaction the county government has conducted and what it was for and whether that particular job was properly done. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish also to contribute on this motion. Actually, this is a very, very important motion. As we enter the first phase of since devolution started, there has been a lot of problems in the counties in terms of financial management. And as the House that has honors to oversight the counties, we were unable to track county financial management and county use of resources as a result of, opaqueness in the whole process. Most of the counties don't even cooperate with the senators to at least know what is taking place in that county. According to the IFMIS, or the Integrated Financial Management Systems, actually this is a very, very important system that needs to be tracking whatever financial management issues are taking place in the government, both the national government and the county government. Honorable Speaker, we have something called in the counties, if you look at the article, I think the 201 of the 2012, the project management, the BVM, the project, public finance management. There is something called Project Management Committee. This committee actually is supposed to be formed by every county. That this committee is actually has a responsibility to be involved in all plannings and commitments that are made, and they have a responsibility to see what kind of project is done within the counties. This actually engages the public, representatives, women, youth, leaders like the senators are supposed to be members of these committees. Of this committee of the project management. But however, the counties have avoided forming these project management committees in their respective counties. Specifically, the Senate is supposed to be actually a member of this committee. And that is the only way, by forming these committees, the BMC, that the senator can be able to track and know how much money has been sent in the county and what kind of project has been done. And I think beside of having the IFMIS report, I think this House must compel that all counties must form the project management committees, so that at least we can be able to monitor. Senators can be able to engage themselves and involve themselves in activities taking place in the counties. With this kind of avoiding the senators to be participating in whatever is doing and whatever is going in the counties, I think it will not be right for us to be the oversight, to have the oversight responsibility. But of course, we are not able to access all transactions that has taken place in the counties, projects that have been implemented. Honorable Speaker, if you go to the counties, there are so many stalled projects, so many. Most of the money has been paid for it, and some of the money has not been paid. And what happened is actually every government comes in, starts his own project or her project. Most of the previous government's projects are stalled and it's never completed. I think this is actually very unfair. We are duplicating projects, we are using money, and most of the projects have been left stalled, and a huge amount of money is actually lost through obsolete structures that are not paid for. And this is the same government, the Republic of Kenya, the respective ministries, the respective counties. The money comes from a taxpayer. It is not the honors of the governor not to complete the project that has been started by another governor. But government is actually a continuing institution that a president comes and leaves the office, another comes, but the project still remains for the Kenyan people and for the taxpayers' money. This has been paid for. And therefore, what you have now, there are many projects that have not been paid. So, but with the help of if we could have the project management committees in the counties that are functional, then we could avoid this kind of business. Honourable Speaker, I think I'll agree with the sponsor of the motion that we need to have a copy or reports of financial finances that are taking place. We have the PAC committee and PIC. But of course, when you see what this committee is handling, it's actually most of the times history. That work that has been done or the finance committed into 3 years, 4 years ago. There's no up-to-date financial responsibilities being taken by the counties because we postpone the audit reports. You see, if now when we're having the CARA and the DORA, all that is based is actually on the 21-22 financial, audit report of from the auditor control of auditors, the office of the auditor. So, if we have the information reports from the COB or from Treasury, this House will be able to manage that money that is being used, and we can be able to stop abuse of money and stall projects and this kind of businesses. Honourable Speaker, we need to have the information report as requested by the sponsor of this motion, and we need to form the project management committees so that the senators and the public representatives, including youth and women, that we can be able to know what kind of project has been done, where it has been done, how much money has been spent, and therefore we'll be able to at least hold responsible the various governors who believe that the county is their private businesses. And therefore, with those few remarks, I beg to support the motion.
Senator Catherine Muma.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for an opportunity to contribute to this motion. And I would like to congratulate Senator Omtata for bringing this issue. I think oversight is best done when everything is laid bare into the detail in order for us to be able to see what's happening. And as I support, I'm rising to just request that the motion be passed with an amendment for this reason. Senator Omtata, Honorable Chair, is known for bringing public interest litigation to align everything with the Constitution. But the last paragraph of his motion, in my view, focuses on the individual senator. In fact, he uses the word senator, and it may be interpreted that the Senate is made of 47 elected senators. As you are all aware, the oversight role of the Senate is provided for in Article 96. It's a collective role, and read together with Article 98, the oversight is to the Senate. So to request that the CS will be forwarding these reports to the individual senator, in my view, is a failure to recognize how the oversight role is done within the Senate. So I would request, Honorable Chair, that as the motion is passed, which it should, we should not allow it to pass with that tweak that is unconstitutional. The Senate oversight teams is largely currently done by the committees. So this information should be transmitted to the clerk for use by the Senate not by a senator. So I would humbly request that we ensure that the motion complies with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Catherine Muma. Senator Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, I want to rise to support this motion, Mr. Speaker, that the Senate resolves that the Cabinet Secretary in charge of the National Treasury shall on monthly basis forward to the Clerk of the Senate all IFMIS transactions and reports.
Senator Mungatana, just hold. Senator Joyce, I can see you are complaining. I can't see your request on the gadget here. Could the clerk help you so that you log in? Because I know you have been here and you've just taken that note. So I will allow you once Senator Mungatana speaks, once your gadget is set. Proceed, Senator Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I was saying I support that the IFMIS transactions and reports for each county should be made available to the senator for purposes of enhancing the oversight rules. Mr. Speaker, this is not a very difficult request that the Treasury is being called upon to do for the Senate. Why I say so, Mr. Speaker, is that already as a senator of Tana River County, I receive exchequer releases from the Treasury. Somebody always sends me that information so that you are up to date on what is being released by the Treasury. So my first point is, this is a matter of simply complying with a request from the Senate. You look for the figures, you compile them, and you transmit them. The National Treasury is already doing that when it releases exchequer reports in terms of the spendings that are being sent all over the country. So I would first of all want to urge that the Treasury should straight away comply once we pass this. There's nothing difficult about doing this. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion because it enhances the overall function of accountability that must be borne by the governors of this Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, right now we are limited in terms of acting in real time. You know, Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with audit reports. The Auditor General brings the reports to the Senate, and we start examining those reports after the act has happened. Mr. Speaker, this means we are morticians. We are doing post-mortem analysis of how the funds have been misused or used by the governors of the 47 counties. So, Mr. Speaker, the good thing about this motion is that it is bringing real-time information to the senators so that, Mr. Speaker, you are able to know that if IFMIS is releasing this kind of money, there's this transaction that has happened, then we are able to trace and we are able to make the necessary political influence on those transactions. And even, Mr. Speaker, we are able in real time to raise the issues so that, Mr. Speaker, we are able to prevent the happening of corruption. We don't have to wait, Mr. Speaker, for the corruption to happen. Then we come to do a postmortem in the Senate. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a beautiful development of management of our funds. Why I say so, Mr. Speaker, is because in the past, in 2003, Mr. Speaker, we passed the national, we used to call it the CDF Act in those days. And the CDF Act, Mr. Speaker, did not have rules, did not have regulations. It had absolutely, it was a free kind of money that was put on the table. And many members of parliament misused it. And Mr. Speaker, I remember that members of parliament at that time, they would be the chair of the CDF itself. I remember one particular member of parliament, Mr. Speaker, who was the chair. He appointed his wife as the treasurer, his son as the secretary of CDF, and told them to sign their part for the withdrawal. So whenever he needed money for use, for whatever, he would just put his signature as is the last signature, and money is withdrawn, and you can imagine the amount of misuse that was there. Mr. Speaker, I even remember one particular member of parliament who used to use the CDF as his personal kitty for Harambes. And I know that that parliamentarian was followed even into court, and he served a short stint. Mr. Speaker, the national CDF at that time, after 10 years, in 2013, it was amended to make it better in terms of management of funds. Mr. Speaker, after the new constitution, it was again amended following a court decision to make it now the National Government Constituency Development Fund. So the point I'm putting is that even the CDF, it has had its progression towards superior management of public funds. It has had its process. Mr. Speaker, what we are saying with this improvement in the IFMI system, we are saying where it is, it's not good enough. It's not a good tool for us to use to track the information of the transactions that are being done at the county level. So what we are saying is that with this motion, it will convert the Senate from merely dealing with audited reports, some of which are old, from being morticians to dealing with things that are real-time, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would urge colleagues who are listening to me and those who are listening online that this is a motion that we should pass early, as soon as possible. As soon as the debates are over, we should be able to pass this motion without delay. Mr. Speaker, real-time management, real-time overseeing of transactions gives us the advantage of saving, gives us the advantage of prevention. And the Englishman some time ago wrote and said the prevention is better than cure. And Mr. Speaker, I remember in particular in Tana River County, there was a planned trip to go to Canada, Mr. Speaker, by the governor and some fellows in the county to go and learn about governance, Mr. Speaker. And you're talking about a governor who has been a member of parliament, who is a retired major in the army. So there's nothing that they were going to learn. And Mr. Speaker, where were they going? They were going to some small county in Canada, to learn about governance for 2 weeks. When you cost that together with the people who are going to accompany, the county was going to spend about 12 million shillings in one trip, Mr. Speaker. And so, because of the communications that were there, the office of the senator took it up. And Mr. Speaker, we pushed with Canadian embassy, we even wrote to that county there and told them this is wastage, that the county has been misusing funds and there is nothing they were going to learn. And finally, Mr. Speaker, that trip never happened. Why? Because there was real-time checking on what the monies of the people of Tana River was going to be utilized for. So, Mr. Speaker, if the IFMIS reports, the IFMIS transactions are going to be real-time, every month we are going to see what is happening, then if there is fraud that is ongoing, especially ongoing fraud, we will be able to take the necessary steps to stop and be able to do prevention, which is better than curing. So, Mr. Speaker, with those very many remarks, I want to urge that we support this motion, and I support. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Mungatana. I will now allow Senator Joyce Korir to make her contributions. Clerk, give Senator Joyce the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think my catchet has some problems, but I thank the table clerks for managing it. Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank Senator Omutata for this wonderful motion that is before the House. And maybe before I do that, Honorable Speaker, let me also take this opportunity to welcome the members back from recess and interaction with the members of the public to the business of this House. Honorable Speaker, in a special way, allow me to also contribute to this motion, a motion that is so direct, which I don't want to believe there is anybody who is going to go against this motion, because the issues of IFMIS, the Integrated Financial Management Information System, is a system that was developed to be able to assist the Kenyans, the national government, the county government, and other sectors in terms of assisting the public in management of the resources of this country. Honorable Speaker, a number of speakers have spoken, and I want to say this, that indeed, Honorable Speaker, it's so hard for this House to do the oversight role without the real-time reports, which will enable them to do the right decision, Honorable Speaker. A number of times we've been talking about the pending bills across the country, either within the national government or within the county governments. Not only that, Honorable Speaker, we've been talking about the white elephants projects in our villages, which huge amount of public funds or resources have been put, but the projects are still hanging, Honorable Speaker, and we cannot tell the amount that was allocated, neither the monies that have been paid for the said projects, Honorable Speaker. The only time that this House will be able to do their oversight role in a better manner is through the production or giving them the IFMIS so that they can access information on real time and be able to make the decision, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to a procurement, this is one of the things that has really given us a lot of headache, because as we speak now, there is no single county that has no pending bills. There is no single county that can give us a proper report on procurement, not only the counties, but even within the national government. Honorable Speaker, the role of this House is the oversight. If they are going to be equipped with this IFMIS, Honorable Speaker, they will be able to do their role diligently, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I know the county assemblies try as much as possible to do their budgeting. The national parliament does their budgeting. But we don't have a track to make sure that the itemized budget that has been done is done accordingly, Honorable Speaker, and with the help of the instruments, the statutory instruments that we have, Honorable Speaker. These things, Honorable Speaker, have been specified fully within the PFM Act and other statutory instruments, which can enable us to really make sure that we are able to do our legislation and be able to do the oversight role which is envisaged in the Constitution, Honorable Speaker. So I just want to say that the only thing that I want to request this House is to move with speed and make sure that once this motion is approved, we make sure that it's implemented to the letter. And this, Honorable Speaker, I want to believe is going to sort out a number of problems that we have in Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have a lot of monies in this country, either within the national government or within the county government. Honorable Speaker, a number of projects are being run, but I can speak authoritatively, Honorable Speaker, that a number of us doesn't have the facts of how much those projects are costing and whether they have been paid or not. There is a lot of fraud that is going on, Honorable Speaker, where at some point you find a lot of things that are happening within the county governments and even with the national government. You find a contractor has been paid, and because of technology, Honorable Speaker, they go to an extent of removing it from the system and re-entering it again, just to be used as a cash cow, Honorable Speaker. These are some of the problems that can be weeded out once the money has been paid and the members are notified on time. Because for this House to act, or for the committees, the various committees that we have in this House to act, they always rely on the auditor's report, which takes a whole year. You are correcting it for the next financial year. It is a total mess. But if we would have been correcting these issues instantly, Honorable Speaker, I want to believe that this nation will move forward. So, Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that I would urge the members of this House to move with speed in terms of making sure that they pass this motion. And also, I want to agree with Senator Muma on the correction part that the House of the Senate has 67 senators. So it's our collective responsibility as a House to make sure that the oversight role that is the major role we are supposed to play is done by the 67 senators. So I just want to say that I support and I urge members, I urge the relevant office to make sure that this is implemented immediately. Thank you.
Senator Mogeni.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to first thank the Senator for Busia, Senator Okia Umtata, for bringing this very, very progressive motion, Mr. Speaker. A motion that will, in a very great way, assist the senators in undertaking their oversight responsibilities within our respective counties. And Mr. Speaker, you must acknowledge that the people of Busia did this senator a very big favor by electing Senator Umtata, a man who has created an excellent record in litigating in our courts public interest cases, including the case that he has cited in this motion, Senate versus Council of Governors, petition number 24 and 27 of 2019. Mr. Speaker, looking at this motion, the main intention is to ensure that we extend the ambit of transparency and accountability on the use of public resources so that our governors can operate a system that is accessible to Kenyans and one that they have no fear if a third party is also going through to ensure that they are acting in compliance, in compliance with the Constitution and all financial regulation and laws of this country. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of this House, the kind of collaboration that exists in the House of Commons between the House of Commons and the Office of Controller, Auditor General in the House of Commons. The two, Mr. Speaker, work hand in hand. Because the intention, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that public resources are used for their intended purposes. These two offices should work hand in hand. And now that these are now open, Mr. Speaker, remember that this Third Senate of the Republic of Kenya has now empowered senators with a fund, a small fund that helps senators undertake their oversight role. Mr. Speaker, the two should work hand in hand with the Office of the Auditor General. You have staff, Mr. Speaker, that work in your county office, Senator Vice Chair, Senator Joyce. We know that as the PSC we have supported the nominated senators with a few staff also. Mr. Speaker, these officers should work together with the Office of Auditor General and the Office of the Controller of Budget so that we are able to monitor how requisitions are made and payments are made by county governments, Mr. Speaker. In the UK, Mr. Speaker, they even do value for money reports because it's not about payments. We want to see that when you issue a tender and you're undertaking a project, there should be value for money, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what happens in other counties, but I've tried to follow. For example, budgetary allocations for water projects in my county of Nyamira. Mr. Speaker, every project I've visited, the only thing that the governor does is to drill a borehole. Once he has drilled the borehole, and he sets, for those ones who are lucky, he sets a kiosk, water kiosk, in that particular borehole. That is the end. If you were to talk about value for money, Mr. Speaker, once you drill a borehole, you should connect water to homes. Civilization demands, Mr. Speaker, that we supply water to our women. When I go to Nyamira, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to see my women going to collect water from a borehole that is 1.2 kilometers from their houses, Mr. Speaker. I want to see my women in Nyamira donning a hairstyle like Senator Joyce. I don't want to see them carrying water buckets on their heads, or like Senator Wakabubi here. We want our women to also make nice hairstyles, and they draw water from piped water from their homes, Mr. Speaker. That's when I'll truly say that devolution has reached our counties, Mr. Speaker. People who reside in the cities, they don't go looking for water from boreholes, wherever that is. They draw water from pipes in their homes. And that's my dream as a senator of Nyamira, that when we work so hard to send money to our counties, women should draw water, piped water from their homes. That's the only time, Mr. Speaker, we will say that truly now we are seeing fruits of devolution. Mr. Speaker, if you go through audit reports, year in, year out, you will see the auditor making disclosures that some counties are making expenditure that is unsupported. Okay? You will see many pages drawing the attention of this House to irregular procurements in our counties. You will see reports by counties that have overemployed above 35%. I don't know what is the percentage in Tana River. In Nyamira, we have hit 67% of the revenue that we send to counties goes to salaries. Mr. Speaker, we did a special audit in Nyamira, and you find somebody is employed in TSC, but still being paid salary by the county government of Nyamira, Mr. Speaker. Chief officers, if you read that audit report, cannot account for staff in their respective departments. Yet, money that goes to county is supposed to take services closer to the people. We want to see excellent ECD classrooms in our counties. We want governors to stop this mentality that when you talk about county roads, it is just maraming roads. We want them to start tarmacking our roads. Because our Vision 30, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that a Maram road is 1.5 kilometers from the homes of Kenyans. That's our Vision 2030. If, Mr. Speaker, every financial year we send monies to our counties, and all they can do is to Maram roads, when will this country achieve our goal on attaining a certain number of roads of kilometers that are tarmac, Mr. Speaker? So I support this motion because it will put governors on the spot on how they are utilizing the resources that are sent to their respective counties, Mr. Speaker. And we need to work very, very closely, Mr. Speaker, with the Office of the Controller, the Controller of Budget, and Office of the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker. Every office of a senator should have contacts. Like now, Mr. Speaker, auditors have landed in Nyamira. They are doing an audit for this last financial year. I want them to work very closely with my staff, because it is us, Madam Speaker, who hold the responsibility of ensuring that money is used properly in our accounts. When they land in Bomet, you should have a keen interest. Which projects are they visiting, and how will that report look like, Mr. Speaker, when finally that report lands on the floor of this House? I've received reports, Mr. Speaker, that the governor of Nyamira has done something that is unprecedented. That as soon as auditors, external auditors, landed in Nyamira, Mr. Speaker, he has suspended the internal auditor. I mean, you know Section 65 of the County Governments Act. The only office that has authority to hire and fire is County Public Service Board. A governor has got no authority to hire or to fire a member of staff, more so an internal auditor. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you make an internal auditor answerable to a governor, then you have killed audit in that respective county, Mr. Speaker. So, if the governor of Nyamira is watching or is listening, and I'm speaking to him as a senior counsel, let him allow the auditor, the internal auditor, to undertake the tasks of our office without any interference. Let the hold of that office avail all documents to the external auditor. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I'll bring that matter to the floor of this House so that the House takes it up. If we allow staff who are supposed to be independent in our counties to be harassed by governors, we are going to kill accountability and transparency in our respective counties. So I support this motion by my good friend, Senator Okia Omtata. Maybe I will propose that we amend it to go further and allow us an entry to work hand in hand with the Office of Controller of Budget and the Office of the Auditor General. And I've given you a very good example how this works in the House of Commons. These offices work very closely. In fact, meetings, Public Accounts Committee meetings in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, are supported by the Office of Controller and Auditor General in the UK. And I think that is what we should use as best international practice, incorporate it, so that we can work together with those offices to ensure that money that is sent to counties is used for the intended purposes to bring services closer to the people. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Senator Okenyuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also wish to support this motion by the good senator from Busia, that this is a very progressive motion, Mr. Speaker, and not just for the watchdog committees in the Senate, but even in building the ability for members of the public to follow what's going on in their respective counties, Mr. Speaker, as we put our heads together towards combating corruption in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many a times when the governors appear in the watchdog committees, and sometimes you ask specific questions, it's very easy for them to say, okay, that was avoided transaction. And because they know you're not going to dig deeper, or you do not have the benefit of seeing what is on the other side, they quickly get away with it, Mr. Speaker. So having such a system whereby members are able to see or access that information on real time is a breakthrough towards oversight, Mr. Speaker, and I feel that this motion should actually be supported strongly, because it goes a long way in helping the public protect resources, or ensuring those that are given the mandate to oversee these resources are using the resources for the right functions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have very many cases of pending bills. We have contractors who've committed suicide on the basis of them not being paid. These are issues we should have avoided if money was being used for the intended purposes, and rightfully so, Mr. Speaker. So I really want to support this motion, that it's one way we are actually going to put governors, not just governors on the spot, but also build the capacity for members of the public to be able to oversight the leaders they've elected, because it's a challenge for members of the public to actually oversight when on the other side they actually have no information on what specifically we are looking at, because for a long time this appears to be a responsibility of the Senate only. It's not a responsibility of the Senate only, but the public also has the moral authority to question their elected leaders on what they are doing in their specific positions that they are serving, Mr. Speaker. So I want to support the motion by Senator Omtata, and commend him for such a progressive initiative to this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wakwabubi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute towards this motion. I begin by commending Senator Omtata for this insightful thoughts on the IFMIS. My concern is drawn at paragraph 5, noting that as a result of unchecked financial information and systems, county governments have continued to accumulate pending bills resulting from unplanned expenditures, unaccounted for and inflated cost of projects. This is due to numerous incidents of irregular or rather procedural funding, which I could refer in simple terms as virement, because we also realize that there is a lot of violations regarding financial transfers, maybe from recurrent to development plans or vice versa. So I would also wish to propose that an amendment be put at that is paragraph 5, line 3, after unaccounted for, add the word virement and inflated cost of projects. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the motion be amended in the last paragraph by deleting.
The 2026 FIFA World Cup is coming to the end, and what a tournament this has been. Giants have fallen. Brazil, Germany, and even the fairy tale of Cabo Verde has come to an end. Now only 4 teams remain, and as we start the kick-off to the semi-finals and the finals, BBC World Service and KBC English Service will bring you live the action of the remaining matches. Catch all of them on KBC English Service and BBC World Service.
Michuano ya kombe la dunia yanakaribia kilele na sasa ni kufa kupona. Farasi wawili wanaopatana ugani, ni mmoja tu ndiye atakayesalia, huku mwingine akifunganya virago na kuelekea nyumbani. Je, ni timu gani itakayotwaa ubingwa huu mnamo Julai 19 pale MetLife Stadium? Jibu hili utalipata hapa KBC Channel 1, tukikupeperushia matangazo ya FIFA World Cup moja kwa moja kutoka Mexico, Canada na USA. Goal! They've done it! Pia unaweza kupokea matangazo haya kupitia stesheni za redio za KBC. Istoshe, kwa wale wanaopenda kuona mechi kupitia big screens, KBC itawatembelea mtaani kwenu. World Cup iko KBC. KBC, your true sports partner.
Did you know livestock insurance safeguards farmers against loss of their animals due to theft and death caused by pests, diseases, accidents, drought, fire, lightning, windstorms, and floods? It covers livestock such as cows, camels, sheep, goats, and poultry. Now you know. Read and understand the terms and conditions of your policy. This message is brought to you by the Insurance Regulatory Authority, IRA. IRA, bima bora kwa taifa.
Good afternoon and welcome. It's only a matter of hours before all Kalau electorate get back to the ballot and vote for their next member of parliament. We have my colleague JJ Curia on that bit. And in sports, Spain are already in the final of the World Cup. Remember, it's only the second time. Who will join them? Will it be Argentina? Will it be England? We have that and much, much more. Good afternoon and welcome. My name is Ben Troy Njoe, and Lucy Maura is my co-anchor on the sign language interpretation. Let's begin in Nyandarua County, where distribution of voting materials in the Ol Kalou by-election is currently ongoing. The seal for the ballot pallets were broken on Wednesday morning in the presence of two independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission IEBC commissioners, Anderito and Nur Hassan. The voting exercise will kick off at 6 a.m. on Thursday and conclude at 5 p.m. The IEBC has ruled out the use of a manual register, insisting that all voters will be identified through the KIMS kit. In the meantime, police will mount road checks to avert any infiltration by goons. They will also impound any unmarked cars in the constituency and arrest the occupants.
Kitu hapa inaenda shwari. Yeah. Kwa hivyo wajitokeze kwa wingi bila kuogopa chochote kwa all those polling station, na sisi tuko hapa kulinda kila kitu paka jioni turudi hapa. Kazi nyingine yote tunaachia IEBC kufanya. Kwanza barabara hasifungwi. There will be free flow of traffic. Kutakuwa tu na checks kuhakikisha kwamba wale ambao wanakuja Ol Kalou ama Nyandarua wako na nia njema.
The tallying center has a specific number of officers. The polling station inside has 2 officers. The general area of the polling station also has officers on patrol, and therefore there will be no interference, no suppression. And they know they have been asked to protect, to keep law and order, and that is where their mandate falls, and nothing beyond that. So it's not really going to be a suppression. It's a reassurance to Kenyans and Ol Kalou residents that nobody will interfere with their process.
We expect that you vote and you preserve your secrecy. It is your secret. The Constitution says that voting in Kenya is by secret ballot. So once you vote, just go home, cast your vote, and then you go. It's upon you to do that and protect your own vote.
And still on that beat, we are now joined by my colleague JJ Kyoria, who has been camping in Ol Kalou for a couple of days now. Well, JJ, good afternoon, and we did see the breaking of the pallet seals. What more can you tell us?
Thank you, Ben Troy Njoe, back at Broadcasting House live from the Ol Kalou second. Will be the main tallying center for the by-election slated for tomorrow. After months of campaigns and parties hitting the ground to campaign for the respective candidates, the showdown is tomorrow, when all the candidates will be subjected to that very test of elections, and the people of Ol Kalou get to identify the man who will present them in Parliament for at least about a year or so before the general elections. Of course, this is after the death of the Member of Parliament, the Honourable Njuguna Kieraho. Now, what is happening behind me, very quickly, is the clerks in this whole process, together with the presiding officers. There's a collection of voting materials that again will be distributed to polling centers. There are about 144 polling stations inside Ol Kalou. 73,480 voters go to the polls tomorrow to cast their vote to elect the next member of Parliament. Now, we had spoken to 2 commissioners before, and that is the Commissioner Nur Hassan and Commissioner Anderito of the IEBC, regarding the preparations here to ensure that this exercise moves smoothly. And part of what they have told us is, as regards the elections, that first of all, voters will be identified through the KIMS kit. Normally there are questions whether, what if the KIMS kit fails, do you resort then to the manual register? And the IEBC says there will be no resorting to a manual register. It is a KIMS kit that will identify voters. So what happens then if your biometrics are not found in the system, for example, because the identification of voters will be biometric. So what happens then if you're not identified biometrically? It says then that they will queue in your ID number, that is alphanumerically, they will queue in your ID number that will identify you as a registered voter in Ol Kalou. What happens then is that they will take a picture of yourself and your ID at this level of the face, and then it will be uploaded to the KIMS kit, and that means then the KIMS kit will have identified you. That means then That is how the voter registration or that the voter identification will happen tomorrow, so that you're able to vote as a voter. Therefore, there will be no manual register tomorrow if you're going to come to the polling station. That is 73,480 voters who come out tomorrow to exercise their will to vote for the next member of parliament. They will have to be subjected to the identification of a KIMS kit, and there will be no manual register. The exercise begins at 6 a.m. and closes at 5 p.m. If you're in the queue, obviously the law allows you to vote even after 5 p.m. But that is if you're in the queue by the time 5 p.m. approaches. The hall behind me is the main tallying center. It is where the nerve center of the election is. It is where the votes will be tallied and the eventual winner announced in this hall. Regarding security preparations, as you know, the IBC announced the deployment, or rather the IG of Police, Douglas Kanja, announced the deployment of 1,000 police officers to this constituency, and largely is for the part of ensuring that this exercise is peaceful and to ensure that the voters of all Kalau do not get hindered anyway, either by security nightmares, for example, the infiltration of goons in exercising the will to vote. And therefore, there will also be road checks mounted across the roads in all Kalau constituency. And the idea is to ensure that non-locals who could be goons do not infiltrate this exercise. The idea is to keep this exercise flowing as smoothly as possible. So they will deal with whatever nightmares or whatever security situation that could arise. They will be in plain clothes and others in uniform, but all of them at guard, ensuring that this exercise kicks off as it should and is conducted obviously in accordance with the law. The commitment from the IEBC is that this process will be fair, transparent, open and verifiable, as well as credible, and that is what IEBC Commissioner Anderito assured us. So that's just regards the preparations. The security is tight. The ballot papers are being distributed right here to the clerks that will be overseeing this process. The idea being to ensure that they are distributed and are in polling stations by 6 a.m. tomorrow and available for people to exercise their right to vote. As you're aware, the campaign period ended on Monday evening, so there's not much activity around here. But probably could just grab the Commissioner just for a minute, probably to rehash some of the things that I've told you. Commissioner, thank you very much for joining us. Once again, for the purpose of our viewer, the security situation in all Kalau constituency and the strategies that you've laid down to ensure that you secure this process.
Thank you very much, KBC, for partnering up with us. The security situation in Kalau is very good. I want to commend IG and his team for having secured the entire electoral environment that we see in Kalau and even beyond. We are looking even beyond in the entire county. We have several layers of security that have been deployed. We have those that are covering polling stations, and we have those that are covering the perimeter, the 400-meter perimeter of radius of the polling station, to make sure that no mischief and nobody interferes with the polling system in that area. At the tallying center, we have 3 layers. We have nearly 3 to 4 layers of security arrangement. We have the officers within the tallying center. We have officers outside the building of the tallying center, and there are those who are within the school perimeter wall, and then there are those who cover up to the tarmac road outside the perimeter wall of the school, so that nobody from outside can come and interfere with this sacred process of tallying the votes of the people of Kalau.
Let me ask very quickly, because sometimes we see big honchos and politicians storming to polling stations and some level of misconduct, sometimes even trying to file complaints. How candidates or even their agents, what is the process of filing complaints with you guys, so probably you can be able to act?
First of all, there are no big people and small people in this election. The big person in this election is the voter. That is the person we care most. And we protect his vote and make sure that once he casts his vote is protected and is counted. That is a big person for us. Anybody else will consider them as any other member of the public. Now, for the people who have any issues, the officers, the returning officer, his numbers are out for everybody to see. And in every polling station, we have a presiding officer who is in charge of that polling station. And therefore, at the tallying center, we have, of course, a returning officer and his team who are all there. So any problem that is found will be dealt at the polling station. Election begins and ends at the polling station. Here, we're just tallying numbers. that we have been given from the polling station. And therefore, we don't want to hear big boys or big names or big people or big party leaders, big party honchos running around, in the name of their big parties. We have no time for that. We want to count the votes, we want to cast the vote and count the votes. Number two, the other issue we also want to focus on is the many vehicles that have no number plates that are roaming around. We have also said there is no vehicle that is allowed without a number plate in this constituency, or generally it is an offense. The police know that very well, and they have clear instructions that no vehicle is going to be allowed without a number plate roaming around. Correct.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner Nur Hassan, again, repeating some of the things, of course, we've been telling you regarding the preparations and the preparedness of the IEBC to conduct this exercise. Himself and Commissioner Anderito will be supervising the entire exercise down here in Okalau. Of course, we'll be giving you updates in our subsequent bulletins. Back to you, Ben Troy, in Nairobi.
Thank you. That has been JJ Curia live from the main tallying center in Kalau. And without diluting, what he has talked about is that the process begins at 6 a.m., closing at 5 p.m. No unmarked cars. I can tell you, I covered Mbere North, and there were so many unmarked cars. This time round, that will not be allowed. No hooliganism, of course, and also no manual voter registrar. Over 1,000 cops have been deployed to ensure that that exercise is smooth, and later on he has engaged Commissioner Nur Hassan just to affirm that we are ready for tomorrow's exercise. More on that in our subsequent bulletin. But from Nyandarua County now to West Pokot, where West Pokot Senator Julius Murgor has accused the county government of widespread procurement irregularities, misuse of public funds, and corruption, claiming that development projects are being awarded through favoritism instead of competitive bidding as required by law. Senator Mugo alleged that contractors linked to the county leadership are being awarded lucrative deals without following the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, denying qualified firms a fair opportunity to compete. His claims come in the wake of investigations by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, on alleged procurement irregularities and conflict of interest involving officials of the West Pokot County government in the award of a tender for refurbishment works at the Agricultural Training College, ATC.
Kwanza hiyo kazi haikupeanwa kwa mwenye alipata ama mwenye anafanya kwa njia ambayo ni halali. Ilipeanwa tu kizawadi kwa mtu na sheria haikufuatwa, na ni kitu ambacho imekuwa kisungumkuti ama imekuwa tabia ya kaunti ya West Pokot. Na mimi ninaposema Kajabina anafanya zero work, si hata mimi ninasema, ni audit report na wale controllers wa budget.
To Crime Watch now, where detectives investigating the murder of a 25-year-old Joy Kanini have recovered what police believe to be her head from a pit latrine in Nyeri County, following directions from the main suspect who is in custody. This comes after Joy's dismembered torso was found in a sack at Ngangarithi Estate in Nyeri Town in June. The body was missing the head, neck and limbs.
Detectives from the Directorate of Criminal Investigation spent nearly 24 hours excavating a pit latrine at a residential house in Kandara in Nyeri County before recovering the body part on Tuesday afternoon. Police say the recovery followed information provided by the prime suspect John Muriithi Nderitu, who was arrested last week after more than a month on the run. On Monday, the Nyeri Law Court granted Detective 21 days to continue holding the suspect at Kiganjo Police Station as investigations continue. Investigators told the court that they are pursuing possible accomplices and are also conducting forensic examinations, including a mandatory mental assessment to determine whether the suspect is fit to stand trial. Reporting for Lunchtime News, I'm Aaron Marie.
Moving on, Kenya's universities in partnership with Kenya Institute of Special Education, KISE, are stepping up preparations to ensure learners with disabilities are not left behind when the first competency-based education cohort joins institutions of higher learning in 2029. During a breakfast meeting with the various university vice-chancellors, KISE Director Dr. Norman Kiogora said the partnership will focus on conducting needs assessments for learners with disabilities, strengthening research, embracing emerging assistive technologies, and ensuring inclusion becomes a reality across institutions of higher learning.
This curriculum is the best ever when it comes to inclusion. It is the best compared to other curriculums we have in this country, and therefore we are going to support in terms of assessment. We are going to support also in devices. For those who will be interested with submit to various universities, we will support in terms of assessment, screening, and above all, provision of devices.
Preparation for the students starts with a pipeline. Are the universities connecting with the high schools? Are they connecting with the grade schools? What are things being done at that level that then we can pick up to continue? Because it's like a relay. Each one does their part. They come to the next level, we take it up, and at the next level, we take it up.
In research and in outreach activities, we can integrate people living with disability. We can integrate our curriculum to include them. We can integrate our research to include them. And we need to integrate our outreach activities to include them.
To county number 14 now, where a family from Jokere village in Manyata constituency, Embu County, is seeking assistance from the national government and well-wishers to bring back the remains of their kin who died in Saudi Arabia a week ago. Frida Kageni died while receiving treatment at a Saudi Arabian hospital. According to the family, they were informed of Frida's demise by the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs on July the 7th, 2026, through a phone call. The family said Frida, who was working as a house help, has been ailing since early this year and has been in and out of hospital until June, when she was diagnosed with meningitis as her condition deteriorated. Her mother, Christine Irunda, says the family is unable to meet logistical costs involved in bringing her body back home before the July the 21st, 2026 deadline given by the Saudi authorities.
Tumekuwa tukishirikiana na yeye, ndiye alikuwa msaada kwa hii boma. Tulikuwa tunalipa school fees na yeye. Na tunafanya mambo mingi sana njuu baba yake alikuwa kando wako anaweza kufanya kazi, sisi ndio tulikuwa tunafanya kazi na yeye. Tulipatwa na message ya mwenye alienda kuangalia mwili. Akatuambia vyenye kutakaa haitakaa kwa siku mingi sana. Wanaweka kama 14 days.
Alikuwa msaada wa hii familia yangu kwa sababu mimi nilifujika mguu, sasa hakuna kazi mimi nafanya naweza. Naomba watu wa mapenzi mema, hata kama ni serikali, wanisaidie tu hiyo mwili ifike Kenya, ndio tusike hiyo mwili wa mwanangu.
Kwa sasa hakuna hata mtoto mmoja mwenye ako kazi. Frida alikuwa breadwinner. So hakuna pesa yoyote yenye tunaweza sema alikuwa amesave. Nilikuwa naomba pia serikali isaidie kwa kuwa hatuwezi. Tunahitaji takriban shilingi milioni 1 ndio tuweze kuwa tumeweza hayo mambo yote, pesa yenye ambayo hatujui kama itaongezeka.
In other news, the Population Council Kenya, in partnership with the Ministry of Education, has launched a gender equality education plan in Kilifi County aimed at improving access to education for both male and female students. The initiative follows a study showing that only 3.1% of female students transition to secondary and tertiary education compared to 40.4% of male students. The study attributes the disparity to teenage pregnancies, poverty, child marriage, and gender-based violence. Speaking during the launch in Kilifi, education stakeholders emphasized the need for multi-sectoral collaboration to address these challenges and improve education standards in the county.
Improvement in terms of access, in terms of transition, and in terms of completion, both for boys and girls in Kilifi County.
They have noted issues of, because the priority areas they have mentioned in the action plans about access, about quality education, the safety of our runners, and also addressing the issues of inclusivity. So these are some of the areas that as a commission we have also been partnering so much with the Ministry of Education, with the county government.
Now, the University of Eldoret, through its Department of Biotechnology, is leveraging strategic industry partnerships and scientific research to boost Kenya's food security. The collaboration focuses on developing and promoting resilient, high-yielding crop varieties adapted to climate change.
Professor Miriam Kinyua of the University of Eldoret Department of Biotechnology says the long-term vision of the partnership is to increase food production by 90% across the country.
We would only need food that we never can plant in Kenya, and there is no food that we can never plant in Kenya. That's the beauty of Kenya. Kenya, we can plant all the crops, we can raise all the animals, so we do not need importation. But we must organize ourselves.
Because this is going to happen. This is not the last time it's happening. We need to sit down and agree going forward. How do we overcome this challenge using technology, using research, ensuring that our farmers are able to absorb the shocks that come with climate change?
Professor Kinyua says they are collaborating with agriculture industry leaders, including university outreach and extension officers, to ensure production of high-yielding drought-tolerant crops varieties.
That it is very conflicting that we are a land of plenty and still food insecure. Why? It's because I'm convinced we can be fully over 90% food secure. Now we are talking of 40%. So it is just for us to take into consideration that the different players, they are brought together. Each one is listened to, and that's why this event that we normally do annually, that we are bringing up in September, is very important.
But then we need to go beyond fertilizer. What produces is not just fertilizer, just one aspect. Seed is most important, especially when we have less than optimum rainfall. Seed is extremely important. We need to make use of the research that is coming out of universities, that's coming out of Calro, so that we can embrace seed that is more resilient to drought, seed that is more resilient to pests and diseases.
Academia is producing research and graduates and also contributing to food security. Professor Kinyua says graduates must be ready to turn knowledge into action. Sentiments echoed by the Agribusiness Expert Cereal Growers Association, Julius Nyabicha.
Because when you do it yourself, thinking that you know the problem of the farmer, you might be wrong. But if you do it with the farmer, then it means that you will get the problem of the farmer, and then you can address it. Because we have the theoretical knowledge, and then we get to see what is happening in the farm. That helps us to develop varieties.
The big threat is, of course, less than optimum rainfall, and of course many farms are drying up. We shall receive less than optimum harvest from North Rift, and I know once that happens, then we need to move a step further and see how do we bridge that gap. And
the University of Eldoret will host an agribusiness trade fair between the 24th and 26th September this year as part of efforts to champion climate-resilient farming solutions.
And that's why this event that we normally do annually, that we are bringing up in September, is very important because everybody will be there. And if we dialogue, if the farmer sees they are getting 2 tons instead of 20 tons, the industry person knows that farmer will produce for me. I can prepare my industry.
Filling the food basket, where we are leveraging partnership and scientific research for affordable food and also looking at climate change. Very well, that story takes us to our first break, but when we come back, we still have more local news. We also do business and the latest from the world of sports. Let's take that break. We'll be right back.
Yazabal puts it home, and Spain lead. Striking penalty.
To the right-hand side. It's not tucked into that corner, but it's powerful. It's accurate enough. What a start for the Spanish now, and they will also know the French. If they go hunting an equaliser, will leave space in behind.
I am Chef Ombachi. Today I'm cooking ugali na Ajab Premium Maize Meal. Boil water, done. Add Ajab Premium Maize Meal. Done. Grab your mwiko and stir the mixture. Done. Enjoy the amazing aroma. Enjoy incredibly soft ugali. Done. Ingia ligi ya kipekee na Ajab Premium Maize Meal.
I'm very happy that KBC is making it possible for Kenyans to watch World Cup. I'm still hedging my bets on the teams that are there. Don't ask me which one for now. Let's leave that one for another day.
Michuano ya kombe la dunia sasa imefikia hatua muhimu sana. Mabingwa wametimuliwa: Ujerumani, Brazil na hata Cabo Verde. Lakini sasa tunapoingia hatua ya nusu fainali na fainali, KBC Radio Taifa na BBC idhaa ya Kiswahili inakuletea michuano hii mubashara kupitia KBC Radio Taifa. Hakikisha kwamba unaifuatilia, kwa sababu sasa tutajua nani bingwa. Wakati umewadia, mpira udunde.
World Cup iko KBC na Kenya ina watch pamoja. Nairobi, Nakuru, Kitengela, Olkalu and Kisii. Come join your favorite KBC presenters and DJs kwa ground. Feel the bow fever in every city.
Welcome back to Lunchtime News, and many thanks for keeping me company. Moving on, Kenyans have been urged to use artificial intelligence, AI, responsibly and create solutions rather than demeaning human dignity. Speaking during the Dubrain Artificial Intelligence AI conference at Daystar University, the Principal Secretary for Science, Research and Innovation, Professor Abdurazak Shaukat, underscored the importance of artificial intelligence in problem solving, but only in a regulated manner. He added that the country is creating policies to safeguard the use of AI, urging collaboration from stakeholders, among them scholars, researchers, and innovators.
And we've gathered here to celebrate together with the Daystar University on this very important conference on matters of AI. At the moment, Kenya, we already have a strategy on AI, and now we are developing a policy. The message is very clear. We would like to see how we can be able to produce more from less for more. And one way is really to embrace emerging technologies such as the AI. The State Department for Science, Research and Innovation is spearheading all these activities in regard to matters of technological advancements, and we want to ensure that we can be able to build clusters, including the areas of cybersecurity, the areas of AI intelligence, but most importantly also to be able to use this technology for the benefit of the society. And we have witnessed here some of the innovators that have demonstrated how AI could be able to bring three entities together: the issue of human, the issue of environment and animals as well, in managing the antimicrobial resistant as well. This is just one example. AI has also been able to be used effectively here, as demonstrated in children that have got challenges of autism, for example. And we've seen in other parts of this country where we have had AI hackathon to be able to use AI to manage ghost workers, for example, to use AI in managing, illegal ship and so on and so forth. So what we are saying is that we have a tool, we have AI that we must be able to use it effectively, efficiently. But above all, the message that is coming out here is that AI must be used in a responsible manner. We must be able also to have the virtue of using the AI. The virtuousness of using AI is very critical. Kenya and Africa will not be left behind. We are part and parcel of crafting our own destiny towards the first world status, and AI is one of those tools that we would like to embrace to reach to the destination that we like to be.
From your speech, you say that we need to incorporate everybody, the young, the old, but how can we bring the good?
No, I think what we are trying to do is, that's why I'm saying we are trying to break the silos, building synergies and collaboration. We have universities, research institutions, we have the private sector as well. The beauty of young fellows in this country, we've got 75% of our population at the age of 35 years and below. And that's why I really commend universities like Daystar here that is really, bringing all these innovators around the table. We have the similar practice in other institutions as well. So what the State Department is doing is creating that platform for all the players to come on board. A classical example is the just concluded Science, Research and Innovation for Society Week, where all players gather in one place and be able to have a conversation of how we can be able to leapfrog as a country.
We are talking of responsible use of AI, but as a country we still have challenges in policies and planning and
Yes.
AI.
Right.
How can we ensure that we are using it responsibly?
Yeah, that's what we're saying. I mean, we have a strategy in place. We are developing now the policy as well, and we want to make sure that we look at all elements of AI, how we will not be able to misuse AI, so to speak, and what are the regulatory aspect of AI. We are also looking at the ethical aspect of AI. For me, really, we should not be afraid of using the technology and emerging technology and advanced technology. We just have to make sure that it's being used responsibly, and the regulatory aspect of that would be able to make sure that is very strong and vibrant.
Elsewhere, the government has maintained that it is on course in curbing industrial pollution, e-waste and toxic dumping to ensure public health is not threatened. Environment, Climate Change and Forestry Cabinet Secretary Deborah Barasa, while appearing before the Senate on Wednesday to respond to concerns around hazardous substances in soil, water and air, noted that the ministry in 2025-26 financial year closed 602 illegal discharge points along the Athi, Galana, Sabaki River. Senators also questioned the National Environment Management Authority's NEMA's effectiveness in carrying out its mandate, saying raw sewer and industrial waste continue to choke major rivers.
Lake Victoria is so polluted.
All the estates around Nairobi Dam, when it rains, that is the time to release raw waste into that Nairobi Dam. What are you doing to enforce the stoppage of release of raw sewer to Nairobi Dam?
And if you look at the response of the Speaker on page 5, you realize that the responses give a date, just one day, for restoration of rivers that have been destroyed over the years. The Speaker, is the CS serious? Does she want to own these responses, or she wants to draw them back to NEMA? Then we can deal with NEMA when they come here.
We have tangible evidence if there is discharge. And then secondly, we are monitoring, even from my office, to ensure that enforcement is going on, improvement orders are being executed by the various companies and industries, and restoration order so that they go into the pre-pollution state. If that doesn't work, then now we come to closure, because we are encouraging Kenyans that we build on the industries. We also ensure that Kenyans are having something in their pockets, but we protect our environment and restore.
From the Senate to the corridors of justice, where the family of activist Richard Otieno has raised concern over the delay in hearing his murder case at Nakuru High Court. This is after arriving at the court only to be informed the presiding judge was reportedly on leave and that the case has been slated for October 29, 2026 this year.
Activist Richard Otieno was fatally attacked outside his home in Elbagon in January 2025, and since then, 5 suspects have been arrested and charged with his murder. However, the family and a section of human rights activists are alleging external interference in the matter, as the case has been in court for more than 1 year. Their disappointment deepened as upon arrival to court, they found the matter rescheduled.
Tumeona judge ameweza kuihailisha kwa sababu amesema yeye ako leave. Wakati alikuwa na set hii siku, alikuwa na diary yake na alikuwa anajua kabisa alikuwa na stahili apatikane katika siku ya leo.
Unfortunately, I was not aware of today's happening. I would have informed the public earlier, and because of that, we feel that the right of fair hearing under Article 50 has been violated.
They have vowed to continue pursuing justice for the late Richard Otieno.
So I will not quit, but come 29th, this court has to hear us. We have a voice, the witnesses are here, and we cannot just keep coming here now and then. It is not in order.
Mahakama iwache kuendelea kuhairisha hii kesi. Hii kesi sasa ni mwaka na nusu tangu wakati mwenzetu aliweza kuuliwa huko Elbagon.
Sisi tumekasirika sana na tumehuzunishwa sana na kitendo cha leo, kuwa kesi inazidi kuahirishwa kila kukicha, na ni jambo la kuhuzunisha zaidi, maana yake tunategemea kuwa hapa ndio tutapata haki kwa hawa human rights defenders wetu, watetezi wa haki.
Elsewhere, Aaron Kangara Wangari, the member of County Assembly for Viwandani Ward in Makadara Sub-County in Nairobi, has been charged alongside 2 associates before the Makadara law courts. Rooney, Zablon Kirima Mwangi, and Kefa Moyoro Wanjiro face 4 counts, including robbery with violence, malicious damage to property and theft. The trio pleaded not guilty to the charges before Principal Magistrate Juliana Ndengeri and were each released on a cash bail of 50,000 shillings and an alternative bond of 1 million shillings. The matter shall be heard on December 16, 2026.
The accused person shall not, whether directly or indirectly, contact, intimidate, threaten, influence, induce, or otherwise interfere with the complainants or any prosecution witness.
Meanwhile, Rebecca Mushambi, popularly known as Becky, the accused in a case of stealing by conversion, was arraigned at Makadara Court before Principal Magistrate Juliana Ndengeri. She is accused of stealing $29,225, approximately 3.8 million shillings, between the 27th of May and 2nd of July 2027 at Eastleigh area. She denied the charges and was released on a bond of 1.5 million shillings or a cash bail of 1 million shillings.
The accused person's passport shall be deposited in court pending the hearing and determination of this case unless otherwise ordered by the court.
The case will be mentioned on the 22nd of October 2026, a hearing set for the 15th of December 2026. And Siokware, Lunchtime News.
Very well, time to make sense of shillings and cents in business now, where personnel attached to beach management units should familiarize themselves with fisheries laws to effectively promote sustainable management of marine resources. Speaking during a capacity building workshop in Utange, Assistant Director of Fisheries Benedict Keilu underscored the potential of the blue economy sector in improving livelihoods.
This is very important, the capacity building, because it goes a long way in sensitizing and in equipping the communities with the relevant knowledge to better manage the fisheries resources that they directly depend on.
We are going to develop what we are calling an advocacy action plan, and that is what will guide the group in undertaking the advocacy efforts.
So ningeomba watu wa fisheries kwa ajili mambo ya title ya devolve to county government wao watatushika na tuweze kupata vibali ndio tuweze kupata maendeleo zaidi.
Now, Kinango, that was once synonymous with food insecurity, is experiencing an agricultural revival after farmers have embraced rainwater harvesting to support irrigation of drought-resistant crops. A community-led initiative is equipping area residents with sustainable farming skills for organic farming. Climate Care Executive Director Peter Zuma says the initiative has impacted more than 20 farmer groups, helping communities build resilience against climate change.
Climate Care currently is implementing a project on climate change that is strengthening of youth and women livelihoods in climate-smart agriculture through demonstration models. So as an organization, we have been able to set up a model farm, and also through the support of WeWorld, through the Sikiliza Sauti Yetu Dunia Inaita project funded by the European Union, we have been able to strengthen the various aspects of the organization, that is in terms of the solarized feed making unit.
Mimi ni mmojawapo wa beneficiaries ama wafaidika katika mradi huu wa Climate Care. Nimekuwa na vikundi kadhaa ambavyo nimekuwa nikisaidiana nao kama msimamizi.
Kwa kweli siku ya leo ni siku ya furaha sana, kwa sababu ndio tunazindua swala zima la shughuli zinazofanywa na Climate Care Organization.
Now, further afield, China's economic growth slowed sharply between April and June as weak domestic demand and the impact of the Middle East conflict on oil prices overshadowed the country's strong exports. Official gross domestic product figures showed the world's second largest economy grew 4.3% in the second quarter, below China's annual target, despite exports jumping by 27%. Here are the details of this and other headlines shaping up the news conversation in other parts of the world.
This is the first full quarter of GDP data since the start of the Iran war on 28 February and marks the lowest quarterly expansion since the end of 2022 as China was emerging from its strict COVID-19 restrictions. China National Bureau of Statistics says there are more external instability and uncertainty factors. It also noted an imbalance between strong supply and weak demand in the domestic economy. Separate data have highlighted the economic challenges China is facing at home, including a long-running property market slump and weak consumer spending. In March, China cut the growth target to between 4.5% and 5%, its lowest economic expansion goal since 1991. Meanwhile, the European Union has banned the purchase, import and transfer of gold from Sudan, saying the trade has become a key source of financing for the country's civil war that erupted in April 2023. The conflict between the regular army and the paramilitary rapid support forces has triggered one of the world's worst humanitarian crises, forcing more than 14 million people from their homes. Sudan is one of Africa's largest gold producers, and its vast reserves have become a crucial source of revenue for both sides, according to rights groups. EU foreign ministers approved the measures alongside a ban on exports to Sudan of mercury and cyanide, chemicals widely used in gold mining. Finally, South Africa plans to rebuild its strategic petroleum reserves as growing geopolitical tensions and increased reliance on imported fuel raise concerns about the country's energy security. The South African government proposes maintaining emergency oil reserves equal to 60 days of national demand. Based on estimated daily consumption, the target would amount to about 36 million barrels, with most of the stock held as crude oil and the remainder as refined fuel products. The proposal also requires licensed fuel wholesalers and importers to maintain 21 days' worth of fuel inventories.
Now, shifting matters to sports now, President William Ruto has challenged football clubs in Kenya to attract sponsors, reaffirming the government's commitment to addressing the welfare of sportsmen and women through the Sports Act. He was speaking today morning when he hosted AFC Leopards Club at State House, Nairobi, promising to boost the club's sponsorship.
Barely a day after hosting two national women's soccer teams, the Junior Starlets and Harambee Starlets, President William Ruto hosted FC Leopards for breakfast at State House, Nairobi. It is here where the president challenged football clubs in the country to accelerate their efforts of attracting sponsors to ensure clubs strive for excellence and financial strength.
I therefore challenge AFC Leopards and indeed every football club in Kenya to think beyond the 90 minutes. Build stronger academies, invest in your brand, deepen commercial partnerships, and strengthen governance.
Ruto further reaffirmed government's commitment to developing sports infrastructure for development of sporting activities in Kenya.
And we are not only doing that in the stadium at Raila Odinga Talanta Stadium. We are going to be doing it in every stadium around Kenya. It is not going to be just a place for competition. There will be built into the stadium meeting rooms, commercial spaces, restaurants, ICT hubs, and many other creative economy spaces, studios for young people around the stadium, so that the stadium is not just a place for competition, it is going to be a place for youth empowerment.
The president promised to boost sponsorship for FC Leopards, which finished second in the Football Kenya Federation Premier League last season.
But more importantly, Your Excellency, you have taken talent nurturing to another level, because right now the infrastructure across the country, in the next few months, there will be availability of training grounds and stadia that will be available.
Frederick Moki for Lunchtime News.
Still on football, Harambee Starlets forward Valerie Nekesa has expressed confidence of a splendid performance of the national team ahead of the 2026 Women Africa Cup of Nations WAFCON in Morocco. She was speaking after a training session where she was included in the 24-player squad, which was named by head coach Beldin Odemba.
Harambee Starlets forward Valerie Nekesa, who missed last month's international friendly match against Zambia due to injury, headlines the squad, which was named by head coach Beldin Odemba ahead of the 2026 CAF Women's Africa Cup of Nations WAFCON, set to be held in Morocco from 26th of this month to August 16th.
Ya Zambia si kuenda juu nilikuwa na injury ya paja, so nikatulia ikapona, nikajua naenda kucheza WAFCON, nikapush, so nimekaa. Siku ya kwanza ya camp nilikaa, nikaambia God, naomba umenifikisha hapa na naomba ukaweze kunipatia hiyo chance tukaweza kupatikana kwa final squad. Ndio maana niko hapa sasa juu ya hard work yangu.
Others who were named in the squad include goalkeepers Enedi Kundu, Lilian Award, and Vivian Shionzo. The midfielders include Monalima Adam, Martha Amunyolete, Teresa Engesha, and Lona Nyarinda, among others.
Wachezaji wako tayari. Tumetrain poa. I hope itakuwa best.
Tuitaamua hapo ni 90 minutes. And we are sure with our team that we are going to perform well.
The defenders in the squad are Leah Andiema, Elizabeth Ochaka, Ruthi Ngosi, Vivian Nasaka, and Enes Mango, among others.
Si tuna aim kuqualify for World Cup na najua iko possible kwa vitu tumefanya na pia mazoezi yenye tumefanya inaonyesha kwamba we are ready. Hizo 4 months zenye wali postponed na nadhani team ilikuwa more prepared. Pia sahi tuko more than that.
Starlets will kick off their campaign with a match between hosts and last year's finalists Morocco in a Group A fixture.
Kwa saizi wanaenda kuingia kwa mood ya concentration, wana feel camp iko near. At the same time ni acclimatization for us kwa sababu mahali tunaenda tunaambiwa weather iko sawa na mahali tutachezea kule Morocco.
Beldin Odemba's charges will face Algeria and Senegal in the other matches set for Rabat. Frederick Muki for Lunchtime News.
From football, or is it soccer, to athletics now, Matthew Kipchumba Kipsang stormed to victory in the men's 3,000 meters, while Laban Chepkwony finished second in the men's 800 meters at the latest World Athletics Continental Tour Gold meeting, delivering another impressive outing for the country's middle and long distance runners. Laban Chepkwony produced another strong run in the men's 800 meters, clocking 1 minute 43.54 seconds to finish second behind Algeria's world silver medalist Jamel Sedjati, who won the race in 1 minute 43.19 seconds. Chepkwony, who set the meeting record at the event last year, settled for the runners-up position after a late surge by the Algerian in the final 40 meters. Meanwhile, in the men's 3,000 meters, Matthew Kipchumba Kipsang claimed victory in a time of 7 minutes 31.90 seconds ahead of Anthony Cameria of the United States, who clocked 7 minutes 32.64 seconds, underlining Kenya's continued strength in distance running on the international circuit.
Asaye Kiplangat going on the outside. Jose Pinto having one of his best runs of the season. And the attack has come from Kiplangat, and Koech desperately pumping the arms, trying to stay in the lead, but he's not going to manage it. Danson Kiplangat of Kenya, another teenager. Oh, just on the line, has to give way. I think Fanwell Koech came back.
Remember, tonight we are showcasing the World Cup semi-finals, where we're expecting a very tantalizing match between Argentina and England. I'm quite sure this will attract a lot of viewership, as many of the English Premier League players will be playing for their national team. As you can see, that's my colleague Bernard Okumu, who is in Homa Bay. If you haven't heard and haven't seen, we have the World Cup watching parties, and one of them that will be today for the semi-final will be in Homa Bay. Okumu, what more can
Thank you so much, Ben Troy Joy. I know that this might not be so news or a scoop to you. We know that it's either England, Spain, or Argentina who will certainly win this particular World Cup. And that's the whole essence for us to be here in this particular county of endless potential. And this is Homa Bay County, and later on in the evening we'll be having a big watch party. If you're in Homa Bay and you don't know how you will be able to catch this particular action, Argentina against England, then at 10 p.m., make your way to the Homa Bay County Amphitheater. That's in Homa Bay Town, a few kilometers from here. This is Road Kopany, where we are standing right now, and we all headed there. KBC Channel 1, of course, in conjunction, partnership with the county government, as well as the Bow Fever, are here to make sure that you don't miss any piece of this particular action. And of course, I'm with the branding manager for KBC, Jacqueline Seka. Jacqueline, I mean, yesterday we were in the neighboring county. Today we are here. We are not sleeping, right?
Yeah. Yes, we are going around the country. Yes. We are happy that we are here in Homa Bay County, a county rich in culture, a county of many opportunities. We are here because we love Kenyans. We are here because we made a promise to Kenyans. We have football rights. Yes. We have World Cup, the KBC World Cup, Eco KBC. Yes. And the reason why we chose on Homa Bay has a population of over 1.1 million Kenyans. They matter to us. They matter to our broadcasts. They matter to the content we have. And we've been accepted here. We have been received by His Excellency the Deputy Governor. Yes. Unfortunately, Her Excellency the Governor is away. However, we've been received well. Yes. We partnered with the Homa Bay County. Yes. We're here to showcase what KBC does best, a home of sports. Yes. Your true sports partner. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So in the evening, people will be having a chance to watch, and also goodies being spread at the amphitheater, right? 10 p.m.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. We will be at amphitheater tonight. We'll begin from around 10 p.m. England versus Argentina.
Which team are you supporting? Which
England.
side are you picking?
England.
Why England?
Well, England has the best players for me. Yes. I love soccer. Yes. I love Rice. Yes. And I think they're the giants for me. I know on the other side we have Messi. Yeah, He's been the GOAT. Yeah. But really, we also have to nurture this other young talent, right? Absolutely.
And show them that is possible, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline. And wishing you, of course, I'm also part of the team, and wishing you all the best as we go live, of course, at 10 p.m. England or Spain, or rather England or Argentina. Where are you putting your money on? Back to you, Ben Troy. I don't know which team, Ben Troy, you're supporting, but of course for us here, we'll be all eyeing who wins it today. Thank you so much. Take you back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Okumu, and allow me to answer you that question. I'm Team England, bearing in mind that we have 3 Arsenal players, that is Eberechi Eze, we have also Rice and also Saka. So my bet is on the English team. Anyway, that's all we have for now. But when it comes to the World Cup, Bow Fever is in Homa Bay. But remember, beginning 10 p.m. tonight, we will be showcasing the game Argentina versus England. Live right here on KBC Channel 1. Remember, we are your true sports partner. Who will be the champions of the world? Well, we are waiting to see. Many thanks for joining us. On behalf of everyone who's made this broadcast a success, my name is Bentro Enjoy. Lucy Mwaura has been my colleague on the co-anchor of the day. Thank you so much and have a blessed afternoon. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Michuano ya kombe la dunia yanakaribia kilele, na sasa ni kufa kupona. Farasi wawili wanaopatana ugani, ni mmoja tu ndiye atakayesalia, huku mwingine akifunganya virago na kuelekea nyumbani. Je, ni timu gani itakayotwaa ubingwa huu mnamo Julai 19 pale MetLife Stadium? Jibu hili utalipata hapa KBC Channel 1, tukikupeperushia matangazo ya FIFA World